Good morning. Good morning. As you can see, we have myself, Trigger Smart, and Valhalla VFT back, and we have a special guest, Daily Fredo Cassia. And
Hello.
Yeah, good morning. I think what we'll do for people, because people asked me yesterday, they're like, who are these people? What do they do? What are their channels? I think we'll just do that real quick. So, Cassia, if you want to go first, introduce yourself and kind of, what you're doing.
Hello, everybody. I am Cassia from Daily Fredo channel. I live in Cyprus, and so I am in Europe. I am somewhere else than probably most of you. If anyone is wondering why I'm covering Charlie Kirk's case, it is an international case at this point. And people in Europe are also interested in what happened to him, especially after what Candace Owens said and covered in her episodes. So yeah, here we are. I hope I can bring some different perspective into this.
All right, Nate.
Nate, Valhalla VFT. Most of you guys already know me. What's up? Let's go.
And I'm Trigger Smart. Been covering the Charlie Kirk case. Before that, I did firearms instruction and that kind of stuff on YouTube. But we thank everyone for being here. I'll just do a quick little intro for YouTube to make it happy so it pushes us out. And then we'll get into our conversation here. This is day 5, but on day 4 of the Tyler Robinson preliminary hearing, it was centered on the long-awaited Lance Twigs interview, which we'll talk about that here in a second. The court heard a redacted version of Twigs' recorded statement. And and they showed the text, they showed the notes, the Discord messages. They did show the rifle and the bullets as well. And then they showed like the little engravings and all those details. There was also some additional bullets that were on a safe in the house that had like a test inscribed in it and things like that. So, that shows some like preemption, like this was thought ahead type of thing. There is also DNA related testimony, and one of the defense spent way too long. I don't know what he was doing, but it seemed like he was trying to get the whole inconclusive bullet match to be knocked down to doesn't match, and it didn't work. It didn't work at all.
Mm-hmm.
And then actually prosecution came out and started talking about it too, and messed up at one point to kind of prove that there's even more firearms that could have possibly been. So there's kind of a train wreck. Prosecutors used today. Prosecutors used today to argue that Robinson's own words and actions after the shooting connect him to the crime, according to them. The defense continued to push back on fairness, public exposure, and whether the hearing is becoming too much like a trial before trial. That was brought up many, many times. So the state has now rested, and defense is expected to call one final witness today. And then for anyone who's wondering, the judge will not make a decision today. He's supposed to make a decision on September 1st if this goes to trial or not.
Just weird.
Housekeeping. So, yeah, I hate having to say this every time, but if you, everyone's getting unsubscribed, and I got like 7 emails last night saying that they found out that they were unsubscribed again. They didn't get the notification. So if you guys can, just make sure you're subscribed. Make sure you change it to all, because by default it goes to personalized.
And do that with notification bell, guys. He's talking about.
Yep, and make sure you do that for all the creators that you follow, because the platform is doing this for some reason, and we're not sure why, but it keeps happening. Make sure you guys hit that like, subscribe if you're interested, and I think that's good. So yeah, let's go into it. So you just did a video last night, Nate, talking about Lance Twigs. Do you want to kind of talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, I got a day 4 recap up if you guys want to watch it before we start. I talked a little bit about the Lance Twigs interview. Super creepy. I mean, the guy he's got no emotion and like no life in his eyes and face. A lot of weird stuff. Chewing gum. The fact that he answered with uh-uhs and uh-huhs.
Yeah.
Looked like he had been heavily coached by the prosecution. Seems the very forced things, talking about when they started talking about when they started dating, he got like really uncomfortable and like trying to force it out. Like he's been told to say that. So yeah, the Lance Twig stuff was pretty bizarre. We didn't really get anything. He wasn't able to even like positively identify Tyler, other than saying, I think that kind of looks like him, which I think is a big deal, right? Because if this dude's live-in boyfriend can't positively identify him from the pictures, then how is that ever going to be something that you could say is definitively Tyler Robinson in those pictures? You know what I mean? Like if your boyfriend and your husband can't identify you based off of a picture, That's going to be a tough sell. So, and most of it was just based off of the text messages that we've already seen. So yeah, that was pretty bizarre.
And as you can imagine, X is going crazy. We have people looking at even the screenshots in the text messages, talking about the dead pixels don't match and all the different screens and stuff like that. So that, I mean, we'll see if anything comes out of that. Another thing is that he was talking about when he said he wasn't 100% sure that it was Tyler Robinson in the staircase. They didn't show him any other pictures. I thought that was interesting too. How come they didn't show like the CCTV footage of him walking towards the camera with his face showing somewhat and use that to positively ID him? Thought that was kind of strange. But what do you think about it, Kasia?
I found one strange thing, which might be nothing, might be something, but I know that Tyler. So in text messages, when Lance asked him, how long have you been planning this? Which is anyway, weird question to me. I don't know. I keep trying to imagine that my husband is texting me something like this, that he did that. And I'm like, oh, really? How long have you been planning this? Like, I don't have time to ask questions like this. But okay, let's assume that he asked it. So Tyler answers about a week. But then in his testimony, Lance goes, oh, he started engraving bullets like up to like max month ago, like month before, which I caught that this is, you would remember that just 7 days before that happened, he started showing signs that he was planning something. So this was a little bit weird to me. And there are a bunch of little things like that. Through the text, through their testimonies, someone says something that really, like at the beginning, they said the note was destroyed. Yes. Yeah, okay, it was burned, but they had it. They had a picture of it. Why did he take a picture of it? Seriously? Tyler tells him, destroy the note, or like, and he takes the picture. His instinct is to take a picture of it.
Yeah.
It's all very weird.
One thing interesting. Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say one more thing on top of that I forgot about. I think the most bizarre thing of the entire interview that makes it very, very difficult to believe is when he's asked about what him and Tyler had talked about. And he says, you guys ever talk about politics? And he goes, no, not really. Did you ever talk about LGBTQ rights and things like that? No, not really. And then he says, did he ever talk to you about Charlie Kirk? And he goes, no, he's never spoken to me about Charlie Kirk. And it's like, so this kid has got like Kasia just said, been planning this for a month, engraving bullets. He's going to do this on behalf of his trans-free lover to stop the hate. And he never even mentions to his boyfriend Charlie Kirk's name before that.
Exactly.
I don't think that's like the human condition. If you were this passionate that you were about to go unalive someone and ruin your entire life, you wouldn't even like gripe a little bit about Charlie to your boyfriend before.
Notice that he never asked why. Why would you? Like, why Charlie? Why?
Yeah.
What do you mean you just did that? Like, why? It wasn't weird on the messages. He wasn't weirded out by it. Although when I saw his testimony later and I saw how robotic he is and how he reminds me of a true psychopath without emotion, without anything. Maybe I get it. Yeah, maybe I get it. Maybe he was just like, oh, dude, that's whoa.
Now, what about his voice? Everyone heard his voice and they're like, whoa, wait a second.
Super monotone.
It puts the lotion on the skin. Like,
that's another one, bizarreness, right? What we were told by, you know, the TPUSA right and everybody in the media space that this dude was a trans furry and all this stuff, and then he shows up on camera as a dude dressed in a suit, and you're like, what happened to the trans furry stuff, you know?
And then they said you go by Luna, and you said only to some people.
Yeah, and that was like, that seems pretty forced too, you know?
And then the other thing too is obviously he kept trying to distance himself from Tyler. He kept saying, it's his friends. I texted his friends. His friends talked with me about it. It's their Discord. He was in it, and he had access to it, but it was their Discord, not his. So it's very strange.
Yeah.
And then, of course, you know, if you haven't seen the Turkey Tom stuff, Megyn Kelly did a video on it yesterday kind of summarizing it. And it actually, initially I was like, oh, this has to be a plant. Like all this stuff, but now if you watch it and then you just saw Lance Twigs, you're like, there might be something there.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Even the handwriting on the note that they weren't supposed to show that we got a screenshot of, that and the handwriting that's in the drawings and stuff that they found in Turkey Tom stuff actually match.
Also, Also, what's very interesting, Barron pointed this out on the show last night, which I thought was great. He talks about Tyler's background. He's like, this kid, top 1% SAT scores, like literally one of the smartest kids in the nation. Like, and this is through educational system. You got to know grammar, you got to know math, you got to know science, you have to know all these things for the SATs. And yet this note that and again, 4.0 student, right? And yet this note that he wrote is just riddled with effed up grammar and spelling and horrible handwriting. And you're like, you're telling me this kid got in the top 1% of all SAT scores in the nation, and he doesn't understand the basic English grammar? That's not possible, right? There's no possible way he could have scored that high and then have that terrible of grammar. So it's like Barron said, it looks very clearly that note was not written by Tyler. And if it wasn't written by Tyler, who do we think it was probably written by? You know?
Well, and like you mentioned before, the tone shift, right?
Mm-hmm.
The beginning of the text, it's all poetic and like Shakespearean. Oh, my love, my dear. And then by the end, he's like, oh man, he's like this dog won't get his sniffer out of here. You know, it's like a totally different person.
Yeah, dropping F-bombs and stuff like that. Yeah.
But Megyn Kelly did like a reminder to me, because I remember at the beginning, 10 months ago, we were looking into Lance Twigs a lot. You know, it was very different angle that we were taking from the beginning. So we were looking into Tyler, we were looking into Lance, we were looking into their families. This is how it started. And she reminded me that someone spoke with a friend of theirs, a friend that was their friend for 6 years, who was describing Lance as the wild one, as the psychopathic one, as the one that had that was into all the rainbow stuff. And Tyler, actually, how they were thinking about him was he was Lance's handler, kind of. He was calming him down. He was trying to like manage him, and so he doesn't have another tantrum or like a weird episode. So it doesn't sound to me like Tyler was the one that went crazy and decided to unalive someone, you know?
Mm-hmm. Well, if you go back to the Turkey Tom stuff, there's a lot of drug use from Lance.
Yeah.
Like hallucinogenics and all like experimental black market drugs and all. I mean, it's interesting.
Yeah.
Nate, someone is trolling you. They went all the way to KSL, Utah just to put Nate go poop first in their chat.
Nice.
So that is a shout out, flank them all. I don't even know how that got started, but it's keeps going.
Me neither. Matt. It happened when I came back off a break.
But yeah, for anyone that if you haven't been paying attention to the debriefs, Nate's done an awesome job every day hitting something afterwards. So if you don't have time to watch the whole thing, that's a good thing to do. And he also brings up extra points as well. Let's see. I just want to make sure. So we have about 15 minutes until we start. So grab your drinks, grab your blankets, get comfortable. If you're at work, make sure you have it hidden so you're not getting in trouble while you're listening to a stream. We had a few people comment on that yesterday. And I think, do we want to start with supers?
Yeah, might as well get ahead of it.
Get ahead.
Yeah, you guys have been super generous. There's been impossible for us to get to them all on these streams. So
now, Cassia, in your anyone that has anyone that doesn't have the little tick on it, I think is yours. Is that right, Nate?
No, I think each individual user for us, it'll have like the little dash with a little circle in the top right of your name. And then anything that doesn't have anything in the top little right part of your profile picture should be somebody else's, as far as I understand it.
All right, let's see. Lucky Lady, thanks for becoming a new channel member.
How could Tyler plan this for months when Charlie wasn't even scheduled to be at UVU until weeks before?
That's true.
Good point.
Unless he had inside information. I heard that the process started way earlier, but the finalization and the location and all that stuff was found out like a couple weeks before. I don't know.
Unless he was planning on driving anywhere, to go do it, I guess. And it just was convenient that it happened to be in Utah, but I don't know. The Bell says, so event wasn't out to the public until weeks prior. It was said yesterday TR was planning this for a week, but yet he etched these casings and planned in a month or more advance. The whole etching on bullets to me is a huge signal of Fed slop. That's just, I've been around firearms and people that shoot firearms my entire life. It was my entire adult life as a job. I never even heard of engraving on bullets until like wasn't it Thomas Crooks too that was engraving bullets?
I think it was a trans shooter at a church like a few
Maybe,
months
yeah,
or something
okay.
before.
There was
Charlie.
a couple of these recently, and it was just
Yeah.
like, when did we start engraving bullet casings? Like, it's, I don't know. Maybe it's just the new thing for Gen Z performative
Gen Z exactly.
shooters, I guess, but I don't know. Like, the second I see engravings, I'm like, okay. Yeah.
I'm trying to think back. I think every engraving case was a trans shooter. Now that I'm thinking
Oh,
about it.
Luigi Mangione. That was another one. There was he supposedly dremeled onto his rounds too. So it's like, I don't know, man. And that one looks pretty Fed sloppish as well. That case is completely falling apart.
Paul Pearson, thanks for the super. After watching Megan's bid on Lance, I see he may be setting him up now. I'll probably disappear. Tyler Clear, nothing else to see here. Trust me, bro.
What was Megan's take? I can't watch Megyn Kelly personally.
Yeah,
what was her take on this?
She didn't really give she didn't give a take. What she did is
neutral,
she summarized Turkey Tom's findings.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's a great reminder, especially in light of what we saw yesterday.
Yeah.
So we did that one. Yep. Karen Lane, thanks for becoming a channel member.
CharlieKirkEvidence.com. Apparently that's a good place for compilation of evidence from what I'm hearing.
Is that like whokilledck.com? Is it similar?
I think so, yeah. Watching from Louisiana. You guys are awesome. Well, thank you, Matthew. At this moment, I don't believe the ATF tested the extracted bullet from CK's body. I mean, I think they tested something. Whether it came from Charlie or not, I don't know. You know?
And a big piece we didn't talk about this morning in the summary is when the examiner of the bullets and everything and the tooling, she initially said, or actually she didn't even say, defense brought it up. He said, weren't there originally 7 fragments?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and she was only 4 were given to her.
4.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So why?
Does that mean 3 were known that they would not be usable? So they gave the 4 they thought would be, or does that mean they're hiding something? I don't know. It just seems like tampering with evidence to me.
There would be no way for the police officer who collected, or the medical examiner who collected those out of Charlie, to know whether or not those fragments were going to be usable by a forensic expert or a forensic ballistics expert. That doesn't make any sense. How would he know that? And like, does he dual hat as a forensic scientist for the ATF as well as a medical examiner? I don't think so. I'd like to know.
Yeah.
I
want to know if SBI. I want to know if SBI or FBI was there with the medical examiner when all this happened.
Hey Nate, something I've been rolling around with. 223 was for Tyler, not for CK. You know what's interesting about that? If you wanted to put Tyler down after that shot, that building we showed where the 223 was found would be the absolute perfect spot for you to put Tyler down, because it's about 125 meters away. It's elevated, and he's on top of that big open roof. That's exactly where you would want to put somebody to put down a patsy. So who knows? But
is it the building you're talking about that someone just recently posted a video that they saw someone on the roof again, like on another roof?
No, that was a Project Constitution. That's the same roof, but so if you actually,
so I wanted to ask what you think about that.
I think Baron talked about it last night. I looked at it again. It looks like it's a car, like on the highway in the background. I don't think.
Okay.
Yeah, I think so. Right. It's just so blurry that you could see some movement. But I think if you zoom in, it looks like it's a car going by in the background. So
fair.
But I don't know. It's the video quality is so bad, you know.
It always is.
So this one is mine, yes. Love your work, Kasia. Trigger. My husband got into the case because of you. Sending love from South Africans in the Netherlands. Wow, it's like all over. Thank you very much. So Trigger, you're a reason they are into the case. we have
a lot of European viewers on my channel too, actually.
Yeah, South Africa.
They're into it.
Mm-hmm.
I had so many comments. I don't know, because Nate, we just met actually, but I do get some comments sometimes that, oh, why would you even comment on American politics? Why would you be even interested? I'm like, hello, international affairs. What do you mean? Why would I be interested with all this influence that you have over the rest of the world? Like, hello. But
especially right now, in the way things are right now.
Especially right now, I'm 200 kilometers from there, so.
Yeah. You guys need to get in touch with the streaming service about making a documentary about you free soloing this mountain of evidence. If somebody could put this whole thing together in a documentary about like not just like the actual events, but like everything surrounding it as well, that would be cool. It's going to be a big task.
S. Cassidy, thanks for the super. Cassia, I'm so happy you're here. I have a baby girl coming in December, and Cassia is an option on our baby girl name list.
That's nice. But the full name, the Polish one, the full name, Kasia is a short. The full name is Katarzyna. Okay, so I don't know if you want this one.
Lance never saw Tyler from the front. Oh, okay. I get the joke.
Oh,
It's a joke. Yeah.
We're slow, guys.
It's early. Big Daddy Waller, I'm watching your live coverage from the commentary. If viewers don't want y'all to chat during proceedings, they could just watch the channel's live streaming. Yeah, and I think we've done a really good job of not talking over it. I mean, but every once in a while we might be like, "Nuh-uh, what?" or something like that, but we try to like not talk over it. So let's see here.
Cassia, so happy to see you on the panel. We need your sarcasm so badly. Guys, y'all are awesome too. Well, if Cassia is sarcastic, then me and her definitely got the same angle on things. So I have a very sarcastic, satirical approach to my content as well.
Same.
I have no sense of humor that I'm aware of.
Guys, I'm sorry.
Balance,
I need
Matt.
to pause. He actually trolled me today, okay? And I believed it because you guys are Americans and I will believe anything, okay? Because he was like, oh, we're going to dress like in maroon t-shirts and black hats today and with sunglasses and we have pyrotechnics. And I'm like, I don't know. Do I have to? And then he told me it was a joke, but I believed it because, you guys like to do this type of things. I don't know.
She was sweating. She was nervous.
I was sweating. I told him, I'm like sweating. Do I have to? Like, it's that the requirement? Then I'm like rethinking it all my life.
And by the way, we might have another guest pop in at some point today. I'm not going to tell you who. It's a special guest.
Faller up to Yest. Okay, we're out the gate, not doing well here in this comment. If TR told parents, would parents cop that took the statement not have to testify, or does this fall under snipped LT vid? All right, if he told his parents, would they have to testify? No, I don't think you can compel people's family members to testify against them, just like spouses. So I don't think so. No, even if he would have. It is also not a crime. We talked about this yesterday. It is not a crime if someone tells you that they committed a murder. You are not required to tell anyone or law enforcement. It's actually not a crime to keep that to yourself. It is a crime to hamper or tamper with evidence, like Lance Twigs did. That's why Lance Twigs has immunity, because he lit evidence on fire. So, yeah. But as for the parents or the spouse, no, I don't believe they'd have to be compelled to testify against their own family member.
Okay. Looks like they might be starting a little bit early today, but
they started 30 minutes late yesterday, so.
And the judge is done. Like, he wants to just get to his weekend retreat or whatever he has planned. But at least he's making jokes once in a while. He's actually kind of funny.
He's gonna need a break, man, after this week. We all are.
I'm so excited. You are the surprise guest. Been watching you since Baron's interview. You are high IQ and we love you. Wow. Thank you, guys. I'll be here more often. Look at the comments I get, guys. This is nice. You get questions,
Wait till you see the ones I get.
Okay. About pooping and stuff. Okay.
Oh yeah. We get a lot of shit talk. Lance Def seems like MK Ultra Op. Also thought he was, unless he was born female, he doesn't look. No, he's male. Also, did you see Ian Wentz vid of Andrew K suddenly questioning things? I did, yeah. Andrew all of a sudden has some questions on the case. It's like, 10 months later, after grifting and telling everybody the FBI narrative is 100% true and you can't question anything, now that you see they have no evidence, all of a sudden you have questions, Andrew? That's interesting.
I think he's trying to distance himself from that side a little bit to
too
be
late.
more relatable.
Too late, homie. Sorry, bro. You are. There's no distancing yourself anymore, Andrew Colvett. The word caliber was spelled caliber the way in the people in the UK spell it. True. Which I didn't even know that you could spell caliber that way. And I've been, a firearms instructor and a Green Beret my entire life. So that's pretty weird that a 22-year-old kid is spelling it with the British spelling.
Wasn't the main investigator of the case British? Is he British?
The lead investigator is. Yes.
I'm not connecting any dots here.
Some people said Australian, but he didn't sound like he had an Australian accent to me. It
Sounded
sounded
more
like either
like-
South Africa or UK.
Yeah.
Sorry. Hey guys, obviously it wasn't Tyler, but JFK was you know what in the neck initially as well. In the you know what world, that's called a calling card, another way to tie a certain country in. Maybe. Typically, you guys want to know typically why people get shot in the neck more often than in the face or head in these types of things? It's because of bullet drop. And most of these shooters are not super experienced shooters, right? So they're going to aim for the face, and at 140 yards, they'll probably drop about 6 inches, and it's going to hit you in the neck. So that's a lot more common than somebody's just insanely. And also, why aim for the neck? It's the smallest part of the upper torso. You want to aim either T-box of the face or upper thoracic of the chest, because these are big areas that you're not going to miss. So aiming for the neck doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Just an aside. Just wanted to say what in the Silence of Lambs is going. Silence of the Lambs is going on with Lance. Yeah, he's creepy.
Silence of the Lambs.
It's a horror movie, famous horror movie here in.
Oh yeah, I watched it. I'm
yeah.
familiar. In Europe, we have it too.
Yeah.
I've seen it.
You have the dubbed version. Let's see. Stephen Gadwin. In the text, he says, a little while longer yet. That's Commonwealth talk. I'm in UK. We say it. Americans omit the yet. New Zealand detective wrote it. See, we're seeing
New
a pattern,
Zealand, maybe. Yeah, New Zealand, maybe could be.
but maybe the agent that wrote it has been influenced from their culture. That didn't make sense for Tyler.
Caliber versus Caliber. Did David Hull write the text messages? Baron's on it. Sick. Oh, Crisis King. Thanks for all the streams. Thank you, Ryan. The opposite of Dos Equis, Lance is the most uninteresting man in the world. The spokesperson for lukewarm water. Right now he's one of the most interesting men in the world at the moment. We were also told TPSA knew the mountain of evidence and he's guilty, but is begging to see the video. Really, what is the point if only is showing it to the court? Do you guys remember in that Fox News interview, they ask Erica and she goes, I've seen all the evidence.
Yes.
Yeah.
She said it twice, actually. Kind of. Same
what
with
happened to
Barry
that?
twice. Yeah.
Why is her lawyer saying that she deserves to see the evidence? I thought you already saw it all, Erica. I thought that's how you knew this was an open and shut case. Turns out you weren't provided any of it. Turns out you were lying.
Yep.
Shocker. The hate for Nate on Twitter right now is there hate for me? All because of his take on the soft point round while completely downplaying his history background? Yeah,
you
but
didn't know you're being hated on?
No, what's the hate? I
People
read
are
the
responding to
description of
your-
soft point rounds off the box.
Yes. Well, they claim it's the bullet would behave differently. That the soft the tip, yeah. What is it? Soft round
Just the tip.
bullet. Yes. That it was
Soft
meant
point rounds
to
are designed for hunting.
fall apart.
No,
yeah, but they
literally-
say it was meant to fall apart.
Let me
and
read it
that's-
off the box right here.
Yeah.
Height, weight retention won't break up or separate on impact for more important stopping power, like more effective stopping power. It's on the box. What are you hating on me for? Hate on Remington. You're arguing against the manufacturer of the bullet, not me.
But you
Let's
also
get
have
them on the
people,
phone.
you also have people backing you up though too. I'm looking at one right now,
Yeah.
and they're showing your video as a way to debunk the 30-6. So
Oh, Ian has been like defending you on Twitter.
Again, you can read these are the exact same rounds that Tyler used. And it says right on the box, deep penetration and controlled expansion up to 2x the original diameter. Like, who are you arguing with against this? Ready for day 5, last day for a while, but thank you again, guys. Still working on shit, boxes, dog challengers. It's okay, Nate. Everybody poops. IBS King. I got it.
It's forever now. Is this mine? Oh, sorry.
No, you're good.
Morning. I need multiple devices to watch all my faves. Hi, Kasia. Hi, Nate and Matt. Thank you guys for sacrificing your time, providing commentary, reading our chats, and being here. Much loves, Crisis King. Crisis King, indeed. I would be watching anyway. I haven't slept for a week, guys. For me, it's right now 6 p.m. So, I have to watch it till very late at night. I haven't been sleeping anyway. So then Matt messaged me and he's like, do you just want to hang out, watch with us? Yes, I'm watching anyway. So here we are.
Dula Diane, thanks for the super. Been fun watching the Charlie Bunch all week. Tex said he didn't know if he had a serial number, then stated it had a 4-digit serial number. Which is it? I didn't catch that part.
Yeah, I remember hearing something about that, but I don't remember the exact context to it.
Hope in. Thanks for the super. Good morning to you, Matt, Nate, and Kasia. What a great surprise. I wish that a high-position lawyer who believes Tyler is innocent would come forth to represent him or along with his team. I mean, so in chat, do you think the defense is doing a good job? If you think they're doing a good job, put a 1 in chat. If you think they could do better, put a 2. And do not take into account the guy that drones on and on. And I mean, I guess you should, but I think he's brilliant. He just should not be presenting. And he actually read those manuals. I firmly believe he read all that stuff he was talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Dana Nix, when did TR and LT move in together? Same time CK plan set in motion? That's a good question, too. Not sure. I don't know how long they were living together, but I know they started dating within, what was it, like 6 weeks or 3 weeks or something after they...
2 or 3
2
months, I thought he said. 2 or 3 months, I think.
Is it he or she? Is it Luna?
No,
or
he.
Is it Lance?
No, now he goes by Lance.
With you. I'm just messing with you.
You stop it for today. Enough. I'm joking.
Just stop.
That's one of my biggest gripes. The kid is able to fairly pull off infill, action, exfil, but then decides to incriminate himself with a digital footprint that he knows will put him away. Yeah, it's bizarre. Very bizarre. Nate, how did the SFA cadre assist you in dealing with your IBS? Well, they didn't. So I don't have it.
Wouldn't there be a TR interview video? There would be, but I don't think they would play it from... Would there be? There would be. They film all the interrogations, right? And all the...
They said they had cameras and stuff there to record.
Yeah, so. There must be. The thing is, guys, I've watched so many criminal shows. Confession doesn't equal sentencing sometimes, okay? Because someone might have made you confess, you might have been threatened, there are different circumstances. So confession doesn't automatically, it puts you on the list, puts you in a list for in investigation, but it doesn't always equal sentencing and guilty verdict, by the way.
ABX Jans, 10 months without Charlie today, kind of poetic. This is the last day, absolutely surreal.
Dr. Wang said you did. I mean, yeah, I do every day, man. I'm a regular human being, guys. Why is the death penalty on the table when Erica said she forgives him? Even if he did it, it doesn't seem very forgiving on her part. Couldn't she insist as the victim? I don't think she can insist in anything as a victim when it comes to what he'll be charged with, because it's a criminal case. But
the state took it over as their own. So
yep.
She has no say in that part of it.
She also said that she will leave it to the state. She will leave it to the government. She will leave it to the law enforcement and so on. She never said that he should get the penalty. She never said that. Said it's not up to me. And that's it. Thank you for the super, Crystal Cornelison.
Edge, thanks for the super. Woohoo, Kasia. I'm chatting early to get in. Y'all are doing a great job, and thanks for coming over to BC. I know it's tedious, but we are grateful. Adriana, New Jersey, thanks for the super. From the beginning, I never thought Tyler was G-A-Y. How many GAY guys do you know that drive charges? Well, it's a challenge. It's a challenger. Just saying, but yeah, we get your point for sure. Now I know his mom. It was like his mom's name on it too, so maybe it was her car and he was just driving it. I don't know how that works, but.
Do you think the defense messed up yesterday with the last witness? I don't think Barron mentioned any critiques about that. Yeah, I do personally. I get what he's trying to do. He was trying to, somehow get this ATF report to go from inconclusive to not a match, but that was never going to happen. So I'm not really sure why he was, again, as you saw, the prosecution didn't want the ATF report admitted as evidence. They literally objected against the ATF report as going in as evidence. And then when he started talking about it, like Matt said, he even boloed it at one point and had her say, now you mentioned that this round demonstrates that it could be different weapons, right? Is that a conclusive list? And she goes, no, actually, there's even more weapons that it could be. And he goes, strike that. I actually didn't mean to say that. You know what I mean? So again, like, why row up current? You know what I mean? Like, it's the ATF report's already good for you. Why do you want to discredit it? I mean, I guess it could be better. Not a match would be perfect because then the case is over. But you were never going to get that because the bullet was so deformed that they, couldn't barely even test it.
Do you think the FBI is still going to test it either way?
Like Chris Piota, who's the number 3 in the FBI, explained to me and Jesse that that's just not something that happens. Either the ATF or the FBI does the testing. They don't both do testing, but this case is so bizarre that you could tell the prosecution wants the FBI to do the second testing. But whether they're allowed to or not, or if they're going to, I don't know. It would be pretty unprecedented if they did.
But for us amateurs, is it normal that the bullet was so fragmented? Because
I mean, that can be pretty common actually. That the bullet's just so fragmented or not fragmented necessarily, but so deformed that they can't. Because what they're doing when they do these testing is they're actually testing to see the rifle barrels have grooving that makes the round spin as they leave, so they fly correctly. And so they're actually trying to match up the grooving on that round after it's left the barrel to the barrel of that weapon. And if the round is so deformed that they can't see the groovings on the round, then they can't, match anything. And so that round is so deformed that she says, I can't say one way or another because I can't really even test it. So
you remember Candice talking about that band method that they wanted to use to check the metals and what the bullet was made of or something like that, it's so inconclusive, it's so bad, it put people in prison for no reason. After years they found out that people came out of prison because of it, because they realized how terrible this method is, and they wanted actually to use it on that bullet, allegedly. That's what she reported.
I see some people in chat saying they can't super chat. I don't know what that's all about, but maybe try refreshing.
Yeah, that's just an error message. A lot of the time, guys, you got to be crafty with what you're saying too. If you say anything that YouTube's algorithm remotely thinks is bad, it's going to give you an unable to send message, and sometimes you got to work around that. So that's usually what's causing that. But I've got
one of them bug. I was going to say one of them was Moon Goddess, so we know she put something inappropriate in there. For sure.
Americans don't spell caliber as such. Detective Hole would, though. I mean, what are we doing here? This is the worst framing since Roger Rabbit, and they're still rolling it. Where's Tyler Boyer? Yeah, I've never seen anybody spell caliber that way myself. I didn't even know that was a thing. So
Calibre.
Yeah.
Calibre.
Just say Julie. Thanks for being a member for 5 months. Wow. Thanks, Matt, Nate, and Cassia. K Wild says, and thanks for the super. So happy to see Cassia on with you guys. Appreciate you all. Been watching with you guys all week. Great job.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think we've had a lot of people coming back. So you guys have been here this entire week. That's awesome. This has been a long week. So you should give yourself a pat on the back because it's not easy.
Do you all think they may switch course, let Tyler walk, and then someone gets taken out from TP, Little Husland government, and they just so happen to leave a confession letter to make it all go away? Guys, everything is possible at this point, in my opinion. I mean, we're seeing Colvette switching, he suddenly has questions. He's like, was there someone else involved? Did he do it alone? Was Lance involved? Everyone suddenly has all these questions. Everyone is neutral.
I know. Now, I don't think so, guys. I think if Tyler gets found innocent, think about what this destroys. It destroys MAGA, it destroys TPUSA, it destroys Fox News, it destroys everybody who's been shoving down your throat for 10 months that it was Tyler Robinson, and there's 100,000% evidence proves it. You can't question anything. If that were all to disappear and Candace Owens gets proved right, oh my God, no, they can't let that happen, guys. So I think they're going to do whatever they can to railroad and put this kid to death, no matter what.
I think the most, oh my God, that's so bad. The most that will happen is they will say that he was maybe indoctrinated by Lance, and maybe somehow Lance convinced him that he should do it. I think this is where we're going at the moment. This is the kind of what they are laying out now. Who knows?
It's one of you two.
Oh, it's me. Sorry. Just say Julie became a YouTube member. Julie, thank you. Thank you very much.
We all know who wrote that letter. Someone in the FBI who's visibly cross-eyed and half functioning. Well, we know who you're talking about.
Spider.
Oh yeah. Saw another video on that in the Lance interview that he didn't talk with TR until the auto message in the evening. If you look at the text, they were talking perjury. Yeah, that was weird too. And also, I'm still kind of bugged by that auto message sends, right? And Lance's response is bizarre because his response, I forget exactly what it was, but he's like, "What? Are you serious?" And it's like, you have no context to what that message means. Why are you freaking out? Like, you would have had to already know what this is about for you to be panicked. You know what I mean? If somebody told me, "Hey, check under your laptop," I'd be like, "What? Okay, well, let me go look." I wouldn't be like, "Oh my God, was it you?" It's like, what? You don't know what he's talking about yet.
Well, the other
especially
part too,
that he said that he didn't know all day. Like, he didn't find out until very late.
That's what I mean.
And he was very chilled about it. He saw it somewhere scrolling. I don't know. So immediately he knew what it was about. Yeah, I get you. I understand what you mean now. Yeah, it is weird.
But to find auto message, you can't tell that when you receive it. So how does he know it's an auto message that was preset? Right? No one's talked about that. It's kind of interesting.
That's why he said, "Oh, I meant to delete it." Tyler, it's so weird. Come on. No.
Who's that one? Just got here. What a surprise guest. Last day. Welcome.
Tetanus, thanks for the super. Possible participants of Mortal Kombat Ultra are top percentile in their class. That's true. Monitored from high school, make new friends. Also, Utah is spooky place.
That is true, actually.
What's that program called that Candace always talks about the special kids? Barron's talked about it too.
Oh, like the gifted kids?
Yeah, can you guys put that in chat if you remember what they called it? But yeah. I mean, I was pulled into those programs as a kid myself, but other people are saying they were drinking pink drinks and red drinks and all kinds of crazy stuff. I never did any of that.
Oh, Gate or like Tag is another one.
Gate kids, Gate school. Okay.
Who do you think might be the next person? I don't even want to weigh in on that, because if it turned out to be true, then it'll look like I knew something was going to happen. So I'm going to abstain.
Until you get an auto message from Nate. He had nothing to do with it. Veronica Kelly, trying to spread the love. Great job, guys. Thank you.
Did someone have shot in the back of the van so they could capture fragments after? Shot in the back of the van.
I think that's the stage theory where they open the hatch and shoot into the back of the
vehicle. Yeah, I don't know. That one didn't really compel me much when I saw it.
It's interesting, but I don't know. Fan fiction.
Edge, thank you. Good morning, friends. I still want to know about GSR, the residue, right? That seems like a given preliminary point. If he didn't test for gunshot residue, how can they move forward? Did he test? Did he not test? Or they're just not telling us?
We don't know. We don't know yet. We haven't got any answer.
It might be. It might be something they're leaving for the trial. So we'll see.
I just want to. This isn't a super, but I wanted to address this question. So, Crazy World 2 says, "What? Are we starting? Oh, we're starting. I get to it.
Calling case
All right, I'm eating my breakfast while we do this.
403-576, State of Utah versus Tyler James Robinson. Counsel, please enter your appearances.
Chad Grunander, Ryan McBride, Lauren Hunt, David Sturgill for the state, and the county attorney Jeff Gray and Chris Ballard are also here.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Kathy Nestor, Richard Novak, Stacy Visser, and Michael Burt here for Mr. Robinson, who's seated in the courtroom.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Mr. Robinson, good morning to you. And for the record, the court also recognizes the presence of victim representative Ms. Erica Kirk. Ms. Kirk, good morning to you as well. First, with respect to courtroom protocol, to maintain security and decorum, any individual that exits the courtroom during proceedings will not be permitted to re-enter until recess. After recess, all counsel are expected to take reasonable measures to safeguard confidential communication. Such measures may include the use of screen protections on electronic devices and care to avoid the inadvertent capture of privileged or private discussions by recording equipment or by those present in the courtroom. Second, the court will address the camera operator and the still photographer. If both of you could please approach the lectern. The court's purpose in this dialogue is to ensure clarity regarding the expectations governing today's proceedings. Could you both please state your roles for today's hearing?
My role is to capture pool photography, still photos.
My role is for video in accordance with the court decorum order.
And I apologize. Would you mind putting your names on the record?
Tess Crowley.
Megan Thackeray with KSL.
Thank you. Have you both reviewed the court's standing decorum order?
Yes.
Yes.
Do you understand the requirements set forth in that order as it applies to your activities today?
Yes.
Do you require additional time to review the order or to adjust equipment to ensure compliance?
No.
No.
Do you anticipate any difficulty complying with the order?
No.
All right. Thank you both. Before we begin this morning, the court wishes to acknowledge the importance of the safety, dignity, and well-being of all those who are present or who may be present during these proceedings, including the parties, counsel, witnesses, court staff, and members of the public. The court is also mindful of its solemn obligation to protect and uphold the constitutional rights of Mr. Robinson and Ms. Kirk. In furtherance of those important interests, all persons attending these proceedings are reminded that portable electronic devices are not permitted in the courtroom or on the fourth floor. Cell phones are not permitted in the courtroom unless expressly authorized. Any unauthorized possession or use of a cell phone or electronic device in the courtroom may be addressed by the court. For those individuals who have a cell phone, I invite you to join me as I silence my cell phone to ensure that the proceedings today can proceed without distraction. The court also expects every person in attendance will be treated with the dignity and respect to which they are entitled. Consistent with this court's standing decorum order, all spectators shall remain quiet, civil, and orderly at all times. Spectators shall not engage in conduct that is distracting, disruptive, provocative, disrespectful, uncivil, or threatening in any manner. Spectators shall not make audible comments of any kind, shall not shake or nod their heads, and shall not make gestures or of other visible reactions during the hearing. Spectators shall also not wear or display pins, buttons, signs, clothing, photographs, or other items expressing support for or in opposition to any person connected with this case or expressing any position concerning the status of this case as a capital offense. The court appreciates the cooperation of all present in maintaining a courtroom environment that is safe, respectful, and orderly, and faithful to the rights and dignity of every person involved. All right. My understanding is the parties wish to address an issue before we get started. Is that correct?
We may.
Mr. Novak.
Thank you, Your Honor, and good morning. I passed up to the court after providing copies of it to counsel for the state and counsel for the media, a single piece of paper. Does the court have that?
I do. Thank you, Mr. Novak.
Thank you, Your Honor. So every morning, this court has a colloquy with the camera operators about their ability to comply with this court's orders. And they acknowledge that they understand the order and that they can comply with it. And the court asks them if they have any problem with it. And they state to the court that they do not have a problem with it. We also spent many, many, many hours of court time addressing which exhibits will and will not be published through the electronic media. And this exhibit, the court ordered would not be published through the electronic media, and it was.
The note?
And without belaboring
Yes.
the point, the court can imagine our concern that the media and the state who control this exhibit and the publication of this exhibit in the courtroom as per the court's orders failed to comply with this court's orders after all of the effort that we made and the court made to make sure that the court balanced everybody's rights, including the rights that we're concerned about, which are Mr. Robinson's. No doubt the counsel for the media and counsel for the state will say that it was a very, very brief mistake, that it was corrected as soon as they realized the error, but it's done. It's out there, photographed. I'm informed secondhand that if I want to buy this image and maybe even have it framed and put behind the same quality glass, I can do so and put it up in my office.
What?
Obviously, I'm not going to do that. But my point is, it doesn't matter how long the court's order was violated. When we live in an electronic world, it's done and it's permanent. And we just wanted the record to be clear that we're concerned that the court's orders have been violated, and they've been violated with respect to an order that was specifically designed to protect Mr. Robinson's right to a fair trial. And I don't want to belabor the point any further. I'm also not going to refer to the exhibit with any more specificity because it's not necessary.
Is there a requested remedy or potential sanction that you feel is warranted given the actions which you have outlined this morning?
I think that we would like to think, when I say we, I mean Mr. Robinson's counsel, about that. We have, as the court knows, repeatedly asked this court, moved this court, not to have electronic broadcast of this proceeding, of any of the proceedings, and specifically this proceeding. The court denied those motions and overruled our objections to the specific EMC requests. So I think it's a little premature, but I can represent to the court that we will suggest a remedy in advance of the next hearing.
Well, Mr. Novak, I appreciate that, but I would ask that if it is something that is concerning, that it be addressed immediately.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to wait until I recognize and appreciate what you have described, and this was on my mind a lot last night as well.
Okay.
I don't want to sit on this. So I ask you respectfully to confer with your counsel and come up with that, because I want to address it. I agree. It is concerning and it warrants examination and to be addressed immediately, especially as we have a little bit left of our preliminary hearing. So I want to give it the weight it is needed, and I don't disagree with you.
Then why don't we beg the court's indulgence? We don't need to empty the courtroom. We can go talk about what we think an appropriate measured sanction would be. And we can bring that suggestion back to the court in a few minutes.
All right. Well, before we do that, I want to turn to the state and to the media to address what you've addressed. And then obviously if there's a part two, then therefore.
And I appreciate the invitation, and I also appreciate the court's desire to address the consequences, if any, immediately.
Thank you, Mr.
I was not
Novak.
trying to delay it. I just think it's an issue which warrants some thought. The court has said it gave it some thought. We will have a suggestion very briefly.
Thank you. Turning to the state.
And that's the guy that roasted Erica Kirk yesterday.
Yes.
The one that was just up there.
He's feisty.
Thank you, Your Honor. I think at the outset, it's important to recognize that everyone's doing their best here. The court is, I know the clerks are, I think the media is, we certainly are, and the defense is. This issue came up in the context of an examination of a witness. One exhibit was published before the exhibit at issue was also brought onto the screen. I explained what we were going to do, and then the exhibit was brought onto the screen. I reviewed the video last night. The camera was captured this for approximately 2 seconds. The camera operator, I think, acting in diligence and appropriateness, immediately panned as soon as she realized that there was a new exhibit on the screen. The court took it down. And as soon as they realized that an exhibit was on the screen, I immediately instructed my paralegal to take it down, and it was. Defense, I think everyone involved here made quick and appropriate efforts as soon as they realized a mistake had been made to remedy and mitigate that issue. As I explained what I was what we were going to do, defense counsel did not object as that happened. And the reason I bring that up is because of the requirement for timely objections. Moreover, I do want to say this exhibit was read into the record. It was allowed to be read into the record earlier. It is also in an earlier pleading, which is the information. This portion of that exhibit, I understand, is in the information. And it is largely cumulative of Exhibit 16 and 16.1, which were previously admitted into evidence and published to the media. Finally, we are going to be dealing with a lot of publicity when it comes to media coverage. And I think that's really where the remedy is going to be addressed. I understand there may be a remedy that can be fashioned today to prevent this kind of thing going forward or going on in the future in this hearing. But I think ultimately that's where this will be addressed. Any other questions from me, Your Honor?
Well, not at this time. I will afford you the opportunity, obviously, to respond when the defense comes back. I want to weigh this and taking in consideration, and I find your representations to be accurate as to what occurred. I believe that I noticed it and asked for it to be taken down because I have a live stream on my screen for that very purpose. And the sequence, I believe I made note, and if I'm wrong, please correct me. It's been a long 4 past days, but that's the only addition that I find to the representation. And certainly, Mr. Novak, feel free to correct it if you believe the sequence was any different. I just want to make sure a clear record is being made of what happened in order for whatever happens next to be appropriate and proportional to the actions that occurred.
No, and that's consistent with my memory. And I also reviewed the video, the live stream as well in preparation for this issue today. So that's exactly what I think happened. From my perspective, examining the witness, I did not have a view of what was being published to the public and the media. And so I think the court immediately, as soon as it recognized that, brought that to everyone's attention.
Thank you, Mr. McBride. To the media.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
Appreciate the opportunity to be here, speak on behalf of the media. I think our understanding of what happened is consistent with what both the defense and the state have said here. So I don't want to belabor that point, but here's how I understand them. There's 2 exhibits at issue. Those exhibits were used yesterday in part because the juxtaposition of those 2 exhibits might have provided some sort of benefit to the court. The first of those exhibits was asked to be published through all 3 of the court's phases. The court said it will be admitted into evidence, be shown in the courtroom, will not be shown on the cameras. That happened about 3 hours into the hearing. That all went smoothly and well. That operated exactly as it is intended to. That requires the participation of everyone, the court, the defense, the state, media, camera operator, all to do that well. Later in the day, when in the video I reviewed, this was about 5 hours into the runtime yesterday. The second exhibit that was going to be compared side by side was introduced. That also went through that 3-step process. In that case, the court said that that could be admitted into evidence, shown to the court, and then also shown on the cameras. So it was put on the courtroom cameras. At that point, there was what I think is a useful practice by the camera operator to wait a beat, because sometimes mistakes do happen, right? In that case, though, that was authorized. So the camera then panned to the screen, which is set up specifically for the camera operator to be able to capture that. Examination on that exhibit began. Then, because the examination seemed to call for that juxtaposition, without much warning for anyone involved, the previous exhibit that was intended to be juxtaposed was placed on the screen. From, I think, a observer's view who didn't know where the testimony was going without warning. The camera operator, I think quite astutely, within seconds, recognized this is a different exhibit, and recalling the court's prior order, recognized I should pan off, and did within seconds. I think at the time that was happening, the court also caught that and said, let's not do that. Now, and that was the end of it. I think the 2 seconds is about right. I don't want to minimize that. I understand the point that Mr. Novak is making. We are operating in some ways on high wire, and we are trying to place as many nets as we can, and all the parties are working together to try to do that. But in the age in which we live, one of the challenges is that sometimes when something like that is placed on a live stream, someone can screenshot it, and like Mr. Novak said, if they want to put that for sale on the internet, then they can. That's why working together to ensure that even small mistakes like that don't happen is critical. And the media has the media coalition that are given the opportunity and the benefit of being able to be here to run cameras and to take photographs have complete buy-in on that point. There are, of course, people out there watching a live stream that are not part of our coalition that we can't control. And that's why it's so important that we get these pieces right. I do want, without going too far into the evidence, to note not only that several lines of this exhibit are available publicly in the information, but that the full text, every word of that exhibit is contained in a search warrant, in this case, that was initially filed on September 17th. This is in the 4th District, but in a different court. Was held for 6 months, as search warrants often are. But then on March 16th, March 17th, was released in full. On page 7 of that search warrant is the full text of this exhibit. I don't want to suggest that anybody gets the right to say, well, I think it's public. The court has said don't show it in the screen, but since I think it is, we'll just come back later on and tell the court it's not a big deal because it's already public. That's not how it works. If we say we think it's in the public, the court says, I understand that, but I'm going to make an order. That order should be adhered to. But I do, for the purposes of prejudice, for potential remedy, for the court's concern and the court's sleepless nights, I do want the court to know that as well. And members of our coalition have pointed out to me as we've talked about this, while we take this very seriously, it is true in this case that the full text of that, not the image of the exhibit itself, but the full text is already in the public sphere, has been reported on, and is out there. I only want to reinforce, to close, the recognition that the media, our coalition, I, as an attorney for that coalition, have an obligation to make sure that mistakes don't get made. And in this case, even though I believe that the camera operator didn't act in violation of the court's decorum order, didn't do something that was forbidden by that there was an order that said, don't publish this exhibit. And because it flashed on the screen when the camera operator was filming that screen, that did happen. The media is fully bought in. I, as one of the attorneys and the other attorneys for the media coalition, are fully bought in on a goal to make sure that this kind of thing doesn't happen. Of course, I understand Mr. Novak and the defense's need to make a record and make an objection. And I also recognize and appreciate and understand the court's role in trying to make sure it imposes whatever sort of direction, caution, sanction, response that it believes is needed to make sure that its orders are recognized and adhered to. And I want the court to know that we will understand that and will comply with whatever it is that the court orders.
Thank you. Anything further before we break? Mr. Novak?
We don't need a break.
Okay. Well,
The court wants a break.
I want to review this. I'm sure there is a stream out there. I want to look at it again in order to appreciate the full effect and exposure. I remember it, but given the nature of this and trying to weigh the constitutional rights of all parties, I want to be thorough and look at it exactly. So as we move forward, as I evaluate what's being requested by the parties, that I am at the level of knowledge and because what it is, it was on screen. I want to look at it, how long, what exactly was on screen, and in order to be at the point of saying, okay, I fully understand. I mean, I was here, I saw it, I noticed it on the screen, but again, I want to take that extra 2 minutes to review that.
I am not suggesting that we rush through this at all. I just wanted the court to understand that our request for the remedy and the sanction, we are prepared to share that with the court, but we can certainly wait until the court has had an opportunity to review whatever the court thinks it needs to review. The permanence of this violation of the court order is a different issue from how long it took to correct the violation. It's a permanent consequence. In other words, that image is out there forever and ever in violation of the court's order.
Exactly.
What actions the court, the state, and the media took to remedy it, because that's the technological world we live in. So that's my response, if I may, to the arguments. But we can hold our suggestion until the court's ready for it.
All right. If the parties feel it'd be helpful to confer while the court is reviewing it, you may, just so that if you choose to, I encourage it. If you don't, I respect that. A court's going to take about 5 minutes. Again, I just want to review it to be brought up to full speed and just to have it freshly in my mind.
I'm going to make one more point, if I may, and that is, this is not the first time that this has happened. We had earlier proceedings in this case where the cameras depicted images inside the courtroom that the court had prohibited, and the court imposed certain consequences on the media as a result of that. And so that's just something to keep in mind, in my opinion, if I may. Thank you.
All right, before the court takes a 5-minute recess and to review this, does any party need the benefit of the record based off the dialogue between me and Mr. Novak? All right, not seeing any party respond. The court's in recess. We'll come back at 9:45.
Whoa.
So I think you've been watching every day, Cassia, but basically every day there's some major hiccup, some major issues, some technical
Every day.
problems. Man.
And this one was very convenient to leak to the media, right? It was very convenient to show accidentally, because now we see, did you compare handwriting in that letter with the handwriting on the bullets?
Oh no, but yeah, but I mean, if you're using that tiny little Dremel, you know, and I don't know if the handwriting would come across that way.
You
They
can still tell. You can still tell. In my opinion, it's the same.
Well, they compared that writing to the writing from the Turkey Tom stuff, and it looks the same.
Yeah.
And Lance did that, so it looks like Lance's writing.
Could be either way, yes. Like if
Let
it's
me
all Lance's,
address-
it will match.
I want to see what that question was earlier that we started before break. It was. Here it is. Let's see. Crazy World 2 said, what about scope? Wouldn't it have to, the scope wouldn't have allowed the gun to fire, would not allow for the casing to eject. Is that true report? So initially, that's what everyone was thinking, is that because of the way the factory safety from back then, when this was made, that would not allow it to go across. But I looked super deep into it, and actually it was Gary from Paramount, along with a couple other people that reviewed my video, and they brought up another safety I didn't know about. And then I looked at it and verified it. And basically what it is on the right side, because everything about that gun is aftermarket. It has aftermarket stock. It's a 30-06 fitted barrel. Everything's changed. So of course, if they're going to put a scope on it, they're going to put a safety that will work with that rifle. So I looked at it, and the factory one stays at 90 degrees across. The aftermarket ones go down to like 45, 35 degrees, something like that. This one's 45 in that picture. So that means it's an aftermarket, and there's aftermarket ones that can flip up and down for safety on and off on just the right side without having to go past that scope. So yes, it is possible that that rifle was able to be fired in that condition. Good question.
Okay.
Let's see. I don't know if Nate's pooping or what is happening. Hopefully everything's all right. Let me see. I'm just making sure I don't miss any other questions here. There was another one that I screenshotted. Where is it? And in chat, really quick, if you think that this whole thing, I know I did like a little poll, but I really want to know. In chat, if you think that them showing those things a few different times and they're like, oh, it was just a whoopsie, they panned away quick and all that kind of stuff. I mean, it's digital age. I screenshotted that immediately, and it was on X within like 30 seconds of him doing it, or of them doing it.
Mm-hmm.
So put a 1 if you think it's inexcusable, and put a 2 if you think it's like, they messed up. You know, they can fix it and work on the process. So 1 if they messed up, 2 if you think that it's just like, we'll let them have it. A lot of 1s.
I think if it happened once, you know, and it looked like an accident, it would be forgivable and it wouldn't be such a big deal. But because it's a 5th day of whoopsies, like you said, constantly something, I don't know.
Yeah, we're at like 95%.
I think something needs to be done.
Yeah, that's we'll do this too. Drelatina, thanks for the large super chat. Thanks for being a mod and a member. I am stunned that the state entered photos of tech screenshots off Lance's cellular. Yeah, Lance's cellular. Why didn't they do a forensic? Let's see, it just moved. Why didn't they do a forensic dump of his cellular and Tyler Robinson's? What are your thoughts? So at this stage, for just the preliminaries, they might think that's enough to get probable cause, and they might actually have the literal phone records along with location, because remember, they can track the cell phones around. So all these places that they're claiming that Tyler was, they may also have that on geolocation. So I think they have more information than what they're showing. But it is strange that they're taking pictures of it and showing the pictures and not the actual data from the cell phone itself or from the cellular provider like Verizon or Sprint or T-Mobile. Very strange. Now, let me see here.
Sorry, I'm back. I was talking to Ian. I actually want to show my fucking internet's not working. I want to show you guys this picture here. For all the just so our audience can see something, as you go to Twitter, when people want to pretend that I'm wrong or that they're ballistics experts, let me just show you this. These are the exact same rounds that the prosecution said Tyler Robinson read, right? He read this straight off, which is Remington Springfield 30-06 rounds. These are 150 grain, the most common rounds you're going to find. Let's read the box together, guys. And we can clip this and send it to all the people who are saying that soft point hunting rounds don't do the things I said they did. Here we go. We'll read it all. So you got Express core locked. Remington Express Center rifle ammunition is precision manufactured, field proven, and tested for unsurpassed performance and reliability. Shot with confidence, round after round, generation after generation. Express core locked ammunition loaded with the legendary core lock bullets has dropped more big game than any other bullet. Deep penetration and controlled expansion up to 2 times the original caliber diameter. High weight retention, won't break up or separate on impact for more effective stopping power. With the picture of the round fully intact and says the deadliest mushroom in the woods. So for everybody who wants to talk shit, take it up with Remington. This is their description of the ammunition Tyler Robinson used right there. Are we all good? I just want everybody to know, because there's a lot of people that like talk shit about me. Nate doesn't know what he's talking about, but then at the end of the day, I just keep being right. So here you go. This is the literal box from the manufacturer of the exact rounds he used.
So did they actually show the box, or you just took it off the back of the bullet stamp on the back?
No, they said what they were.
Oh, they actually said it? Okay, so this is verified by them too.
That's why I ran and grabbed them. The second he said what they were, I ran and grabbed them.
It's the ones they found in his house, right?
Yeah, and then the prosecution literally said they are Remington Springfield 30-06 rounds. And then when we looked at them, you could see it's a matching Remington 30-06 soft point round. So
there you go.
What do you want me to say? I'm sorry. It's right here. Do you want me to lie? And, you know, I'm not upset. I'm just saying all these people talking shit about me. Like all I did was read the description off the box of the manufacturer's ammo. What more do you want me to do?
So what would be the behavior? What would be the expected effect in that type of situation?
With this ammunition?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, see how you say it's designed to expand 2 times as big as a regular like full metal jacket round is what they're saying?
Yeah, that's why
the
I'm
purpose
asking.
of that is to expand as soon as it hits, expand bigger and mushroom out so that it actually is going to create massive damage as it goes through that animal. And you're going to have a way bigger exit wound as well because of the expansion of the round, right? So that is what they're designed for. As you says there, it's literally killed more big game than any other type of round. It says it on the box. It's the most deadly round you can fire. So again, sorry guys. I don't know what to tell all the people on X that are mad at me, but I guess take it up with Remington if you're mad at me about this. I don't know. Anyway, just for the viewers to understand, when you see slop like that on Twitter, there's the evidence for you. The box is lying.
I see some people saying chat's going too fast. Do we need to slow down chat?
And there's just a lot of people in here, man.
I've never done that.
So yeah, I always put slow mode on and put 5 seconds.
Okay, how do you do
so
that?
It's not like it's not too much to where people are like distracted, but they can't like spam every second. You know what I mean?
All right, let me see. I'll throw this up while we're doing that. Whose super is that? Can you see it?
Oh, sorry, guys. Thank you for the knowledge. You are always right on. Thank you, Kim. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I can't find the slow chat thing. I'll do it on when they come back.
Just a quick question. Whatever happened to the shell casing that they had Hey Fascist Catch on? Did they not show that in evidence yesterday? They did show all of them. I don't know if we saw that specific one.
I didn't see that one.
I didn't see that specific one.
Huh.
I saw like the ooh woo woo, and if you read this, you're
actually they showed it. They showed it, but I think it was written like, you know, hey, fascist catch. So it like you have to move it. So I think it wasn't showing fully because it's round. So you weren't able to read all the words. That's what I think. That's what I remember. I might be wrong.
Sorry. Inscribing casings is like writing a letter and then mailing an empty envelope.
I am wondering if anyone has seen Twigs alive in recent weeks. There was some paparazzi pictures, right? A few months ago only. And that's it. I haven't seen anything else.
I'm really worried that TR won't make it to trial. His defense needs to put him on the stand to save his life before trial of a bad feeling. No, that's usually not a good idea. That's why they don't do it hardly ever in cases like this. He can incriminate himself on accident pretty easily. Spent Brass says, Nate, new here. Thank you for your service. Nate, pretty sure you served with my uncle. Can't really disclose his name right now. Well, message me. We can find out. Shelster says, hi, everyone. I don't trust this judge. I don't know if any of you paid attention to the Lego scandal with Reckless Ben, but this is the same judge that took away Ben's First Amendment, collusion, in my opinion. Yeah, I have had a lot of people, we have had a lot of people comment about this, actually. The expert said the casing measured 0.286 diameter. Is that the same as a 30-06 for Valhalla? No, technically, actually, a 30-06 doesn't even fit into the diameter ranges that the ATF expert actually showed, but it's actually higher than that. But I think the idea is potentially because of the fragmentation that it's a little bit smaller than it may have otherwise been. I think that's the way they're trying to explain that away. But to your point, no, actually I think it was 0.286 to 0.301.
Yeah, she gave a range. Yeah.
And the 30-06 is actually outside of that range. It's above that range. But I think she tried to explain it away as because of the fragmentation. So why take away the hype option about a month ago? I have more than 500,000 subscribers, guys. And for channels bigger than that, we don't get the hype button. It's heartbreaking. TR hands himself in, terrified. All the tech evidence he was set up with over time gets wiped. Clever setup. Who wiped it, though?
Jane says, Robert, thank you very much for becoming a member.
Pablo Disco Bar. Hi, Team Max. This stream was the stream this week when it comes to the most informative. Thank you. You know, a lot of people were messaging me on X, and they're like, you guys better be live for the trials. And even for September 1st. And I was like, we will be 100%. So you know where to go when the trial starts. We will be here.
Should the defense want to look at all possible sources like you all to be able to ask the appropriate questions to the appropriate witnesses, trying to disprove the ballistics versus shot taken is insanity. I hope they get somebody credible on the stand. I mean, that's a, you know, actual firearms or ballistics expert. It's not going to take much. Like, I mean, what if I got up on the stand and defense questioned me about this ammunition, and then I just read off the box what this ammunition is designed to do to the jury, and then I show that there's no exit wound on Tyler. Is that not reasonable doubt by itself?
On Charlie, yeah.
Right. Okay, so he used the type of round that literally, as the box says, has killed more big game elk, moose than any other round. But Charlie Kirk's neck stopped that when a moose can't. I don't know, guys. I hope the defense is smart enough to bring someone like me in. Not me personally, please. I don't want. Well, I mean, I would if I had to, but I don't want. I don't want that smoke. I mean, I would do it, but you know, get somebody credible that's not going to gaslight people. Not a firearms expert that will tell you that 30 caliber means 30-06. We all know who that expert is out there, right? So. Get somebody credible that's not going to gaslight and misrepresent things.
And really quick, guys, make sure you guys like, subscribe, and share this around. Show some love to all the different creators. We tried to make it interesting and bring some different people on this week, and a lot of you told me thank you for doing that. So maybe we'll keep doing that going through the trial too. And it looks like, are they coming back? No, they're still talking. So something's going on over here. That judge is done. He's fed up.
Watching from Scotland.
I think that was British.
That was Scottish, bro. I can't do a British accent. I can do a Scottish one, though.
That was Oregon Scottish.
Well, Cassie would know. She's closer to all those accents.
Well, yeah, I'm closer. I used to live in England, actually. Would you like a cup of tea, darling? That's my closest. There you go. Holler and Nem. Could the jacket fragments be shrapnel, but inside a tiny explosive? Remember the Unabomber put debris in his bombs to create shrapnel damage.
Could you? Yes. The problem with this is it had to be a directional type of explosive. So John Bray's shape charge theory actually makes sense because that could have done the actual damage. If you were to just put shrapnel inside of a mic and blow it up, it would just fray everywhere and blast everywhere. And you would have seen Charlie get ripped apart by that. You'd seen holes in his shirt and things like that. So no, I don't think it's just a shrapnel inside of an explosive. I think it would have to be some type of directional explosive, which is why I think if you are a believer of the exploding mic theory, John Bray's theory is the only one that's plausible.
And just for a stream safety reminder real quick to panel and comments, can we keep it as clean as possible so we don't get flagged or blocked? So like words like the BOMB there, Cassia, we're not going to read those. We can replace it with a different word, please, just to be safe. That's not me.
Fed slop as thick as gumbo mud. I like Barron's explanation of fed slop. That's for dogs, the Alpo that he does.
Stephen Godwin, thanks for the super chat. I've not seen a mountain, but Stacy showed 2 peaks. Really?
Wow.
Yeah, nice low cut shirt, huh? A lot of people were commenting on that.
Oh, that's what it means. Okay.
Yep. Mills Art. Baron brought up the X-int catch on the spelling of caliber.
Excellent.
Yeah. Excellent. Okay. It stood out immediately to me yesterday during the trial as I am a CDN, and I thought it was weird a 22-year-old would spell it that way. Yeah. Several people share that sentiment. John T, thanks for the super. Matt, put the seat down lady in the house. Exactly. Cassie's in the house.
Nate, I reload my own brass. Hobbyist. Friends that do it for resale. None would engrave casings that you intended to use. Risk of casing explosion in the chamber is way high to such bullshit. This is very true. All right. So my buddy Brian, the same competition shooter you guys saw in my ballistic videos, I was talking to him about this last night. And he mentioned this too. He's, you know, the idea that you're dremeling on ammunition, you very easily could damage the ammunition and it literally could blow up in your barrel. So not the smartest thing ever to do. So I would hope, as AZ Card says here, you guys don't try this at home, okay, with your own ammunition. Don't go engraving on your own ammunition and throwing it in a rifle. I have seen some of the mainstream media clips regarding this, and they're completely misleading, using clips out of context. Yes, they are. Oh my God, Fox News coverage of this. And that's why it's so, this, you talk about, this is why Tyler could potentially be so screwed, is like, there's channels like ours, but we're niche compared to what the general American audience is seeing compared to like the giant mainstream media channels. And they're being fed the slop that it's an open and shut case and Tyler's guilty. And so the potential jury may see Fox News and see this and go into that trial and just be like, yep, he's guilty, before they even see anything. It's not good.
A lot of people think, though, too, the judge is going to have to take it to trial because he has all that pressure from Trump and Erica Kirk.
100%. 100%. He has to, yeah.
If he doesn't or didn't, they would probably roast him and end his career or something. Something would happen.
He's done forever. Yep.
Let's see. Alexander G. Where's NOK? Is that North Korea?
I doubt it.
Does anyone know how to spell nuisance?
Nuisance.
Nuisance. I think there's like one more E and two more I's or something. It's one of those fun words.
So stoked to see Cassia in the group today. Australia. Thank you, Geneva.
Madness, thanks for the super. Yay, Baron is coming. Hi, Nate, Matt, Cassia. Is that who you think the other guest is? How many people in chat think it's Baron? Put a 1 in chat if you think it's Baron.
I don't even know. Matt's not even telling me who the guests are, so it's not letting anything slip.
Hi, Cassia. I was feeling odd hanging out with these gentlemen all week. You fellas are great. Just nice to have a woman on board. The Go Max team. Yeah, I bring some balance here today for the ladies.
Well, I think anyone that watches Nate and I knows that we're very fair. We don't like discriminate against people and that kind of stuff. We accept everybody. So yeah, I thought it was fitting.
Happy to see Cassia is here with you, gentlemen. You're all the best. Much respect for what you do. Much love from Canada. Thank you, Catherine. Appreciate it. Surprise guest is Charlie Kirk. Imagine if maybe Charlie Kirk Jesse was in on it. Yeah. Yeah. Charlie Kirk, Jesse, and Palm Beach Pete will be joining us later.
We just cut out and they just like pop in like with static and stuff.
A new member. Thank you, Krista, from the 1900s. Thank you.
I'm wondering why they didn't cross-examine the cop who was talking about the arrest, etc. They will in the trial for sure.
Watch Tech. Them claiming mountains of evidence is like Bush in early 2000s claiming weapons of mass destruction, nothing found. Yeah.
Kash Patel wrote that note. Just saying. It's the penmanship's bad enough to think maybe. What if the secure team, put a fragment in his neck? We talked about this one yesterday when working on him on either side of the ground SUV. Just thoughts. My thoughts are Brian Harpool doesn't have any blood on his hands. And if he was actually shoving fragments into the neck of an arterial wound, he would have been covered in blood. So no, I don't think he did that. But also the reason I don't think he did that is because I don't think he tried to save Charlie Kirk's life. So also not great.
So here's a question. So the John Bray theory, we're not going to say, what it is specifically, but John Bray's theory, if there were actually fragments found inside and it is actually a jacket and lead pieces, then how would he explain that if his theory was correct? And if it's true, right? Like if they actually found that inside of him?
Well, then you have to have a gunshot and the explosive mic. you're not getting a 30 caliber round into his neck from a road mic.
Well,
That's
Officer
not gonna
Tatum
happen.
says it's not possible.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Officer Tatum is correct. You can't fit a 30-06 round inside of a road mic. So technically, he is correct. However, no one suggested that. So, yeah, you'd have to assume there's a gunshot plus I would say a gunshot plus a failsafe, right? Where if that gunshot misses, then you have a failsafe to make sure that Charlie goes night night. That's what I think would be the most. Also, you got a gunshot sound that goes off, right? So
Yeah.
I would say the failsafe angle is probably the best angle that would explain that. If you got both going on at the same time.
Just say, Julie, thanks for being a channel member and the super. Showing some love to you, Matt. Thanks for the live streaming commentary. Christ is King. Now, I see a lot of you are jumping around between the different channels and playing us on multiple devices, and we appreciate that. Much love.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you. That helps all the channels a lot. Is that for Cassia?
It's me. Yes, sorry. Deb, I don't know. Curtis. Thank you so much.
Maybe little Benny Shapiro got too deep in the rap game with facts and felt the need to start taking out competition. I'm thinking about doing a whole episode on that. This Ben Shapiro security detail stuff is getting real weird in the connection to this.
Yeah, even Anna Kasparian reposted Candice and was like,
Yeah,
that's weird.
Yeah, it is. Not me.
Is that for me? It has a tick on it. That's weird. Let's see. Denim Van. Good morning from Nebraska, Matt. Hey, fellow Nebraskan. Thanks, everyone, for keeping these hearings in front of the public. 100%. ABA, thanks for the super. Text say, I planned this a week ago. Lance interview said he was engraving bullets a month before the event. Someone is lying. Exactly. Yep. It's not adding up. And you know, everyone's keeping track. There's thousands of people that are keeping all these details in mind.
Rhonda Melikian. Love your show, Cassia. So glad you're on today. Thank you all for seeking the truth. Thank you so much for the generous super. Just going to say exactly. It's about seeking the truth. I was saying from the very start of this investigation that we need to be ready to find out things that we don't necessarily like. Even about Charlie Kirk, there might be something bad he did, that it might not suit the angelic image that they're trying to portray. There can be anything. So I am fully prepared for anything in this trial. Okay, whatever they will prove, I will accept if it's going to be fair and if the justice is going to be served fairly. I'll be like, great. If they will show evidence for what they're trying to prove and it will be, you cannot knock it down. Amazing. We know the truth. But it's as long as we are not sure and we see this discrepancy, we see this weird inconsistencies, it's when it doesn't sit right with me. And I just want to say, I think, Nate, you said it on Monday, that there is a group of people that, has a lot at stake here. And it's not us. We're just here commenting and we're waiting what's going to happen. And we are on a journey to find out the truth. That's it.
Yeah. The caveat, Cassia, that's exactly me and Matt. I mean, I think we talked about that yesterday, Matt. The exact same thing you said. What's bizarre is like their side is Tyler Robinson did it. There is no other possibilities. You have to believe it no matter what. Don't entertain anything else. That's their side. Our side, or me and Matt and Cassia, I'm sure, I don't care if it was Tyler. I don't care if it was Lance. I don't care if it was a state actor. If you show me the evidence for who did it, I'm okay with that. We want the truth. I don't have any skin in the game for whether it was or wasn't Tyler or was or wasn't Lance. I don't care. Just show me the evidence that Tyler did it. And I'm not going to go, you know what? I refuse. If you show me compelling evidence, okay, great. We get the truth. But we don't have any of that compelling evidence. So I'm sorry. I'm not just going to brain dead believe this official narrative because you tell me to. I want the truth, not whatever your specific narrative is.
And I think we are more like, if there is a theory, we're trying to test that theory against some other things. I'm not trying to, no matter what, fit everything around into my theory, into something I believe. It's very much opposite to that. I'm like, okay, there are theories around. Let's see where it goes.
Translation: Kasia is an agent.
Yes,
Shabbat
Russian
Slop.
agent.
The Shabbat Schlop. That's funny. I've never heard that one before.
That's a great
Damn.
name.
I'm going to steal
Shabbat
that
Slop.
one.
Thanks for the super. Let's see. Thanks for providing me with content to listen to this work week. Do not get in trouble at work. It's significantly better listening to my boomer coworkers. Oh, than listening to my boomer coworkers. Oh, we're back in. Thank you.
Video. And I appreciate the patience of the parties as well as everyone in attendance when it comes to constitutional matters and balancing constitutional rights and transparency. This court will take the necessary time to make sure it's given the weight it deserves, and it is deserving of every moment that has been spent. Mr. Novak, turning to you. And perhaps before you begin, let me go ahead and make a record of what I noted that is at issue. And after I put this on the record, certainly if either side wishes to be heard about the court's understanding, I welcome your comments. Exhibit 24 was displayed on the monitor visible to the media camera. Exhibit 16 was displayed on all monitors and appeared on the live stream for approximately 3.5 seconds. The camera operator redirected camera before any party called attention to the display of Exhibit 16. Approximately 16 seconds later, the court observed the image and stated, "Let me stop you, Mr. McBride. I'm not sure. Is this being broadcast?" Mr. McBride responded, "Let's take that down." The full text of Exhibit 16 had previously been made public through a search warrant that was publicly available on or before April 2026. The portion displayed on the monitors did not contain the full note and consisted of approximately 78 words. Approximately 15 of those words were included in the information filed on September 16th, 2026. In addition, the full note was read into the record during the preliminary hearing. The court previously ordered that Exhibit 16 be admitted into evidence and permitted its display within the courtroom, but prohibited its publication through the camera used for the live stream. And that concludes the findings of the court as it relates to this issue. Do the parties wish to be heard before we go into what you're requesting about the record on what occurred?
Your Honor, your recitation is accurate. My earlier comments were based on my memory of reviewing this last night. In the recess, I reviewed the feed again, and what you have said today is accurate.
Thank you. Mr. Novak, any?
No, Your Honor, I don't take issue with the court's factual summary.
All right. Turning to you, Mr. Novak.
Thank you, Your Honor. We're going to renew our request to exclude all electronic media coverage from all future proceedings. That was our motion docketed at number 305, and that included video cameras, still photography, and audio. This is the second time that the court's orders concerning the scope of electronic media coverage have been violated. I'm a baseball fan, and I just don't think the court needs to wait for the third strike. 2 strikes is enough. If I may, the alternative remedy, which we think is not wholly adequate, which is why we think it's an alternative and a less desirable alternative, is for this court to both reverse its prior order authorizing electronic media coverage of today's hearing, which we had previously filed an objection to after the court, I would say preliminarily granted the requests for today. That was sort of the chain of events. And that the court proactively preclude electronic media coverage at the last day of the preliminary hearing, which will be September 1st. Now, I understand that there has not yet been a request for electronic media coverage for September 1st, but there is no doubt that there will be, just as this court previously observed that it wasn't prepared to preclude electronic media coverage at the preliminary hearing because there had not been any requests. There were requests, and those that were timely were all granted. The court denied one request because it was not timely for one particular day. So I guess the way it would be is any request for electronic media coverage of September 1st will be denied because that's the appropriate sanction for what happened yesterday. The fact that the content of the exhibit was previously summarized by the state in certain documents which became public because the state didn't take any actions to seal them beyond the 6-month period. The fact that the contents of the exhibit were read in open court is not the issue. The issue is when the court issues an order, everybody must comply with it, and there are reasons for the order. And the reasons, as this court stated, are to protect Mr. Robinson's right to a fair trial. So no doubt that the court balanced those prior ways in which the content of this exhibit had already been disclosed when the court decided that there would not be electronic media coverage. That's a fact that we have all known of that exhibit. That's a fact that we've all been aware of as we've gone along. So to summarize, and then I will stop because I know we still have a witness here. And of course, the court needs to hear from the state and counsel for the media, I suspect, is we would like the court to reconsider its order denying motion 305 and grant it for the balance of all of the proceedings in this matter. Or as an alternative, the court prohibit any further electronic media coverage of the preliminary hearing, which includes September 1st.
Thank you, Mr. Novak.
I don't think he's going to do it.
Turning to the state and then to the media.
You've already made it public. I don't think you can
Yes, Your Honor,
uncan that worm, those worms.
We've heard of instances where the media has been able to delay publication of the recordings of the proceedings. We've heard of instances where that has been a short delay of like 30 seconds. I've talked to the media attorney about this, and they do not have the capability to do that right now. My suggestion would be for future proceedings to order the media to look into that capability, and that would be a remedy that perhaps could be used in the future. I think that would be a satisfactory remedy to avoid this type of thing in the future. As to the other remedies requested, we have one witness. The final witness, well, the defense has one witness. That witness is a ATF DNA forensic biologist. And I assume that the exhibits that will be admitted through her will be of that nature. We've already, in fact, admitted the report that she is going to be testifying to. The reports, I should say, that's exhibits 30 and I believe 34. And so I don't think we have, and those have already been published. I don't think we have the same risks or, I'll just say risks with her testimony as we do with some of this other evidence that has already been admitted.
Thank you. To the media.
In a proceeding like this, the parties in the court and the media are working together to learn and to refine their processes. I hear Mr. Novak's remarks about challenges that we've run into in the past. I recall, it hasn't been that long ago, a time when the camera was placed in a location in the courtroom that was causing challenges. The court moved it. When there were challenges with aspects of the court's ruling, the court reiterated those, and those processes improved. We are getting better at this. Media is on board and recognizes the court's obligation and its significant efforts to balance the interests here. In light of the court's ruling, including its recognition that the media operator in this case beat almost all of us to the punch, right? And saw what was happening on the screen and moved away as quickly as they could. We believe that the procedures that the court currently has in place, even if they don't every moment of every hearing deliver the result that we are intending to deliver, those processes are working. I don't believe that a further adjustment, much less a sanction, much less a revisitation of something that says, let's keep every photographer, every camera out of this courtroom for every proceeding, in light of the court's well-reasoned and exhaustive rulings after a long briefing on all of this. The court is currently balancing these interests correctly, and we therefore ask the court to allow the parties to recognize that the time we're dedicating this morning represents a reiteration of the importance of these principles. The media and the parties all recognize that. We'll continue to endeavor at all times to do all that we can to ensure that those are adhered to, and let the parties go forward under the current procedures without further order or sanction by the court.
Thank you. Any further arguments before the court issues its ruling?
No, but thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. And just updating my notes as I'm intending to issue this ruling right now. I'm just making sure that I'm capturing all the points made in the argument right now.
Kasi, we were talking yesterday about how the judge gets so still that it seems like everything froze. And I keep
Doesn't
constantly
blink
checking
either.
Many
keep
times,
checking my
many
internet.
times. Do you find him like super calm? And I feel like, I don't know, I like him as a person. I can't help it. I don't know if he's going to negatively surprise us during the trial. I don't know. But like so far, I'm like, oh, good guy.
You'd hang out with him?
I think most people think he's doing a pretty good job. Even Barron
Yeah.
thinks he's, Barron knows about this stuff more than all of us, says he's doing a pretty good job, I think, overall. He's been quite fair. But again, we're not at the real trial yet. So
Exactly.
Who knows, right? Once it
Just
gets
beginning.
real, we'll see.
But that's what people keep forgetting, right? That it's not the trial, that they get to say whatever they want, that they get to call it evidence, even if it's not. And it's not going to be that easy for them at the trial. We didn't have security team of Charlie testifying. We didn't have so many people testifying. It's going to get wild. This is just the start. This is just a dipping the toe.
Yeah. Yeah, and to your point, they can't say things like Tyler Robinson's rifle and Tyler Robinson was on the roof. Like, you can't say any of that in the trial. You have to say the suspect or the alleged shooter or the alleged rifle, which is why when you hear the judge says the alleged rifle, the judge will say alleged shooter, the alleged shooting. So but I think you're right that as far as I know, in this pre-hearing, they're not as like strictly required to the correct legal verbiage. They're
not, because a lot of it is, this person said this and it's submitted as evidence. No, it would be like hearsay, objection. That's what would be happening.
Yep.
We saw on Johnny Depp trial, right?
Right. Which
everyone
is going to be
learns
interesting
that.
Because if hearsay is not allowed and almost everything they've submitted is hearsay, it's like, what is the prosecution's actual evidence going to be? It's going to be DNA, Lance Twigs' testimony. I feel like that's it. That's their case. So, yeah, we'll see.
Because Barron was saying, like, you're trying to go to trial. Oh, that's a funny sentence. But you're trying to do that. Like, show us something. Show us actual evidence. Show us a smoking gun.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing. Yeah. I don't know if that's the strategy, that they are keeping their cards to themselves and they are waiting for the trial, or. But he's like,
Well,
this is the time. This is the time to show us.
Yeah, that's what Barron explained. That he was like, you would expect the prosecution to lay it all out, to make it so obvious that this kid's guilty. But Barron explained the defense would be the ones that would hold everything they can possibly back, because they don't want the prosecution to be able to prepare for what they have for the trial. But like Barron said, you would expect the prosecution to be like, he's effing guilty. Here's why. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's why it looks so bad to people who don't follow court, who don't know how preliminary hearings work. They're like, oh, they showed overwhelming evidence. Defense has nothing, and therefore
issue
that's it.
rises to the level that necessitates great care. And as my practice, I don't like to rush or make snap decisions, and I want to give this the full analysis that it's due.
So a lot of people are saying that the judge is handsome, has good hair, and some people are saying they'd spend quality time with him in a bedroom, if you know what I mean.
Oh, wow.
He's got that premature grade silver fox look going on.
Yeah, someone said he was the youngest, oldest looking guy in the world.
Well, he's prematurely gray. I don't think he's actually 65 years old, guys. It looks like he's in his probably mid 40s, maybe early 50s.
I'd say close to 50.
Yeah.
All right.
All
Court
right.
will issue its ruling on the request by defense.
Let's see what he does.
The constitutional rights of Mr. Robinson and Ms. Kirk are paramount. Although transparency in judicial proceedings is a fundamental interest, it must be balanced against the constitutional rights of all parties. Having considered the arguments presented by counsel and having reviewed the events that occurred yesterday, the court finds that its order prohibiting the publication or broadcast of Exhibit 16 by the media camera was violated. The court agrees with the defense. This constituted a violation of the court's order. Compliance with court orders is essential in all proceedings and is of particular importance given the nature of these proceedings. With respect to defense's request as a sanction that the court reverse its ruling on defense motion 305, motion to exclude cameras, the request is respectfully denied. The analysis underlying the court's prior ruling remains unchanged, and the court adheres to its reasoning and conclusions. With respects to the defense's alternative request as a sanction to prohibit all cameras and electronic equipment from today's proceedings, thereby preventing the electronic capture of the proceedings for those inside and outside of the courtroom, the request is granted in part and denied in part. Effective immediately, members of the media shall no longer capture or broadcast any exhibits displayed by the parties during today's proceedings. The court finds this sanction to be proportional and appropriate in light of the violation of the court's prior order. The court reserves this sanction as it relates to September 1st. It is not before the court. There has not been a request for electronic media coverage, and the court won't issue a pre-ruling. When it becomes, that request has been filed and all the deadlines which the court has imposed in regards to the MC filing are in place, if motions are filed, the court will entertain motions in brief argument ahead of the September 1st hearing and address it at that time. This is the ruling of the court. Thank you. Turning to the defense, if you wish, you may call your next witness.
I think that was pretty fair. I don't think there's really much we're going to need to see like on the screen today anyway.
And the last witness, yeah.
The ruling of the court briefly.
And I'll be brief. And this is in relation to the continued taking of evidence today. And I'll start my statement, Judge, with something that was very insightful that you said the other day. You mentioned, and I quote, "Sometimes you need to take time to save time," close quote. And so that's my purpose for standing up here this morning. We have spent the better part of a day, a little over 5 hours, I believe, hearing from witnesses that the defense has called at this preliminary hearing. And no doubt the defense is entitled to call witnesses at a preliminary hearing as allowed by the rules. But I think it's important that the court remind all parties about the purpose of this hearing. This is a probable cause hearing, as Your Honor has repeatedly stated. The defense has invoked the term reliability many times. And the court, frankly, has found the evidence that's been admitted, the testimony. As a gatekeeper, the court has found it reliable. It's been presented. The exhibits have been found reliable. So any questions of additional reliability are really questions of credibility of the witness and weighing of the evidence. And that is not really what this court engages in at the probable cause standard. And so this is all couched in the context of a likely forthcoming standing objection that the state may lodge if the testimony is long and drawn out and exceeds the scope of the preliminary hearing, gets into areas of a 702 hearing, possibly even trial. We will lodge this objection, but I wanted to just simply state the authority, Judge, behind our objection if we do make that. As your court is well aware, the magistrate at this stage of the case must view the evidence in the light most favorable to the prosecution. And that's cited to in a number of Utah cases to include State v. Schmidt. Schmidt continues, this means that when reasonable inferences from the evidence cut both for and against the state's case, the magistrate lacks the discretion to choose between them and must leave such a determination to the fact finder at trial. A few other cases I would like to refer the court to. State v. Pledger, which is a Utah 1995 Supreme Court case. Speaking of this standard, the court says, the standard bars the magistrate from requiring the prosecution to address or even eliminate alternative inferences that could be drawn from the evidence in favor of the defense. So even assuming the defense scores points today in calling these witnesses, again, the court cannot really weigh those in favor of the defense. State v. Hester, which is a Utah Court of Appeals case 2000, where there is conflicting evidence, quote, the magistrate may not sift or weigh the evidence, but must leave those tasks to the fact finder at trial. Of course, we're not at trial yet. State v. Virgin, a Utah 2006 Supreme Court case, indicates that a magistrate may only disregard evidence at a preliminary hearing if it is, quote, so contradictory, inconsistent, or unbelievable that it is unreasonable to base belief of an element of the prosecution's claim on that evidence. There's a State v. Drozbecki case, which is a Utah Court of Appeals case 2010. Magistrates may only disregard or discredit evidence that is wholly lacking and incapable of creating a reasonable inference regarding a portion of the prosecution's claim, but must leave all the weighing of credible but conflicting evidence to the trier of fact. And finally, State v. Lopez, a Utah 2020 Supreme Court case. Speaking of this probable cause standard at a preliminary hearing, the court said, under this low bar, it may be difficult for the defense to overcome a prima facie showing of probable cause. Even an alleged victim's recantations may sometimes be insufficient, given that the magistrate must view all evidence in the light most favorable to the prosecution and draw all reasonable inferences in favor of the prosecution, close quote. Judge, Your Honor has heard 4 days of testimony now. The evidence is overwhelming. It's devastating. The question needs to be asked.
What?
The purpose of continuing with testimony if it's long and drawn out. Of course, the defense has the right to call witnesses, but it needs to be within the context of this preliminary hearing. So again, we may be lodging a standing objection of relevance and exceeding the scope of this hearing. That's my record.
Are they trying to block the witness?
Either
or the
Yeah.
Other than
Yep.
please wish to be heard as it relates to Mr. Grunander's statement.
Then why even have the pre-hearing at all if you're just required to just agree with everything the prosecution says? Don't even have it. Just have the trial.
Just believe it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what was being requested by Mr. Grunlander. As I indicated to the court during the testimony of the last witness, we had discussion with the state prior to the start. We had a scheduled date for the court to rule on objections. And the purpose of that hearing was so that we wouldn't have to fly witnesses out from the East Coast if there was going to be a standing objection. Prior to that hearing taking place, the state contacted us after they had participated in interviews of Ms. Oliver and the other experts, and indicated to us, and we indicated to the court, that there was going to be no standing objection to the testimony of these witnesses. So if he's lodging a standing objection now, I think he's waived it, or he should be stopped from asserting it given the circumstances. I didn't hear that he was asserting that, and I intend to keep this next witness focused on the issue that I think is relevant, which is the state presented DNA reports through a non-expert. They selectively read into the record a portion of those reports, which left an extremely misleading impression of the significance of that evidence. So I have the author of the report here, and I'm going to hopefully educate the court on what the limitations are of the report, and that's it. I hope to be done with the witness by noon, direct and cross, and that will be the end of it.
All right, thank you, Mr. Burt. And before I have you call the witness, just want to make sure that the media had I'm not sure if the media needs to be heard on Mr. Grunander's response. All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Burt, you may call your next witness.
Thank you. Call Miss Oliver.
Oh boy, we're doing DNA again. Oh God, buckle your seatbelts.
That's going to take a minute.
Is it the same
Oliver,
witness?
Would you like to come forward and be sworn?
I don't think so. I think it's a different witness.
Someone else.
You do solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give in the case now pending before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God.
All right, ma'am, you may be seated. And there's a water bottle to your left if you wish. And after you're seated, if you wouldn't mind adjusting that microphone, bringing it close to you to pick up your testimony from today. Mr. Burt, your witness.
Thank you. Could you tell us your name, please?
Caitlin Oliver, Oliver.
And Miss Oliver, could you bring that mic a little bit closer? So I want to make sure your voice is projected. Thank you. What do you do for a living?
I work for the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives as a DNA section chief.
And how long have you held that position?
I've been a section chief since January, and I've worked with the ATF for about 9 years. Prior to that, I was a forensic biologist.
And where were you a forensic biologist before you started to work for the ATF?
Prior to the ATF, I worked for Jefferson Parish Sheriff's Office in New Orleans, Louisiana, as a DNA analyst and a DNA quality manager.
Back in September of 2025, what were your duties and responsibilities?
I was a forensic biologist.
And do you recall that around September 11th, you received a request to do some DNA work at the request of the state of Utah?
Yes.
Could we display State's Exhibit 30, which is in evidence?
I'm not sure if they're going to cut audio during all this because they got media banned for the rest of these items.
I mean, they already showed these. Like the defense said, everything they're going to show today has already been put into evidence. So to me, it's like at this point, you already showed them. Yeah. Anything new, I would understand. But if you showed it already in the trial, then it's kind of irrelevant.
Yeah, I think that's what they're going to be doing. Let's see. What was her first name? I know it's Mrs. Oliver. Well, did you catch the first name?
Mm-mm.
Anyone in chat? What's her first name? Do you know? Caitlin. Thank you.
Oh, they did cut the audio.
What are they looking at now? Do you know?
DNA. We don't know.
Yeah.
We don't know what he's saying or what he's asking or anything because they got to ban the rest of this. Rest of today.
So what, are we just not going to get audio? That's not going to do us anything.
I think it's only when they're showing something on the screen to her.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
But we can't
Yeah.
even hear them discussing it.
No,
That doesn't make sense.
because audio and video are combined with a ban for electronic media
Mm,
in America. I don't know how they do it in Poland and Cyprus, but
me neither.
hopefully you never find out, right?
Exactly. I stay away. It's okay.
Let me see if our other guest is still going to be joining. Yes, they will be.
Are they actually talking about anything right now? Because he's like on his phone.
I think they're
Or-
talking. Yeah.
Or are they
I
trying
think
to get? Or are they trying to
Like-
get the exhibit set up right now? Because they don't
It
look like
looks
he's
like-
paying any attention to what's going on.
Honey, I'm gonna be late. They brought DNA again.
Like he's not looking over at her. Oh, okay, he finally just did. I was gonna say he hasn't even looked at her or the defense in like 2 minutes.
He's like, Mrs. Kirk, please do not text me during trial. Allegedly. I'm just kidding. Well, I don't want to jump into supers and have them turn around 3 seconds later and
Yeah,
get started again.
we'll give it a second, yeah, and see.
But we know this guy can go long, so he might drag this out.
Yeah.
For instance, in
Oh,
that example,
okay, yeah, okay, you're right. They must have had something actually up that was visible.
the admitted paragraph F, you state in F, based on this calculation, there is evidentiary support for the inclusion of Tyler Robinson, correct? As a possible contributor.
Correct.
Mr. Burt, I just want to interrupt.
Sure.
I was made aware of a question about the media as it reflects this order. So the question was whether audio could be transmitted.
There we go.
And my ruling covered the video display of any exhibits. And so I just want to make sure that's the understanding of all the parties, that the audio of your portion discussing evidence is that you understand that that's going to be captured by
Yeah.
in display.
Otherwise, just turn the stream off. You know what I mean? No audio didn't do it, and no audio, no visual.
Court's ruling, yes.
And to the state, and to the media.
Yep.
We're gonna
So we
get
get
audio.
it back now.
Yeah, good.
Well, that's why I give my notation to begin the morning that the parties are responsible to monitor their monitors. And that's there because they're entitled to view it, but they're responsible to ensure that the monitors, as the camera is picking up the courtroom, it's directed not to focus on the monitors, but inevitable capture may occur. And that's why that instruction is given.
Your Honor, Jeff Nye on behalf of the victim representative. We cannot see the court where we're sitting, so I don't know if there's a way for us to do the monitoring.
I think that's Erica Kirk's lawyer.
I don't understand what you're saying.
It's not being published on this
It's not
one.
being published on the monitor.
Right, the order of the court based as a sanction is no exhibits will be displayed.
In the courtroom entirety.
As it stands right now, yes, that's correct. Okay, please approach the lectern.
He's talking from across the
I
room.
was gonna say, like, shouting at the judge.
Your Honor, it's just hard for the victim's family to be able to follow the evidence if everyone but the victim's family is able to view the exhibits here in court.
Thank you, I appreciate your concern. This monitor is not on either. So it's only the attorneys. The attorneys have a right to view what exhibits are being displayed, to make their motions, objections, and to see it. It is the court's discretion on what's displayed in the courtroom for publication, and the court issued a sanction given the events of yesterday, and that's the court's ruling.
Your Honor, I just asked the court to consider the victim has the right to be present, obviously, at the hearing, and the presence without being able to see the exhibits.
This guy,
again,
dude.
It's our position is not
He's-
meaningful.
He's already like,
Appreciate your concerns.
Again, they are trying to play a card of Erica Kirk, the victim, in court as well. Like, feel sorry for Erica. Change the rules.
Could you redisplay Exhibit 30?
I appreciate your concern. The fuck out of here is basically what he just
And while
said.
it's doing that same conclusion where you include the language, go back to that page, please, 5. Use the term, there is evidentiary support and possible contributor. I want to focus your attention on the words evidentiary support. We've had a prior witness testify that, from the FBI, testified that they use a scale and they characterize the support along the lines of strong. Are you familiar with that type of a scale?
Yes,
Does your agency employ that scale?
we can come to 5 conclusions at our agency. So there can either be exclusion, limited support for exclusion, uninformative, limited support for inclusion, and support for inclusion.
And I take it from what you just said, you don't use these qualifiers strongly. The word strongly include things of that nature.
Yes, we don't use a verbal scale at our laboratory.
Is that a scientific phrase when you talk about instead of saying that there's support for an inclusion, you instead say there is strong support for the conclusion?
So our laboratory doesn't use a verbal scale due to the fact that they add subjective words to the front of this word support. It is our stance that the likelihood ratio statistic, the number stands on its own. So we report the likelihood ratio and either support for inclusion or support for exclusion.
Thank you. Would you go to page 8 of the report and highlight the very top of the first 2 sentences? You included this language in your report, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, you included this language in all 3 of your reports, referring to the conclusions conform with the relevant Department of Justice policy on uniform language.
That's correct.
Right. And why do you include that language in all 3 of your reports?
It's standard language for our reports. Our reports adhere to the DOJ Ultra statement.
Okay. And could you go now to Exhibit Oliver 4 for the witness only? Not admitted yet. Are you familiar with this document, the Department of Justice Uniform Language for Testimony and Reports for Forensic Autosomal DNA Examination using probabilistic genotyping systems?
Yes, I am.
Right. And would you go to page 4 of that document, please? And the court has heard some prior testimony about this Department of Justice directive. What is what is your understanding of what the qualifications and limitations are that are required by this policy of the Department of Justice? What are you not supposed to be saying in connection with the reports that you wrote in this case?
There's a few things that the Ultra document states. First, it states if you use a verbal scale, which we do not, then you need to use the one dictated in the document. This is in an effort to unify the language coming out of DOJ laboratories. It also says that we cannot state that our evidence is infallible, nor can we state that there is a inconclusive result.
Shall not state that it's infallible or have a 0 error rate, correct?
Correct.
It also states, does it not, that you shall not assert that a likelihood ratio of any magnitude provides an absolute identification or source attribution of an individual to an evidentiary sample.
Correct.
And are your reports in conformity with that? You're not stating or implying that anything you did here is asserting an absolute identification of someone as the source of any of the evidence that you examined, correct?
Correct. With forensic evidence, it's impossible to state with 100% certainty anything. That's why we report a likelihood ratio to speak to that uncertainty with a statistic.
All right, and would you go to the next page of that document? This policy requires that you not state or use the expressions reasonable degree of scientific certainty, reasonable scientific certainty, or similar assertions of reasonable certainty. You didn't do that in any of your reports, correct?
Correct.
You're not asserting anything with respect to any reasonable degree of scientific certainty,
Correct.
correct? Now, when, you can take that down. When did you first receive the assignment in this case?
I would have to refer to my case record to know the exact date.
Do you have those in front of you?
Oh, Matt's gone.
Okay, bear with us, guys. 2 minutes. Matt was warning at the
still live?
beginning.
Sometimes is because if he ends the stream, it'll end it for all of us. So I don't know. Are you guys still here?
We are still
Oh,
live, and Matt is
Yeah, we're
doing
good.
back.
We're good. It's something glitching in Chrome, but we're good. So I'm pulling up right now. We're right back where we left off. And if that happens at any point the rest of the day, same thing. I'll be back on in a split second. It's only happened once this week, just now. It's never happened before.
It said
so.
Matt's pooping.
Because I'm here.
They got, yeah. See, now you're getting it, dude. That's what happens.
Don't add me to your.
No, that's the chat. Look at the chat. It's not me.
All right, we are back in.
Does that third page help refresh your memory on when you may have received this case?
Yes, on September 12th, 2025.
Okay. Is that when you first started doing work on the case, do you think?
Yes, it is.
Now, prior to doing work on the case, did you receive permission from someone to consume any samples in the case?
Yes, I did.
And could you go to page 15 of those case notes, please? Again, for the witness only. Do you recognize this email?
Yes, I do.
And can you tell me what the email is and what information it conveyed to you in connection with your examination?
Yeah, so it's standard procedure at our laboratory that when we receive a case, we request permission to consume from the agent. We request that they reach out to an attorney if one is assigned. In this case, we will not begin any work on the case until we've received that permission to consume. So this email is us receiving permission to consume the samples and move forward with testing.
Now, does your policy have, does your lab have a policy for preserving samples for independent testing by the defense?
There's
Where possible, we will not consume samples where it's possible.
And that policy is a longstanding one, not only in your lab, but pretty much everywhere in forensic DNA analysis, right?
That's correct.
Goes back to 1996, does it not, when the National NRC recommended a policy that samples be split wherever possible at the front end of the analysis to allow for independent examination.
Where possible, yes, that's correct.
Right. And they did that because it was their conclusion, was it not, that a wrongfully accused person's best insurance against a possibility of being falsely incriminated, the opportunity to have the testing repeated. Such an opportunity should be provided whenever feasible.
Correct.
Okay. Could you now go back to Exhibit 30? Page 8. Were certain DNA samples consumed in your analysis?
Yes, they were.
And for the record, are those listed on page 8 of your report?
Yes, they are.
Which samples were entirely consumed in your analysis?
That would be exhibits 1.4, 1.6, 1.9, 1.10, 1.12, 2.1, 3.1, 4.1, and 5.1.
Okay. Then are there a number of samples listed above there in the report where you say the DNA extracts will be retained? And then you list 1.1, 1.2, 1.3, 1.5, 1.7, 1.8, 1.13, 7.1, and 8.1.
Correct.
Does that mean that those are all swab samples, correct?
They were swabs, yes.
All right. Does your report mean that you consume the swabs, but you have some liquid extract remaining as to those samples?
Correct.
Now, are all of the samples, let's talk about the samples in Plaintiff's Exhibit 30. Were all of the samples you looked at there mixed samples?
I refer to my tables in my report.
Sure. Go to page 2, please.
Can we go to page 3 and 4?
3 and 4, please.
With the exception of the known samples from the known individual, that was a single source sample, but otherwise the evidence samples were all mixtures.
And in many cases, there were mixtures of sometimes 4 and 5 people, correct?
Correct.
Now, when you look at mixtures, such as the ones in this case, you use terms like major and minor contributor, right?
Correct.
Is that language meant to convey that anything with respect to activity of anybody who might be assigned to that DNA weight? In other words, are you saying the person you label as a major contributor was engaged in any sort of activity? Is there any connection between the use of that language and activity?
None of the testing that I performed could speak to activity or what activity led to the deposition of the DNA.
So nothing in your report, if somebody reads that and says, oh, this one says this person is a major contributor, you're not commenting on anything about the person's activity, correct?
Correct.
And is it true also that there are also several other limitations concerning the language of your report that it's important for courts and people who are reading the report to understand?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Are there other limitations in addition to the one we just reviewed that it's important to understand about the language you use in your report?
In terms, is there something specific that you're?
Yeah, there is. Could you go to Baker Exhibit 30, page 1, for the witness only? Are you familiar with this publication?
Yes.
This is a publication by the National Institute of Standards and Technology called Forensic DNA Interpretation and Human Factors.
Correct.
This is put together as a guidance document for practitioners on what to simplify, essentially what to say and what not to say.
I don't know that I would call it a guidance document. NIST is not a regulatory body for DNA testing. It was a report that looked into forensic DNA reporting and specific human factors that could affect our testing. So they may have had recommendations, but as far as them being a regulatory body that's issuing guidelines, I wouldn't state that.
Okay, that's fine. Could you go to 136, please? This is big.
Hey, Nate, I'm not sure if it's you or me, but one of us is sniffling on the mic, apparently. Everyone's talking about it in chat.
It's probably me. Trying to figure this out for you.
Okay.
There we go, right there. Wait, 135, I'm sorry. And then scroll down to the next page. So they're making recommendations here as to how the report should be worded, correct?
Correct.
Let me ask you whether you agree with some of these limitations, or they call them caveats. They talk about how you describe the number of contributors, and they say the true number of contributors of DNA to an item can never be known. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. They also say, let me ask one question before I ask this one, which is, do you use something called a reporting cap in all three of your reports?
Yes, so for our likelihood ratio statistics, we cap the statistic at 1 trillion. The actual number could be a lot higher. It could be quintillion, octillion. We chose 1 trillion because it has meaning, I think, to people that can understand what 1 trillion is. An octillion and a quintillion gets a little high at that point, so we cap at 1 trillion.
And they talk here, do they not, about how you convey the idea of a reporting cap? And they say the LR reporting cap was chosen because of the limitation of biostatistical modeling and independence assumptions of STR loci. Do you agree that that's why the cap is chosen?
I believe we chose our cap for the reason I stated.
Do you disagree with that statement in terms of why the cap is chosen?
I'm not familiar with the paper that's referenced there, so I would have to familiarize myself before I said I agreed or disagreed.
Fair enough. And then they also suggest that you alert in your report that profile descriptors cannot be applied to activity level issues. Do you agree with that?
Yes, so this is what you were stating about calling a major contributor. It doesn't speak to the activity that led to the DNA deposition.
Right. DNA profiles may be described as major, minor. However, these descriptors should not be interpreted in the context of a decision regarding the nature or the mechanisms, actions, or timing that led to the deposition of the DNA. You agree with that?
Correct, yes.
All right. And then the other sort of limitation, convey that the DNA results cannot be interpreted as the analyst providing an opinion regarding who the source of the DNA is.
Yes, so this is once again, we don't make source attribution statements. We will say there's support for inclusion, and then we back up that with a statistic.
So from a scientific standpoint, you couldn't read the paragraph that sets out the likelihood ratio in your report, whatever the number, and then blast a headline in the media, Mr. Robinson's DNA is found on this item. That's a source attribution, is it not?
Correct, yes.
And that would not be scientifically defensible, would it?
Correct.
Okay. Another limitation they talk about on likelihood ratios on the next page, please, 137. Likelihood ratios cannot speak to the likelihood of a proposition, only to the probability of the results given a pair of propositions. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Explain that, because that's a little above my pay grade in terms of understanding.
So a likelihood ratio statistic compares the probability of the DNA profile of the evidence given two competing hypotheses or two competing scenarios. Typically, the first is that the person of interest is included. And then the exclusionary hypothesis would be that the person of interest is excluded. So there's a random, unknown, unrelated individual contributing.
And when they're elaborating on that point, they say a likelihood ratio indicates if and to what extent the DNA analysis results support one proposition over another. It is not possible on this basis alone to determine which is the most probable proposition. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. And then the next limitation they suggest you convey is that convey the DNA statistics cannot imply uniqueness within a population. Do you agree that that's a legitimate limitation?
Yes.
And explain what that means. Does that go back to the issue of source? You can't assign a source to a DNA sample?
Correct.
Okay. It says you should delineate the meaning of a verbal qualifier, but you didn't use one in this case, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you mentioned that your testing cannot, and correct me if I'm wrong, I don't mischaracterize it. Your testing, none of the testing in any of the three reports can answer the question of how and when DNA got deposited. Is that true?
That is true. DNA can't speak to the activity that led to the deposition of the DNA.
And the report says, with regard to that issue, with the increased sensitivity of DNA techniques and sophisticated software, a DNA profile may be developed even when the contributor of that DNA never touched the item or area that was swabbed. Alternatively, a person's DNA may be present when they were not involved in the crime. Do you agree with that?
Yes. Once again, I cannot speak to the activity.
Can you explain how it's possible that a DNA profile may be developed even when the contributor of that DNA never touched the item or area that was swabbed?
So it's possible if, say, the pen that you're sitting there using for the week, you say hand it off to the judge, and the judge then touches it for a period of time, and then I swab it. It doesn't speak to who handled it last. I could test that. I could get both of your profiles. I wouldn't know which person was the last person to handle that item.
All right. And similarly, if you had a lot of DNA on your hand, we shook hands. I then went to pick up an exhibit, a gun. I touched the trigger of it. Your DNA could be on that trigger, right?
It is possible, yes.
Okay, even though you never touched the gun.
Yes.
And that's why, because of those possibilities, you can't make any assessment of how or when DNA got deposited, correct?
Correct.
How long can DNA persist on an item?
DNA is quite stable over time. It can be broken down due to environmental insults. So things like heat and humidity are known to break down DNA over time. But I couldn't give you an exact number.
Were certain of the samples that you tested in this case degraded samples?
There was degradation present in some of the samples.
And what can cause degradation?
Like I said, there's environmental insults, heat, humidity.
Now, the second report that you wrote had to do with a Dremel item that was taken from Mr. Robinson's home.
Correct.
And did you request certain what are called elimination samples in regard to items that were recovered from his home?
Yes.
Tell the court what an elimination sample is as opposed to a sample that relates to what's called a POI, person of interest.
So an elimination sample is a sample taken from a known individual that it may be assumed that they could have come into contact with it. If I were to say swab your vehicle, then I would want your DNA sample as an elimination to eliminate you in order to look for any additional DNA that may be there.
And you say they're assumed contributors because depending upon the location, for instance, somebody's house, you would expect if there were multiple people in that house that perhaps everybody in the house could contribute to a certain DNA result.
It's possible.
So you'd want samples from all those folks to see if they contributed to an item that would be associated with a place where they congregated.
Correct.
And I noticed from your case file that you also requested, but I don't think you received, elimination samples from agents who were involved in this case.
Correct.
Why do you request those samples?
The type of testing we perform is quite sensitive. And so it is a standard practice that we request elimination samples from any of the investigators involved in order to potentially eliminate them in case they could have contaminated the evidence.
Okay. Now, in report number 157, if you could bring that up, please. Oliver 157, which has been admitted. The elimination samples that you requested in connection with item seized from Mr. Robinson's apartment were from Amber Robinson, Matthew Robinson, and Lance Twigs, correct?
Correct.
And that's because you had information that those people were associated with the house.
Correct.
And when you tested or compared, first of all, you determined their DNA types, right?
Correct.
Then you compared their types to what you found on the evidence.
Correct.
And for a certain number of those samples, you found the presence of DNA of your elimination samples, not because they were suspects, but because they were associated with the premises, right?
There was support for inclusion of some of these individuals, yes.
Okay. And if you could scroll down to page.
Matt, do you see the private chat I sent you?
Which is
Figure this out.
I just want to review briefly with you.
Did you
Um,
try doing that?
I'm doing it right now.
Okay.
4, which was a swab from the rifle. You used the elimination sample of Mr. Robinson's father, and you found his DNA on that particular swab, correct?
I would say there was support for inclusion of Matthew Robinson on the sample obtained from the swabs of the bolt of the rifle.
I'm glad you pointed that out. That's, again, consistent with your other testimony. You're talking again about support for inclusion as a possible contributor.
Correct. And there
Again,
was-
not because he's a suspect, but because he's associated with that premise.
Correct. And there would have been a likelihood ratio statistic calculated and to go along with that.
Okay. Could you go to the next page? Similarly, with respect to 1.6, you found, again, Matthew Robinson on swap number 1.6, or a profile that indicated he was a possible contributor.
There was support for inclusion of Matthew Robinson.
Okay. And next page, actually go 2 page to page 7. You found support for inclusion of Lance Twigs on swabs of buttons of a Dremel tool, correct?
Correct.
And going back to what we were talking about before, if a person named Lance Twigs lived in that residence, came into contact with Tyler Robinson, and then touched a button on a Dremel tool, you'd expect Mr. Robinson and Mr. Twigs's DNA to be on there, right? Or you could.
It's reasonable to assume that anyone living in the household could have contributed to DNA on an object found in that household.
And similarly, you found profiles to suggest support for inclusion of Mr. Twigs on other areas of the Dremel tool, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, the last area I want to ask you about is you're familiar with something called NGS?
Yes.
What is NGS?
NGS stands for Next Generation Sequencing. It's a DNA technique that sequences your DNA. So it looks at the individual sequence of your DNA.
And is it true that in your field, that whole area of NGS is something that's at the forefront of everybody's attention? For instance, when you go to seminars and you look at the presentations, there's a lot of talk about NGS, right?
That's correct. Yes, it's a newer technique.
And is it being developed by ATF as a technique that's going to be used or has been used?
Not at this time, no.
And is there plans to do that?
Not at this time, no.
Okay. Do you know if
I believe there may be some laboratories in the United States that have it in use, but I wouldn't have direct knowledge of that.
now you used a program in this case called STR Mix, correct?
Correct.
And that's sold by a company in New Zealand, that software?
Correct.
Have they developed another program called STR Mix NGS?
I'm not aware of NGS software.
Could you go to 156, Oliver 156? Let me know when you're there. Are you aware that STR, the developers are selling a product called STR Mix NGS?
I was not aware, no.
Okay. Now, sequencing analysis is different than what you did in this case, correct?
Correct.
And how so?
As I said, sequencing is looking at the individual sequence, the individual bases that make up your DNA, as opposed to the testing that I'm performing, which is looking at length variations. So STR testing, which is the testing I perform, looks at areas of the DNA that are known to be highly variable between individuals. And there are areas where the DNA sequence repeats itself and over again. And depending on who you are as an individual, you may have a different number of repeats present at that location. So the testing we're performing is looking at those length variations. There's a distinction between, say, if you have 10 repeats versus 12 repeats.
But you're not looking within those lengths to see what the sequence of the DNA is.
Correct.
And that's what this new technology is designed to look at.
Correct.
And the reason it's designed to look at that is because it's been found that there are DNA areas that are different in sequence, even though they're the same length. Is that true?
I think the reason for developing NGS software is to add another tool to a forensic biologist tool belt.
Okay. Now, could you go to 154, please, for the witness only? You're familiar with this chart?
Yes.
Okay, this lists all the alleles that you found for all the testing in your 3 analysis, correct?
No, it looks like,
No, you were right, 154. Yeah, this is one. What's the exhibit on this? Okay. You're familiar with this chart, right?
I reviewed the first page of this chart. I have
Sure.
not reviewed the entire
Go to
thing.
the first page. This lists the alleles that you found, correct?
For the known samples, yes.
Okay, now go to the second page. And is it true that for the alleles of interest in this case, one of the alleles of interest is at the D3 location, allele 17?
One of the locations that we look at on the DNA strand is called D3. That's a location, yes.
Right, and in this case, the 17 allele is important because Mr. Robinson had a 17 allele, correct?
Correct.
And some of the evidence had a 17 allele
Correct.
at that location.
Correct.
So as I understand the way you do this, you look and compare whether those are the same number, basically.
I wouldn't state that's how we do our comparison. So it's not just number matching. We're using STRmix, the StarMix software, in order to perform an analysis of the software that looks at the possibilities for a DNA profile and make comparison to the knowns that way. We aren't using a chart and just doing number matching.
Yeah, and I wasn't suggesting you did, but you're looking at the alleles and measuring the peaks, and it's a fairly sophisticated process, correct?
Correct.
But the bottom.
So obviously he's going deep into this allele thing, talking about a bunch of DNA and everything. He's not really getting anywhere yet, and I'm still listening. But welcome Nissy Social. She's our special guest.
Hello, hello. I was listening earlier. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Sounds good.
I was listening earlier and people were guessing who your guest was going to be. Someone said Charlie Kirk, and I was like, oh no, it's hard to disappoint, guys. It's just me. It's not Baron. It's not Charlie. It's Nissy.
All right, and what we're gonna do is, I think they're gonna be doing lunch or something here pretty soon. So we'll keep this rolling, and then we'll be able to talk and do supers and all that.
Awesome. I'm just getting my side over here set up. This is my first time meeting you guys. Hello.
If you haven't followed Nissy before, it's Nissy Social. She has a good following on multiple platforms, but she's been covering the case, and she has a bunch of other like documentary style videos and stuff too that are awesome. So show her some love.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
I would invoke it.
I knew it, that I will leave for 30 seconds and Nissy will join. Hi.
Cassia, hello. But we're going to be talking tomorrow.
Exactly. Guys, tomorrow Nissy on my channel, by the way. So join us.
It's true, is it not, that at least 1, 2, 3, 5 of the locations of interest in this case, researchers have found that the alleles that you were looking at, these isoalleles, have different sequences but the same length.
Objection. Relevance. The witness has testified she does not do sequencing analysis here, and that's what the question is asking, is about sequencing analysis.
Counsel?
The point, though, is that her testing cannot distinguish between these isoalleles, and therefore it goes to the weight of the comparisons.
But if she didn't do that.
Yeah, that's the point, is that she didn't do it, and therefore she's not in a position to draw conclusions.
Mr. McBride?
That proffer is inaccurate, that she's not able to draw conclusions because she did not do NGS or sequencing analysis. She has testified that her lab and the analysis she did here is not sequencing analysis, it's something different. Whether or not she could do sequencing analysis is irrelevant to the analysis that she did do. If Mr. Burt wants to call an expert to say sequencing analysis is better or something like that, that's fine. But this expert does not do sequencing analysis. Therefore, the line of questioning that goes into sequencing analysis is irrelevant to her testimony.
Let me see if I could lay a further foundation.
All right, so I'm going to sustain the objection. And the question may be re-asked if counsel chooses.
When you do your analysis using length only, do you go by the rule that if any STR locus fails to match when comparing the genotypes between two or more samples, then the comparison of profiles between the question and reference sample is usually declared a non-match, regardless of how many other loci match?
No, it's not quite that simple. What you're speaking of is an exclusion, is that correct?
Yeah, right.
So it's possible for DNA evidence we spoke about, it's possible that DNA evidence be degraded. In a case like that, there may be the potential that some of the profile has what we call dropped out. So it's not present. In that case, we wouldn't expect necessarily to have a inclusion or exclusion at that location because there's no information present there. So it's not quite as simple as is every allele in this chart present in the evidence. There's more to it than that.
If you had a difference in sequence between a known and a question across many loci, would you exclude the person?
It
Once
depends
again,
on,
objection, Your Honor. We're going back into sequencing, which is not the analysis that was done in this case.
Mr. Burt.
Again, Your Honor, if there could be an exclusion based on this and the testing was not done, I think that is relevant.
But as it relates to this witness and her firsthand knowledge, I'm not seeing that tie-in as it relates to her.
All right, let me move on then.
So
This lawyer's struggling, man.
Well, you said that all the samples you looked at in that one report were mixtures, correct?
correct.
And the number you get in the likelihood ratio depends on how many contributors you estimate, right? The number is going to vary if you say I think it's a mixture of 2 people versus I think it's a mixture of 5 people.
It's not necessarily the number of contributors. The likelihood ratio speaks to the weight of the evidence. And so it's comparing known individuals to the unknown sample. It could be a low number and be a single source sample. It could be a high number and be a 4-person mixture. It's not necessarily directly correlated with the number of contributors.
Let me ask you if you agree with this. This is from the NIST mixture study. An likelihood ratio numeric value is not a measurement of a physical quantity. Do you agree with that?
Correct.
Rather, it is a ratio of probabilities in the opinion of the expert assessing the likelihood ratio and is dependent on the specific propositions used to formulate it and also on the individual making the assessment.
Correct. Yes, I agree.
And does the final likelihood ratio depend on the number of contributors you assume?
No, it does not.
It has no effect whatsoever.
It can have an effect. It's possible. It's possible multiple other factors could contribute to the likelihood ratio.
Is it somehow difficult to figure out how many contributors there are in a sample?
I guess I would say that I use my my training, education, and experience in order to determine the number of contributors present in a profile.
Well, I noticed throughout your report, you use the phrase, for instance, with regard to the 1.2 sample, the profile consistent with at least five contributors, at least one of which is male. And for 1.1, you say the profile is consistent with at least 4 contributors. I assume by the word at least, you're signaling that it could be more.
Correct.
And as the number of people to a mixture increases, the difficulty in sorting out that mixture increases as well, correct?
Correct.
I noticed in your standard operating procedure, there's some guidance on interpreting 3-person mixtures. Familiar with that, right?
Yes.
And it says, and correct me if I'm wrong, approximately 70% of 4-person mixtures present as 2 or 3-person mixtures based solely on number of alleles present.
It's possible for them to present. Yes.
Well, it doesn't say it's possible. It says, for example, approximately in all cases, assuming a mixture as a result of the combination of 3 people must be done with caution. For example, approximately 70% of 4-person mixtures present as 2 or 3-person mixtures based solely on number of alleles present.
You said you're referencing my SOP?
Yes.
Is it possible for me to take a look at it?
Sure.
Your Honor, I'm going to object at this point. The point that defense counsel is getting at is made in the last answer, which is the difficulty of sorting out mixtures increases as the number of contributors increases. That's all understood, but that has nothing to do with the probable cause determination. Even if it's difficult, the inferences and the evidence is weighed in the favor of the state, the court cannot weigh the difficulty in determining this evidence. Is it fair for a trier of fact at a jury? Sure it is. But we're now getting into weight issues that are relevant for a jury, but not for this court.
Well, he's implying this is going to be an extended discussion. I have one question which he wants to look at her manual to make sure it's in there. So, and then I'm done.
All right, I'll allow this question, so I'll
Thank you.
overrule the objection. She may review the material and
So could you bring
question
up
can be rephrased.
one exhibit, Oliver 148? This is your SOP document, correct?
Correct.
And then go to page 83. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
And so it's true, is it not, that approximately 70% of 4-person mixtures present as 2 or 3-person mixtures?
It's possible.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. We've been going for a bit, and depending on how much to cross, and trying to decide if a break is warranted or if, Mr. McBride, you wish your cross is limited. Again, not trying to say which way you should go. I'm just trying to weigh whether we should take a break.
Probably be 20 minutes.
All right, let's just keep going, and then at that point, we can take a break. Thank you, Mr. McBride.
Did he manage to do anything with this?
Not yet.
He's done this for 2 days, DNA stuff, and really hasn't made a point yet. So
Yeah, exactly. She's so over it. She's like, can I go?
Good morning.
Morning.
Is your lab accredited?
Yes, it is.
What does that mean?
So our laboratory goes through a voluntary accreditation process where a external third party comes in and audits our laboratory to a set of standards. Specifically, the ATF laboratory is accredited, and specifically the DNA section of the ATF laboratory is accredited to 2 sets of standards. One is an international set of standards called ISO 17025 for testing laboratories. And additionally, a DNA-specific set of standards put forth by the FBI.
Does the accreditation require that the methodologies you use be validated?
Yes.
The methodologies used in this case have been accepted by courts across the country, correct?
Correct.
Does the accreditation require that forensic biologists like yourself satisfy certain qualification standards?
Yes, we're required to perform competency testing prior to participating in casework. And additionally, we participate in twice a year proficiency testing.
And do you satisfy the competency and qualification standards required by accreditation?
Yes.
And at the time you did the testing in this case, did you satisfy those standards?
Yes.
Moving to your opinions, where on the firearm did you find evidentiary support for the inclusion of Tyler Robinson?
There were several locations. I'd have to refer to my report.
Okay, would you look at your report? And this is, it looks like report number or exhibit number 30. We can pull that up just for the witness.
So someone in the chat said that they managed, what they are getting at is that they didn't take samples from the agents, people who handled DNA and all those things, that there is no results for those things.
Thank you, Kimberly. We had it for a minute here. A minute ago. Okay, if we could go to page number 2, please. We just list off the areas of that firearm where there was support for evidentiary support for inclusion of Tyler Robinson.
The swabs of the stock and grips of rifle, the swabs of the butt plate of rifle, swabs of the trigger and trigger guard of rifle with possible ridge detail / smudging, the swabs of the bolt of the rifle with possible ridge detail / smudging, and the swabs of the forend of the rifle.
We go to page 3.
Swabs of the barrel of the rifle with possible ridge detail / smudging, the swabs of possible ridge detail / smudging on the optical accessory.
And page 4.
The swabs of the protected underside of the receiver of the rifle after disassembly, the swabs of one 30-06 cartridge case, the swabs of one 30-06 cartridge, and the swabs of one 30-06 cartridge.
I want to ask you about a couple of those conclusions. Let's look at page 5, please. And calculation number 3, exhibit 1.3, do you know where that swab was taken from?
I'd have to refer back to page 2.
Can we refer back to page 2, please, Kimberly? Thank you.
1.3 is the swabs of the trigger and trigger guard of the rifle.
All right, going back to page 5. And we've had some talk, some testimony from you and some questions for you about the likelihood ratios. What was your conclusion as to the likelihood ratio that you analyzed in this question, in calculation number 3?
For this exhibit, the DNA profile was at least 1 trillion times more likely if it originated from Tyler Robinson as the major component and 3 unknown unrelated individuals than if it originated from 4 unrelated individuals.
You say at least 1 trillion times more likely. So it could be a much higher number than 1 trillion. Is that accurate?
It's possible.
But the protocols in your laboratory say you cap that at the number 1 trillion. Is that right?
Correct. We would not report a number higher than 1 trillion.
And it looks like you also did a probability statistic as well in paragraph E. Is that right?
Correct. It's another way of stating the likelihood ratio statistic.
And will you state your findings you made here in paragraph E, and that's on page 6.
The probability of an unrelated individual in the population who has not contributed DNA to the sample yielding this level of support is less than 1 in a trillion.
And same question there. The trillion number, it could be far less than that, but you stop your calculations or the statistics at 1 trillion. Is that right?
Correct.
Let us move to page 7 with regard to statistical analysis calculation number 7. Now, do you remember what 1.3 or 1.13 and 2.1 are?
I'd have to refer back to page 3, I believe.
You could jump to page 3. Thank you, Kimberly.
Page 4, sorry.
Page 4.
The 1.13 is the swabs of the protected underside of the receiver of the rifle after disassembly. And 2.1 is the swabs of one 30-06 cartridge case.
Now, did you do the swabs themselves?
I did not.
And 2.1 is a cartridge case, is that right?
Correct.
And what's the difference between a cartridge case and a cartridge?
The cartridge is unfired, cartridge case has been fired.
Right. Let's jump back to page 7. And what was your conclusion with regard to, well, first of all, why do you group these two together, exhibits 1.13 and 2.1 in your conclusions here?
They were both mixtures of two individuals, and they both yielded a likelihood ratio of the same magnitude, so they can be grouped together.
Okay. It's not that they were tested together?
Correct.
It's just that the results were of the same magnitude, so they were reported together. Is that right?
Correct.
All right. What was your conclusion as it relates to both of these as to the likelihood ratio?
The DNA profiles are at least 1 trillion times more likely if they originated from Tyler Robinson as the major contributor and an unknown unrelated individual than if they originated from 2 unknown unrelated individuals.
And did you make a conclusion here as well about the a probability statistic?
Yes, so the probability of an unrelated individual in the population who has not contributed DNA to these samples yielding this level of support, so meaning yielding this likelihood ratio, is less than 1 in a trillion.
Nothing else.
Mr. Burt.
The 1.3 sample is described as swabs of trigger and trigger guard, right?
Correct.
You didn't do the swabs, but am I correct that you have no way of knowing which part was from the trigger and which part was from the trigger guard?
Correct. So they were swabbed together, so I wouldn't be able to say where the DNA came from.
And that's one of the samples that was degraded, correct?
There were signs of degradation present in that sample, yes.
And you said with regard to that sample, that that was a sample consistent with at least 4 contributors, right?
Correct.
And did what you term the major profile have the largest amount of degradation in that sample?
There was, yes.
And you can't tell us anything about when the DNA was deposited on the trigger guard or the trigger, correct?
Correct.
You can't tell us anything about whether, when you say it's at least 4, it could be 5, 6, or 7 people with DNA on that trigger or trigger guard, correct?
Correct, which is why we have the major contributor that is suitable for comparison, and the minor contributor is not suitable for comparison due to that complexity.
And again, major, minor just has to do with the levels of DNA you were seeing. It has nothing to do with someone being engaged in activity that is major in relation to the minor contributor.
Yes, so the major contributor is the majority of the DNA contributed to that sample.
Okay. And some of these samples, you have major contributors of more than one person, right?
Correct.
So for sample 1.1, swabs of stock, you have 2 major profiles, and there are at least 4 contributors on that sample, right?
Can I refer to my report?
Sure. It's exhibit 30. Plaintiff's 30. Right?
He's making good points, but come on, man.
You said
I
exhibit.
don't think DNA is the
Yes.
way to go for them, to be honest.
Yes, it was a mixture of 4 individuals. There were 2 major contributors.
Okay.
I mean, this is interesting. 4 different people's DNA on the rifle.
And again,
Definitely relevant.
all these samples, no way of knowing when or how the DNA got on those samples, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, so I mean, the fact that it could be any of these 4 or 5 different people or more, right? He said it could be more people too. And the only reason they can isolate him is because he's assumed to be the major. So they
Yep.
test it that way.
Yep.
So it's biased.
It's called a random match probability statistic. Or is that something else?
It itself is not a random match probability statistic. It is a way to represent the likelihood ratio similar to a random match probability.
But it's still a likelihood ratio computation, right?
Correct. It's based off the likelihood ratio
And
computation.
it's still subject to all the limitations we've talked about.
Correct.
Can't attribute it to any person. Can't state it's infallible. Can't state there's a zero error rate. And you can't state that it is a source connected with any one person, correct?
Right. So part of not being able to state source attribution is the reason we report the likelihood ratio statistic. It speaks to the weight of the evidence. And so yes, we can't do a source attribution, and we report that statistic and address that uncertainty that way.
And address the uncertainty along with the other limitations we talked about.
Correct.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Anything further for this witness?
We're going to have a break now.
All right. May this witness be excused. All right. Thank you, ma'am. You may step down. Anything further from defense?
No, we have no further witnesses.
All right. Returning to prosecution, anything further?
No, Judge, we have no rebuttal evidence to present at this hearing. The state has no rebuttal evidence to present at this hearing. However, before we break, there is the matter that was discussed yesterday with respect to publishing
Kirk.
in the courtroom Exhibit 12.1, so that the victim's family can observe that.
Thank you. All right. Do the parties wish to be heard as it relates to this briefly, and then the court will issue its ruling? And
Your Honor, I actually just want to make a quick record. We have advised Mr. Robinson of his right to testify at this hearing, and he is choosing to take our advice and not testify.
Oh, okay. I was going to say
I was like,
I note that he's not in the
that would have been wild.
All right. In regards to
why are they showing him?
outstanding issue about the
They can show him.
publication of state's exhibit
Not Erica, right?
to the court.
They've shown her
to persons
in the courtroom.
Accidentally, I think.
Yeah, she made sure to
Yeah.
walk right in front of the camera to show that she was crying to everyone. But yeah.
Jeff and I, on behalf of the victim, my understanding is you ruled yesterday that you were going to play it, that you did grant our request. So I don't know if we.
Thank you.
He won't even respond to that lawyer anymore.
He's just like,
Judge, I might simply add, given the court's ruling this morning with respect to displaying exhibits, we may want to make a record with the live streaming folks here that it's not going to be published.
Thank you. All right. Nothing further from any of the parties? Okay. Just updating some notes. All right. The court wishes to readdress yesterday's ruling in light of this morning's sanction as it relates to Exhibit 16. The court separately addressed that incident and imposed a sanction on the record. Having considered all applicable public access, fair trial, privacy, and victims' rights interests, the court adheres to its prior ruling. The court finds that temporarily limiting live stream to audio only while Exhibit 12.1 is displayed is necessary to prevent the inadvertent publication of the exhibit from being transmitted to outside the courtroom, and no broader and is taking the least restrictive means to accomplish what is being requested. Accordingly, Exhibit 12.1 may be viewed by all persons physically present in the courtroom, including victim representative Ms. Kirk in her capacity as the victim representative. The same in-court viewing rules applies to all parties and courtroom attendees. And That is the ruling of the court. Let's go ahead and proceed to that, to the
Hmm,
state. So
interesting.
could the camera operator let me know when we're switched to an audio only? We are? Okay. All right. And as it's switched to audio only, to the state, now my understanding there's no audio on this surveillance on 12.1. Is that correct? All right.
You just said it was
Which one
surveillance.
are they?
Play that.
We don't know. They're not going to show us.
But he said surveillance.
I'm going to
Something.
rule that this also applies to the still photographer. It cannot be captured the screen in any way. I noted video recording, but I intend as well as no still capture of any of the monitors during the publication of 12.1. All right. And to the state, just let me know if you're ready. Let's go ahead and play it now.
So I believe what they're showing is the zoomed in footage of Tyler on the roof. Which
that's important.
Doesn't sound, yeah, it doesn't sound like there's much there though, because I mean we've
It's gonna
seen
be blurry, no?
Yeah, we've seen
So
the
that-
zoomed in footage when he's running away off the building, like how terrible it is. It's not going to be much better if you backtrack it a little bit before that. So yeah, we'll see.
Is it that same camera angle that we've all seen?
Yep, that's all they got.
They're
Is
just
that one
a
big
little
shot
dot.
at the roof that where we can't see
little
anything.
dot
Yeah,
in-
that's all they have of him on the roof apparently. So
Yeah.
that's just the zoomed in version of that, which we've all seen that 100 times. You can't see. You can see a little black figure, a little
Yeah.
black stick figure, man. But that's it.
What evidentiary value is there in playing a zoomed in version of that grainy video for the court?
Well, all they
Maybe-
have is the sequence that they see him arriving and walking this way, and then. But again, it's a figure, and they're just assuming it's Tyler, right?
Well, they're saying it is.
Saying, yeah.
They're stating, yes, you're right.
I
just
think
remember from.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
I was going to say, I just remember from yesterday what this is. This is specifically the first evidence they tried to submit that had the zoom in with the circle that drew around it and all that stuff. So this
Yeah.
is the edited version of the video, like the
Yeah.
TikTok version, I call it.
Yep.
People asking in chat. Well, first of all, everyone hit that like, subscribe to everybody that's on the panel, show them some love. Secondly, someone asked, they said, is this Sabby Sabs? No, this is Nissy. This is Nissy Social. They
Not
said,
all black people look alike, guys.
they said Sabby Sabs has bangs. That's what it
Is
says.
it Candace?
Hey, well, in fairness,
I'm
Missy-
Candace Owens.
In
Yeah,
fairness,
Candace on the-
Missy,
on the panel.
one of our biggest arguments for Tyler right now is that all white people look alike. So,
Yep.
Well,
based
obviously.
off,
I
This is
can't
like
even
Go
tell
said
the
that.
difference between Tyler and Lance. I don't know which one. And I thought one of them was supposed to be a girl.
he was, but he's not. I guess that narrative apparently wasn't the real narrative.
Only at nighttime, I guess.
His voice. His voice is stuck in my head.
It's creepy,
Okay,
man.
Think of
It's
every
creepy.
psychotic serial killer in a movie. I don't know. It's hard to shake. And that blank stare, no emotion.
Did you guys? There's reports on it now. The group chat's talking about. Did you hear about what Erica did last night and at the
No.
end of the trial?
What'd she do?
Nope.
So apparently she was crying and had tissues, refused to wipe her face so she could get like the mascara running. And at the end of the trial, she stood and waited while everyone left and just stared at the judge. And she was the last person to leave the courtroom.
reported
As
that?
she stood there with mascara running down her face, just glaring at the judge. There's a bunch of reports coming out about it right now. People in the courtroom.
I mean, Brandy and all them are in the courtroom, so they probably saw it.
You want to talk about dramatic? Yeah.
That's something she would do.
I'm not kidding. There's a bunch of reports about it. We're getting in the group chat.
And like we said, if that judge doesn't conform, he's going to have some problems.
It says sources from the courtroom yesterday said when court adjourned, Erica Kirk made it a point to be the last one to leave. She stood up staring at the judge with mascara running. Can't say for how long, but I'm told to appear though she was making an impression on the judge. Erica has gone viral multiple times for her signature tissues, but yesterday she made it a point to let her mascara run all the way down her face and refused to wipe it away. So yeah, that sounds pretty performative, but
Well, that woman from 2 days ago should have returned the favor and handed her a tissue. You see these articles? Must articles.
That's a really long clip.
Sheridan's there today.
How wasn't that
Did you guys
funny?
hear that?
Oh, thank you.
Am I
Yes.
going crazy?
What were you saying, Misty?
What the hell was
Was
that?
Stacey Sheridan there today?
I think she's there every day. Yep. And we had who was it? Trump Jr. was there the first 2 days. Posobiec is there. Tatum's there. Who else?
My
There's more.
favorite about sorry,
Graham
go ahead.
Allen.
Oh, Graham, of course, is there. Old Fed Graham. My favorite with Tatum is he's there faking interviews as if people are walking up to him, but he's actually just got like probably a buddy there, like walking up to him with the camera. And second thing I love about it, he's there to support Erica Kirk and TPUSA, but friendly reminder, they didn't even invite him to the memorial. That giant memorial where everyone in the world was invited, they made it a big point not to invite him specifically, but he's inserted himself as a friend of the family now.
Friend of the channel.
Guess we could do some super chats while we're sitting here waiting. I've got it
Yes.
figured out. Yeah, I've got a second. I had to go to a different browser. Couldn't use Chrome. Matt nuked the stream, guys. So all that time I was trying to figure out how to become a producer on Matt's stream so that I can show you the super chats. I can't tell. I'm assuming there still works the same way. Does this look like yours or mine, Matt, on your screen?
Looks like mine.
Okay, so they're backwards, I think, right now for me.
So is this yours then or mine?
I don't know. You tell me. I'm in a different weird producer browser right now. Does it show it as yours or does it show it as mine? Does it got a little chain link on it?
There's no chain link.
Okay, so
I
these
don't
are
even know
yours.
what you're showing right now.
Oh, can you not see it?
Yes, I see. I
Yeah,
found
the
it.
super chats.
had
Matt,
to
when
scroll.
he closed the browser out, nuked all his super chats, so he didn't have any more super chats, and he's the
Well,
only one that could
not
bring
all
them
of
up.
them. Not all the
So-
super chats. Just the
so
ones before it happened. Yeah.
I had to become a producer of a show to be able to where I can pull them up now.
You have all the power.
So we should be good now. So this is yours, Matt, right?
All right. Jennifer Buscemi, thanks for the super. Someone mentioned that TR is left-handed. If true, this would prone position be set up different than what was found on the roof. Someone actually said he was right-handed. I think it was Ali Topfile said he was right-handed, so I'm not sure on that one.
It's also not guaranteed. I know a lot of people that may be right or left-handed that don't shoot or right or left-handed. You shoot based off of your dominant eye typically, or you're supposed to, not based off of which hand you are. So keep that in mind.
Are these all still mine that way?
They're somebody's. I'm assuming not mine.
You skipped mine.
Uh,
Mr. Producer.
is it this one? I'm going. This is all the. These are straight down the line now. So maybe.
Maybe they got mixed up. It's fine.
Okay. What about what's yours say? What's the name on yours?
It says Deb De Curtis. It's a yellow one.
Let me look over here.
I'm-
Sorry, guys. We're trying to figure this out. Let me see.
It's
It
his
might
first
be
day
that
on the job, guys.
we've definitely never done this before. The way we're trying to figure it out. So Deb, the 7:58 a.m. I'm working two different browsers here. 7:58.
Oh, you know what it is? You're seeing the same ones I'm seeing. You're seeing the ones since it happened. That's what's going on because I see the same thing you do, but I don't see anything before that.
And I
Okay.
see all of them.
Yeah. So okay. Well, this isn't going to work, I guess. Because I see Deb here.
Yeah, we'll start from what we have, and then we can go back to the larger ones afterwards and just read them directly from your own list.
We could also, yeah, we could do that. I was going to say what we also could do is just share my actual screen and then just look off the super chats that way. But all right, I guess this isn't going to work. This is weird because the timestamps like 7:58 a.m. But yeah, it's not there.
I think they might be back.
All right, we'll figure it out here in a sec. Sorry, guys.
Josh Chaplin. I noticed a small detail yesterday that stood out. The ATF report on the bullet fragments was dated 9/11/25. The autopsy was not completed at that time. Interesting.
All right, I'm just gonna let you do it from where you're at, Matt, and we'll figure it out after that.
Okay. Aussie for Aussies. Thanks for the super and being a channel member. And Lance, lead actor in Bad Boy Bubby. Bad Boy Bubby.
I don't think you lost that many, Matt. I think you missed like 6.
Okay.
Yeah. Is the next one on yours from Michelle?
Nope. Jennifer.
Jennifer. So you randomly lost just intermittent ones through the timeline.
Yeah, I think the API skipped out during that time period.
All right, sorry guys. We'll have to Matt load this whole thing. That we're gonna
We'll make it work. My browser crashed, so I didn't do it on purpose. The browser crashed when I came back in. The ones previous, and it's not like they're gone. They're in each of our YouTube studios.
We can see them. We just can't pull them up. We'll come back to them. We'll come back to them.
Oh, we're back live.
Transmission may resume. Just let me know when that is live. All right, thank you. Does either party need the benefit of the record?
The state does not, Judge.
No, Your Honor.
All right. So this preliminary hearing is continued to September 1st at 10 a.m. for an in-person hearing. The court will allocate up to 4 hours total for argument. That's encompassing both parties. Does the defense request that Mr. Robinson be physically present for that hearing?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, we'll make the recording. Thank you. The court appreciates the professionalism, civility, and respect shown by counsel, the parties, and all persons in attendance throughout these proceedings. As there are no further matters before the court, this proceeding is adjourned until September 1st at 10 a.m. Good afternoon.
That's it, huh?
They meant it when they said it would be quick.
There you go.
Seems like they could have just done the 4-hour hearing they were going to do on September 1st. Seems like they could have just done it today.
Yeah.
They had time for it.
So did anything come out of today?
No.
Was it scheduled to be a full day today originally?
Well, yesterday they both agreed that it wouldn't go till like 5 p.m. their time. It would be like shorter, but this is a lot shorter. We were expecting like at least another couple hours.
Yeah, that's it. That's the prosecution's case. We saw all their evidence.
I saw a post on X where someone compared the security footage from Dairy Queen to everything that we've seen. It's like everything of Tyler Robinson from UVU is blurry, but like Dairy Queen has like top-notch footage. Like everyone else on the planet has like decent quality cameras in front of their homes and in their cars and everything. But UVU, everything is potatoes.
Even though their cameras are all brand new. They're all brand new, I guess, as of like the last year. So pretty weird. I don't know. What's everybody think about the overall trial and the evidence and the prosecution's case?
I think Officer Bagley is very interesting. Like you got an epiphany. So you see this pistol holder on the ground and you get an epiphany. Oh no, that couldn't have been, like a handgun. That must have been a rifle. And he zeroes in on the one roof that like if you're just standing there in that space, there's so many options. There are so many options. He zeroes in on the Losi Center. And the first time he was speaking, he didn't even mention that there was someone with him that went to the Losi Center building. It wasn't until the defense did their cross that came out. And he's like, well, I don't know who that person was. They're just someone in plain clothes and they presented a badge. So I let them come with me. In light of everything that's going on, that was okay to you?
Well, at first he said, I don't know. He had a gun. And then she said, well, who was it? And he said, I don't know. He had a badge. It's like, oh, okay. In the middle of an active shooting event, you see it with a guy with a gun and your first instinct is like, hey, bro, let's head up to the roof. You know,
It was able to the roof.
and
That
then my
specific
body
roof,
camera,
that was.
my body camera foot just accidentally turns off the second I get to the top of the roof.
But not
Yeah,
only
it-
this, he was with another person, guys. And then they ask him, okay, who was the other person? I don't know. I don't know who that was.
The
He
guy
had a
with the
badge.
gun.
Like you don't, yeah, you don't ask.
What I would like to know, I hope we get to see the body cam footage, because he had been at work for like an hour, 44 minutes. And correct me if I'm wrong, isn't the body cam footage only 27 minutes?
Yes.
So when did you turn it on?
He said he turned it. I don't know if he said when he turned it on. I know he said when it turned off, and that was right
Yeah.
before he stepped out onto the roof. It died.
So Nate, what's
But
standard
he was-
procedure? Is it supposed to be started
Yeah.
the second they start their shift, or is it just per incident?
Typically, well, it depends on what they're doing, right? If you're a traffic cop, it's going to be, you're going to turn it on before you get out of your car and go, do what you're going to do. Same thing if you're, responding to a scene, you're going to turn it on before you respond to the scene. So technically, did he need it on while he's just like standing there observing things, not talking to people? Maybe not. But I mean, body camera footage, the body cameras are designed to last their entire shifts, 12, 14-hour shifts,
Yes.
right? So the idea that his camera died, at most, to what Nissy said, like an hour and 20 minutes into it, at most, not a thing, right? It's just, unless he just didn't recharge it and like just ignored the fact that it beeps at you and tells you it's going to die, and was like, well. I know in Oregon, right? Because I train SWAT teams and sheriff's departments here. Like, you get fired for that. If you just accidentally didn't turn your body camera on and that goes to court, everything gets thrown out. Like, you're hosed. So, but of course, it's par for the Charlie Kirk case here, where something weird has to happen, right? It can't just be normal.
I want to know who Tyler Robinson was speaking to. He spoke to a TPUSA staff member. Who's that?
If you look on X,
right?
Yeah.
And we have all of this grainy footage. That person should be able to testify and say, yeah, that was the guy I spoke to. That's the guy that was wearing the red shirt, the gray hat. Why aren't they there? Why aren't we hearing from them?
Blake Neff says he knows who it is, but he's not
He
going to
needs to tell
tell you
us.
because they didn't do anything wrong.
And it might be true because look, if we play devil's advocate, right? If Taylor was like scouting the area, he might have approached someone who was setting up for the event from TPUSA, one of the team members, and be like, okay, what time Charlie will be arriving approximately, so he could plan his day out, right? So it could have been innocent, nothing nefarious. I mean, very nefarious from his side, but not from TPUSA's side.
Sure.
But the fact that they use the word meat, this is chocolate theory, okay, guys? Because they could have said he approached someone from the staff members, but he said he met someone. So that gives me a bit of a pause here.
Yeah.
Yeah, and just to respond to what you were saying, Cassia, it was advertised what time the thing was going to start. Like, they had it on their social media, on Facebook, they had it on Instagram. It's going to be at the UVU courtyard at 12
Good
o'clock.
point, yeah.
So he would have known where and when this event was happening. So you don't need to ask someone specifically from TPUSA what time it's going to start. And I think that's actually pretty arrogant if you know that you're going to be doing what you're going to do, to actually go to a staff member and ask them a question. I want to know who he spoke to.
Well, he obviously,
Yeah.
to your point, Ness, he obviously knew the schedule because he drove from 3.5 hours away, and he knew how early he had to leave at 4 a.m. So he knew when the event was going to be. He knew when Charlie Kirk was presenting, obviously. So it's not like he showed up and was like, where's this going to be? What time is this thing at? Like, he knew that ahead of time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There was a CNN report that 2 weeks before this event at UVU, someone was seen like hopping over the railing and standing in that area on the Losi Center building. And I think there was a student and a professor who were like, are you okay? Like, what's going on? And the person didn't respond. And I want to know if that's going to come up at the trial, and if they were able to look at the cameras and see who that person may have been.
I mean, they could also very, very easily check Tyler's metadata. If he took his phone a week earlier and drove down to UVU, they would know that as well.
You know, guys, what I noticed as well on the spaces, on X spaces with Blake, when he was answering questions, there was something interesting as well. When they asked him, did you have 2 phones on the day? And he said, you know, defensively, he was, no, I didn't. I don't know if you remember, and there is a clip of it from one of the early shows, Charlie Kirk shows after the September 10th. And he was saying, I called my mom on my other phone. I will quote it. I will find this clip. He said it. And that's why they were asking him on X Spaces, did you have 2 phones on that day? And he said no. But he explicitly said, I called my mom. I think it was called my mom or someone, and on my other phone. So that's interesting to me as well.
Why deny having another phone? Like if you
I don't know.
You work at this high professional job, it's actually very common to have a work phone and a personal phone. So like no one would think that's inherently weird.
Yes, exactly. It wasn't weird when they were saying that about Mikey as well. Oh, he had 2 phones. They were carrying 2 phones. I'm like, yeah, okay. If you ever worked in corporate job, yes, you have a work phone. It's normal. You have 2 phones. You have 3 phones, especially if you're in social media, in marketing. Yeah, you're going to have all these apps and chats and stuff. So yeah, it's normal. I don't know why it would be denied. And that's why it stuck with me. What else stuck with me from that conversation? When he said he stayed in Orem overnight.
He's like, I don't know where I was. I got off the plane and I don't know where I was.
Yeah,
exactly. But he stayed in Orem overnight, and then he said he was at the hotel, and they asked him if he left the hotel, and he was like,
maybe
I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I don't know. Yeah, like
yeah.
Maybe I would get hungry probably. And we're like, you would know.
Isn't this
Weird stuff.
isn't this though just the pattern with TPUSA is lying about trivial things that don't matter and then getting caught? There's dozens of examples of this, right? Like, for example, the thing about you knew one of your representatives talked to Tyler Robinson. You just omitted that, or Andrew Colvett multiple times with the surgeons, the steel neck surgeon story, which we now know is completely made up. That never happened. Like, why did you lie about that? Like, we could go down the line. Charlie's text messages. You all said, right? This never happened. Candace Owens puts them on the screen and goes, here they are. And then you go, well, yeah, actually this did happen. But you keep lying about all these trivial things that don't matter over and over and over and over again. And we're supposed to not find that suspicious. Like, these aren't, again, they're not things they needed to lie about.
Yeah. Exactly. You don't need to lie about those things. That's why it looks weird.
But lying about those things puts attention on it so that they focus on that instead of the other stuff.
True.
Kind of a good strategy.
Yeah.
I still want Erica to answer for the whole Charles Barkley thing. Erica claims that Charles Barkley coached her when she was 5 years old while he was playing at top levels in the NBA. I need her to answer to that. I need her to answer to that.
I've never heard that.
I did a video on it, and I made a joke about how she lies with her whole chest. And after I said that, they started accusing Candace of lying with her whole chest. I'm like, oh, you guys watch my video.
I've noticed that too. Yes, they do watch our videos. Believe me, they do.
100%.
Because when I did a video about Erica's parents and I questioned it, and that was like around the same time that Candace did. So like, yeah. And then she did the interview, the education event. And she's like, oh yeah, we went to Chicago. The kids played baseball in the backyard of in-laws. It was so sweet, you know.
Yeah, she was. They watch it and make notes. I'm like, okay, Erica, you have to go respond to this. You have to address this. This is what people are saying. 1000% they're watching.
Look, the point. Okay, so today, what I said to my husband as well, I'm like, 2 things could be true at the same time. All right. We could dislike Erica. She could be shady. There could be things in her life and in her professional life now that she could be doing wrong, nefarious things, whatever. But still, she didn't necessarily do anything to her husband, right? Like,
for sure. Maybe
the stuff that we're discovering is just fraud or, and I'm not accusing. I'm just saying that maybe the things we're discovering about her is just we don't like her, or she actually did something wrong, but it had nothing to do with Charlie. Maybe they did those things wrong together. Maybe they, like, it could be a million things not related to 10th of September. However, some things seem to be connecting. So that's why we're here.
Allegedly.
Allegedly. Seem.
I always
said.
tell people all the time, I mean, as Green Berets, we're like very deep into psychological operations and different stuff like that. I tell people all the time, if you're looking at an event like this, false flags, all this stuff, watch people's behavior after the event. And that can typically tell you a lot. And when you see right after this event, the mainstream media, TPUSA, Erica Kirk, everybody involved, all the MAGA influencer talking heads all have the exact same script, right? And you have to do exactly this. After any big event like this, the White House Correspondents' Dinner, what happened? Like that happens immediately. Like, I don't know, I showed it on my stream the next day, like 50 MAGA influencers had the exact same Twitter post about, we have to build the ballroom. We have to build the ballroom. And it's like, that's a false flag. And here's why. Because the script went out 8 minutes after the event and 50 different MAGA influencers all said the exact same thing. Like, watch people's behavior after. And what I mean by that with Erica is like, that doesn't necessarily mean she's involved or she did this, but we've watched her behavior afterwards and it is not normal. And it's funny, women, you guys are so much faster to pick that up than I think we did. I told this before, the day it happened, or you may guys remember the first time Erica did her, thing on the Charlie Kirk show in the white.
And the white, all white.
Her very first one, because I was super shaken by the whole event, right? Like, unfortunately, it triggers a lot of PTSD and trauma for me, seeing people get shot in the face, given my background. But I was super upset by it. And I remember watching it and actually being very emotional watching it. And my wife was like, nah, something's wrong with her. That's fucking fake. And I was
Your
like,
wife's a smart woman.
yeah, but I was like, wait, what? And she was like, oh yeah, there's something fucking weird about her. And I was like, wow, you guys are looking back on it. That was before I was, on the train we're on now. But looking back on it, I'm like, wow, you guys picked that up way faster than some of us guys did.
I will continue to belabor the point. Who wears all white to memorialize anybody? That's disrespectful. That you never like that. As soon as I saw her wearing all white, I was like, oh, it's one of those things. Okay.
Yeah.
And then she
I
did it
did.
again.
Somebody
Her stylist.
Somebody just said Nate. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, you go.
I was going to say, somebody in chat just said, Nate actually defended Erica for a long time. I did for like 2 months. And then eventually, but like she wore me down, right? Where eventually I just threw up my hands and I'm like, no, this is fucking weird. You know what I mean? And I was a supporter at first. And she just grinded me down with the bizarreness and the fake tears and the fireworks. And it was just like, oh, after like a month, I was like, okay, I'm out. No, I'm out.
Nate, what did she do? What was the turning point?
I think so. The memorial was like the first one where I was like, whoa. Like the walking out to fireworks and the theatrics. And I was like, and selling merch and having the tent set up to do the photo booths with people. That's when I was like, the step back. And then the next couple interviews, just the over dramatic, like Fox News interviews and I think it was the one about Candace, the stop. No, don't. And like that's when I was fine, like with the staring and the crazy eyes that's when I was like, nah, dude, I'm out. Like this is not a normal human being right here. But my point with that is like, some of us weren't like I'm not an anti-TPUSA guy. I wasn't like the second it happened, like, yeah, I'm glad. And like, Erica is this, like, I was like most people, like, this is horrible. And it was TPUSA that ground me down into me realizing, oh, these people are fucking parasites and leeches. Like, you showed me that, like TPUSA, Erica Kirk, you showed me that. I didn't just like feel that way beforehand,
And the thing is, the war against Candace now, they blame her for starting this movement against Erica, against TPUSA. She was actually the last one to catch on.
She was.
Onto that.
She didn't say anything negative about Erica for months.
Yeah.
I was
one of the first ones.
Someone just said in chat, Nate, they said they unsubscribed from you and me at first when we were defending Erica up front.
I'm like, for me also, here's another one. Like, I have been to way more funerals than I'd like. And I have a lot of my close friends, their wives are widows right now. Some of my former teammates, their wives are widows right now. Gets me emotional just talking about it. So I'm very well aware of how widows act after traumatic events when their husbands are shot in the face. That was another one to where when I watched her behavior, I was like, No widow I've ever seen has acted that way in the same type of situation. It's like, so that was another big one for me where I was like, this is not normal behavior.
But you know what she said in her most recent podcast, right? Of Bible in 365. She said that she's aware that people don't understand how she grieves. And it is because they don't believe in God enough. Like she is so, she believes in God.
Whoa.
She's so connected with her faith that it's okay. They don't understand it and they won't, because they would need to be on her level. I'm paraphrasing, of course, but this was essentially what she said. Yeah.
The audacity.
Erica,
yeah, it's obnoxious.
Like, I've read news stories where something tragic happened to someone and they died, and like I cried. Like someone, I didn't even know who they were 2 minutes before I read the article, and like I got an emotional reaction. This is the love of your life, the love of your, and you're like backstage, like a pig in mud, smiling with the president. That snuggling up to him on stage.
This hug.
The tent.
Oh my God, Nisi, the hug with Trump on the memorial is haunting me. You don't understand. When I remember how she like held on to him, he was like trying to leave. She still held on because she wanted that amazing picture. How she's hugging him. So she said, "Wait, let them get the shot. Stay."
And then how she hugged Baby Vance, just caressing his hair.
Oh, yeah.
Well, again, it could be that she's just inappropriate, or she's like, she likes the spotlight. It could be it, but there is more. I don't know.
It looks like most of you don't think they have enough evidence for probable cause to go to official trial. So we'll see what happens on September 1st. Make sure you guys hit that like, subscribe to all the different channels. Obviously, we're going to be live for the trial and everything that comes up. I will be live September 1st. And depending on if people have availability, they may be able to join or not. That should be quick. Typically, it's like 20, 30 minutes. And he says, like, we're going or we're not going. And other than that, I guess we could start hitting supers.
Yeah.
All right.
So
let me do that real quick. And I think...
Oh, quick PSA, guys, before we do this, before people take off. I will be... Let me shout out my own stuff. I'll be back live at 4 p.m. Pacific with the Necessary Conversation podcast. I don't know if you guys have seen their show. It's incredible. So make sure you guys come by and watch that. It'll be very, very good, right? So 4 p.m. Pacific. Make sure you come back.
Necessary Conversation.
Yeah, so the really cool show. What they have, I don't know, you may have seen it. They've got really big kind of viral clips, but it's a son and a daughter, and they're I would say they're probably liberal. And they're two hardcore MAGA parents, and they sit down and debate politics and stuff like that. So it's very, very spicy, right? So if you're the type of family like I have, where the kids are, I'm moderate independent, but the kids are not MAGA, and you have MAGA parents, yeah, they have a great show. A huge Instagram channel, but yeah, their mom is very, very interesting because she's kind of like floating in the middle now. She's like moving away from it as everything's getting crazier. As the dad, though, is like the red hat, the full bore. So anyway, we'll be live at 4 p.m. Pacific. Should be a really cool show, guys. Anyway, let's go. Oh, what's my channel? Valhalla space VFT. And feel free to shout your guys' stuff out too while we're doing this.
Okay, I'm gonna shout out me and Nisi because we're going live tomorrow on my channel.
There you go.
Is it? We said 1:30 Central Time, right? 1:30 p.m. Central Daytime.
Yeah, I believe so. Well,
Yes,
I'm in the
okay.
Eastern, so yeah.
Oh, you're lucky.
So like 12 for me, I believe, or 2.
Yes. So we'll be discussing, of course, who Nisi is, but generally how we got into the case, what we think, our discoveries, our own investigation. So it should be fun. It was the most requested collab, by the way. Yes, but we need to use codes we need to say Brigida.
Yeah, you got to be careful with that story.
Yes.
Also,
yes,
to my audience, guys, make sure you support the other guests, right? We still got 10,000 people in here on my end. So make sure you guys go subscribe to Cassia and Nisi and support them as well, because they're doing really good work too.
And also, I know we were kind of having this back and forth about who was the most attractive person on the panel. And some of you thought it was Baze, some thought it was me or Nate or whoever. I think that the girls just wiped us out.
Yeah,
So
we're
we
not.
can
Yeah,
say
we're
Cassie and Misty
we're on,
killed it.
me and Matt are at the bottom of the barrel.
It's
of this
makeup
panel.
and coffee, guys. It's makeup and coffee. That's all.
No amount of
Recommended.
makeup.
No, don't
is
tell
gonna
your
change how I
secrets,
look.
Cassie. You never tell your secrets.
All right. Yeah, we could do supers now. Thank you all
Let me
so
get
much
this
for
pulled up.
sticking with us too.
All right, so we're going off the ones that are showing in StreamYard. And is everyone ready?
It's going to be hard for me to. Well, we'll do it here to keep up, but because I've got all the
Okay.
ones you don't have.
Yeah.
Which timestamp are you starting from?
You might
Under
not have.
papers.
Well, you maybe
I
you
can
do. I don't know if it
see.
shows you
I
them.
can see the first one I
I
see.
see
was
all
from
of them.
10:35 a.m.
Oh, okay, so Matt's the only person that doesn't have all of them.
Womp womp.
Okay. Let's see, Hunter. Why can't I not?
Actually, hold on.
Oh yeah, that actually skip past a ton of them.
Would that work?
What's that?
You know what? I'm actually hesitant to like leave and come back because then I might
do
lose
it.
the ones I
Not
have
worth
right
it.
now.
Don't do it.
Yeah. Look, how about we just go from where I'm at? How about we just do that, and then we can go back.
Yeah.
Okay. You want to say hi to everybody? You look crazy.
Is that your wife? The one that didn't like Erica?
No, come here. Hold on.
That's the
Well,
rodeo.
I was
cowgirl.
just talking about you. You look great. Come on, get over here. I was just telling. So we got two ladies on the panel today. This is my wife, Brittany.
She's
I was just telling them.
beautiful.
Yeah, she is. I know. She was way too good looking for me. But I was just telling them about like how women picked up on Erica Kirk's bullshit way faster. Because remember, like the day it happened, how like emotional and distraught I was watching Erica Kirk's video and
cringing watching it.
see, and she looked over me and was like, "Nah, something's wrong with this bitch." And I was emotional and falling apart. So I was telling how funny it is that the ladies picked up on her way faster.
Well, they know how to read other women.
Yeah.
Yep.
Someone's asking about channel links. Do you each want to put in chat? Do you want to put your channel links down in chat?
Sure, we can do that.
That might be easiest.
Where at in the regular chat?
Actually, or I can just do this. Let's just do this real quick. All right, so Valhalla right there at Valhalla VFT. And then we have Trigger Smart. It's at Trigger Smart everywhere except for a few places. It's Trigger Smart HQ. We have Cassia with Daily Fredo. It's at Daily Fredo. Fredo. And Fredo. It's a Fredo da Vinci. And then
Oh,
we have
you
Missy.
misspelled it. There's two X's.
Did I?
Yeah.
Oh, the first one.
you-
Well,
oh.
the
Well, yeah,
at is correct, right?
The ad is correct,
Okay.
yes.
Yep. So Nissy Social. And
Not
you have a big-
nicey.
yeah.
Not
But you do
nicey,
Instagram
not
too, right?
nicey.
You have Instagram too.
I don't think they get the joke.
No, it was Candace related.
Is that what she said? She called you nicey
So she called me
Yeah, her-
nicey. She called me niecey.
in front of millions of people.
Wait, it's not Nisi. It's Nisi.
Nissy. No, she called me niecey.
Ah, Nisi.
Like,
Ah,
Oh,
I say
Nisi.
Nisi. It's
Those
my
all sound the
accent.
same to me. That's what's weird.
Nissy. No, like
Nissy.
niece. Like, you know, like your nephew, your niece, like niecey. She called me niecey. That's not how you pronounce it.
It's Nissy. Mm.
Yeah.
Nisi.
Like Nissy.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Are we ready?
Super chats.
Officially. Hunters, capers. That's where we're at. Do you want to find your spots?
I gotcha.
Okay, you did miss a bunch. That's all right. We'll go back. Okay, I think these are mine. Or this one's mine. With the round on the roof, incompetent cop clears the roof, receives all clear. No active shooter, clears weapon, blanks on picking up the round. Yeah, it's still in this type of environment. Law enforcement officer, especially if he's looking for an active shooter, is not going to just clear his rifle and just throw the round on the ground and walk off. We have had dozens of law enforcement officers leave comments saying there's a 0% chance that would ever happen. So,
Gina P, thanks for the super. Good to have Cassia in the house. Keep these guys in line. Thanks for the coverage, guys.
Yep. I'm here. I'm a referee.
The funny thing is, you guys don't realize that the girls are way worse than we are. Way worse.
about what? Oh,
just
Wow.
sarcasm, talking crap, like everything. I guarantee.
No, never.
Us?
You guys get away with more.
Can you see who this is? Everyone in the same spot?
How do you
Yeah,
know
these are like huge skips. It's so weird the way
Huge
this did this
skips.
to
Yeah,
you.
I don't know.
Oh, is it? Oh man.
Yeah, you didn't just get like a cutoff. You just got like random ones
Mhm.
deleted, and so the other ones in the timeline not deleted. I've had this happen before multiple times on my StreamYard, and I've been able to close it out and come back in and pull everything back up, Matt. So
Should I
there should
try
be a way
that?
you can do that. Now,
I mean,
don't in
based
the
on-
stream.
Yeah. But based on everything I've seen so far, if I do that, nothing changes because everything we see is only what's live during the live. If we end the live, everything will show. But as of right now, I can't actually go back and see anything, even if I leave and come back. That's what I saw. But
Nate, you can see everything?
Yeah, I can see everything. So what I'm trying to think about if I can do here is potentially like share my screen.
Yeah.
I want to make sure I don't have anything crazy.
can you shrink like a browser window down enough to just see the supers?
Yeah, that's what I want to try to do. So then we can just have it pulled. Let me see if I can figure this out real quick.
In the
I don't know if I can
meantime, Kelsey's
share
going to do a
the-
quick painting for us
No.
while she plays the viola.
Yes.
I heard in the beginning, Matt, you had mentioned like your wife's having a baby and you're like Cassia's name is one of the options. I was like, I'm obsessed with her name too. The first time I saw your name, I was like, that's such a pretty name. It is a nice name. I don't have any children, but if I did, maybe.
I think it was just a random comment on in the chat. Someone was having
was a
not
comment.
random.
Mhm.
Yeah, it
Oh,
was
was
a
it-
super chat.
Oh.
Yeah. It wasn't Nate. Nate, you're
Alright.
welcome to name your child after me. I mean, I'm
My
not
kids are in
saying
high
I will-
school. I'm not having any more
You
babies.
never say never. But yeah, Kasia, actually, it stems from the full name is Katarzyna in Polish. Kasia is like a short form of the name.
You said
But
what
Kasia
was
could
that
be a
again?
full name.
My
Katarzyna.
daughter's name. What is it? Sorry, my daughter's name is
Katarzyna.
Katarina. That's why I'm asking.
It's the same, but it's a Polish version
Okay.
of Katerina. Yeah.
Well, there you go. My daughter is already
Yeah.
named after you. So
Yeah, so it's Katerina, Katia, Katarzyna, Kasia. Imagine
yeah,
that.
it's my daughter's name. That's funny. We should be able to. I mean, I should be fine just doing this, and then it's going to show us all. But maybe they can still read the super chats on the right. I mean, this is the best we can do for now, I guess. I don't know how wonky this will be.
All right, let me see if I can-
Actually, what if you just share my screen and take us off completely? Do that format where it just shares my screen. Yeah, but no, it's going to do that. Damn it.
Infinity window.
Yeah, because I'm looking
Screenception.
at it too. All right. Well,
Just, I think, can you present them to the screen, Nate?
actually, I could. No, I can. That's the producer window that we opened up. The problem is when I came in as a producer, it's giving me the same thing Matt has. So
why don't we just hit the yellows and
I think I can do this through OBS actually if I get fancy with it here.
I was
Let
going to say,
me-
should we just do yellows and up and just alternate reading everyone we click up instead of just worrying about whose is whose?
Yeah, give me 1 sec. Go ahead and start and then
But
give me
they
1
will
sec
not
to see
show
if I can
up.
do this.
That's
You
the
have to
whole
read
point.
them.
They will not show
You have to
up.
read them off the screen. You have to read them out of StreamYard. You won't be able to see them on the side. All Facts Finder, thanks for the super. Hey guys, look at the pics of Lance's phone in text pics. The crack in his phone is directly where date time is displayed. Convenient. Sent to your
I
ex.
saw it. It's crazy. It's like as
Okay.
if they cracked the screen exactly where the time is showing on the phone screen.
I think I might have cracked the code here on what we can do. This took a little bit of finagling.
Mr. Wizard.
But I think what I can do is run my OBS as my camera here. Let me try this. Or present screen, share screen. Oh, I got to stop this one. This will be the, if this works, then we could do it. If not, OBS here. Okay. Try to share that. Okay. Let's see. That's my actual full OBS, though. Let's see if I can. I don't think I can.
I think you have to start a virtual camera and then share the virtual
you're
camera.
Right.
Yeah,
you might be right here. Okay, let me try that. One more try.
And then switch that in StreamYard. Then we can put you full size.
And so as it.
And if you don't understand, he's doing some Mr. Wizard stuff behind the scenes right now.
Guys, Baron posted on X. I appreciate your concerns. Quoting the judge.
Here we
Oh, yeah,
go.
he shut him down quick. He didn't even acknowledge him.
I appreciate your concerns. This is going to be my go-to line to my kids. Mom, I appreciate your concerns.
And then just walk off.
Your concerns.
Yeah.
We're not going to do that.
Hold on here.
Haley M. Remember, in preliminary, all evidence is viewed in light most favorable to the state. Only in trial does it need to be beyond all reasonable doubt.
Have they set a trial date?
Sorry, let me switch this around here.
Okay.
Here we go. Okay, so
Yeah, now I have 2 sets of audio. I can hear myself talking. That's going to be.
I gotta mute.
You have to mute it in OBS. The audio track in OBS.
Oh, all right, hold on. Check. Where's that coming from? Fuck.
We apologize, guys. We will do a boo for my thing crashing.
Actually,
Tomato.
one
I mean, we did this all week long with no issues. So
Bonnie
not sure what
Tyler died?
changed. What?
What?
It flashed a news thing for a second. Bonnie Tyler died, the singer. Isn't that the girl who sings, or the woman that sings Total Eclipse of the Heart?
Mm-hmm.
I have no idea.
Oh yeah, she did. Yes.
Oh, 2 days ago.
Total eclipse of a heart.
Now you're just showing off. Did you do singing too professionally, or was it just the violin and stuff?
No, I sang as well. Not professionally. No. But
Okay. I can tell. No, I'm just kidding. Should we I think we should just alternate reading them.
Yeah, I thought maybe I'd be able to pull this off, but I don't think I'm going to be able to do it.
All right, cool. So we'll just alternate. I'll start with the first one, and we'll just go around. Old Dirty Leader. All of y'all are doing a fantastic job. I'll never watch this news again. They they all lie like crazy. Do you guys think that Lance was medicated? Everything about him was so strange and off. According to Turkey Tom and all that stuff, that seems to be the case. That he was into shrooms and really hard stuff.
Okay, I got it. I think we can do this now. All right, now I got that. Now I need to be able to control it from. Oh, it's mirrored.
no, we see it normally. No.
Oh, you guys see it normally?
Yeah.
Okay, I
Yes.
don't. It's backwards for me. But
So
maybe
you
if
won't be reading.
Actually, okay, hold on. No, all right, we did it. Okay, we're good. We're good. All right,
Fantastic.
All right, this is the best we could do. We were here at Deb, so thank you, Debbie. And then any ones with the little dash on them will be mine, and then I don't know whose anybody else's are. So I don't know. We just have to take turns reading them, I guess.
Sorry, who's gonna? Well, I'll read this one. We left Cassia. Candace said she left her channel. That was a nice one for Cassia.
She did say that.
Thanks to our loyal
Thank you.
podcasters, the real news. Yeah, don't watch Fox. They lie.
Yeah. Lance said note under Tyler's keyboard, and the note said to look under Lance's keyboard. I think that's what I've heard. Something I think they said along those lines.
Thanks now for the super.
The
Quiche.
TPUSA employee is
Hell yeah.
not an eyewitness. The TPUSA employee is not an eyewitness. Well,
Better be.
yeah, better testify.
We fought a war to avoid spelling caliber. That way. Center weird. Yeah.
Or-
I did that one already. Or on the blue one.
Canada spells caliber that like that too.
All right, I'll read some of these. And Lance, lead actor in Bad Boy Bubby. I don't know what that is. That's probably from Matt, maybe.
Canada spells caliber like that too. I know this next one's me. Kyle is just who I am. David Lee Roth and/or Kermit radio voice. Good morning, everybody.
Cassia, these you should have the exact same thing I have here. So you should be able to see yours and then see mine, and then most likely then it'll just be between Matt and Nissy.
So,
most of these I think these will all be Matt though, because I think these are all before Nissy joined, right? These are 8 a.m.
Yeah.
The green one is mine now, so I can read that one.
I didn't finish the red one.
Finish the red one.
Another beautiful day with all of us beautiful people taking down the FBI stank. Give them fire, love, and praise from me, Kyle. It's just me, Kyle. Thanks again, Kyle. Thanks for the generous super.
Just FYI, in UT, there is no parent-child privilege. They could be subpoenaed to testify. I love you, Cassia. Keep up the great work. Oh, that's really...
Didn't know that. Utah's weird.
Utah is really weird.
Right. Jennifer says, someone mentioned that TR is left-handed, if true. Oh, we did this one already. Again, you're supposed to shoot based off your dominant eye, not your dominant hand. So not everybody does that, by the way, but you're supposed to do that.
Cassia, I just sent something to your ex. I was unable to send to the guys. Show them. Why isn't anyone talking about this? Okay. You guys continue. I'm going to check. Sent where? How?
X, I think. So maybe a direct message. I don't use X. I don't know how it works, but.
Aline Hero, why can't we get a pic from the stairwell of the plainclothes officer with a badge and gun? No investigator thought to follow up on this, right?
You're right. He walked up that stairwell with somebody. Good point. We're on this one here.
A Phoenix ammunition is hating? Boy.
Sometimes, guys, you make the super chats difficult. Hunter says, Nate, I love your coverage of this. Discovered you right after CK and agree almost entirely with you, fellow veteran here. Thank you, brother. Appreciate it. The Celebrite company used to extract the info and metadata from Lance and Tyler's messages is company our greatest. Yeah, I learned that yesterday.
That's all over X right now.
Yeah, the thing that I find interesting about that is, was it even necessary to use? Because, I mean, the FBI does have their own stuff to do it. Celebrate they use under extreme circumstances. Lance was cooperating. So what was the need to use this sophisticated software when he was willing to give you whatever you needed?
Let's see. I think I can pull this up real quick. Check this out, guys. Let me know if you guys find this weird. I think this is weird. You should be able to pull. I got a separate one up with a separate browser. Matt, see if you can pull this up. This is a picture of Tyler Robinson walking when he's headed out to meet the TPUSA representatives. Can you pull this browser up? What does this sunlight on the ground look like to you guys? Before I show you, I don't know if anybody will see it.
Little Hatsland.
Yeah, right. And then watch this. Watch this. It's the exact same. When you put them side by side, they're perfect frame, identical. Like identical. It's that. So anyway, Tyler Robinson walking in with the perfect sun glare that's in the exact shape of our greatest ally as he goes to meet TPUS Everest. Could be, it's just coincidence, I'm sure, but it's pretty weird.
It was foreshadowing.
Oh, there we go. Let's see, where were we at? Oh, I think we were on this one.
Truth Seeker. I can't see what that is. They showed the targets. The targets they showed yesterday were all off. So if they were aiming for center, it made sense why they missed and hit the neck. Well, 2 of them were to the left and 1 was to the right. And it was somewhere just all over the place.
Okay, question to Nate.
Yeah.
Okay, because the time that he arrived to the building and he climbed and he went over the railing and he had very little time to set up and to take a perfect shot on, it's
And
So
I don't get it. I don't get it how it's possible. Because if someone is like also physically strained, he's like walking for a very long time, climbing the stairs, going over the railing, all that.
And then assemble the
preparing for
gun.
shot. Yeah, assemble, whatever, get ready, and then just take one shot, and that's it. Great, done.
So if we remember right, he said supposedly he was in the prone, that means laying on the ground, getting ready to shoot, for 15 seconds, according to the lead investigator. Well, we also know he had to reassemble the gun because we've seen there is no possible way he's got a 44-inch 30-06 in his skinny jeans with the scope attached. We've seen him from every angle going up. So somehow he had it taken apart, put in different places of his shirt, in a backpack, however he did it. Let me explain. You're right. There's a lot of problems with this. One, at some point he had to reassemble this 30-06, which is not as easy as AR-15 where I just snap the bolts in and close it and it's good. I've got to actually use the screwdriver. I've got to put it back together. Another problem is once you take a gun apart, and especially if you take the scope off, that gun is no longer zeroed. And by zeroed, I mean, if you see his targets, he's trying to get the scope lined up to where the barrel is actually going to shoot, right? You can't just slap a scope on a rifle and take a shot. You could be 3 feet off based off of how that's sitting on the rifle. So you have to zero the rifle to where the actual bore of the rifle is lined up with the optic. Once you take that gun apart, it's no longer zeroed. That's a huge, huge problem. And then to your point, guys, how long would it take him to reassemble the gun, crawl out in the prone, actually take a well-placed shot? I mean, if it was me, could I do that in 30 seconds with a 30-06? Probably not. It's too fast. Like I can't reassemble that gun, put it together, crawl out to the edge and take a perfectly well-aimed shot in 15 to 30 seconds. If the rifle is already assembled, could he take that shot in 15 seconds? Yes, but I mean, that would be incredible speed. Like you would expect maybe that out of a, Green Beret sniper, Navy SEAL sniper may be able to pull that off. 22-year-old Tyler Robinson. Also, another thing people aren't factoring in, adrenaline, and also he's been walking there, right? His heart rate's up, his adrenaline's out of control because he's about to commit a murder. And then he also is going to assume high likelihood he's going to get shot in the face the second he does this, right? Most people get put down in situations like this. So his adrenaline is going to be sky high. He's going to pretty much have lost all the fine motor skill in his hands. Okay. When your adrenaline is cranked up, you can barely manipulate your hands. That's a huge problem for taking an accurate shot. Breathing's important. All these things that go into actually long gun shooting are out the window. So we're making the assumption he somehow put a 30-06 together in under 30 seconds, got to the edge of the roof, placed a well-placed shot that actually hits Charlie and then gets off the roof in 15 seconds. Is it humanly possible? Yes. Is it likely that Tyler Robinson, the 22-year-old kid with no experience, did this? It's almost a 0% chance. And that's before we factor in the fact that there's no way that this 30-06 didn't blow half Charlie's head off. So to you guys' point, no, it's not. None of it makes any sense at all. It's one of the most incredible feats anybody's ever seen if he pulled all that off in 20 seconds. Anyway, long-winded, but.
No, it was a good explanation.
Just a reminder to get your fiber, stay regular. Happy Fubar Friday. Thank you.
And Andrew, I hear defense is looking into the security team.
They should.
There should be witnesses at least.
Mm-hmm. Watching this while sandblasting makes it faster. Thank you. We did this one already. Here.
Unbelievable to me that Tyler would tell Lance that he was engraving casings for hunting fascist deer.
I know that was a little silly too. Also, dremeling the rounds can potentially damage them to the point where that thing could explode in your barrel. So why would you be purposefully, I mean, obviously he's not using it for hunting, but the idea that you're going to dremel rounds to take out and shoot hunting, potentially destroying your gun, that seems bizarre. Gina, we did this one already.
This one is mine. It took 6.5 hours to find a towel in bushes just across the street after viewing footage of exactly where suspect runs, and they knew it was a gun. Yep. And that was ideal. Ideal, in fact, ideal. Thank you for the super. Guys.
Well, they claim that they saw where he ran into the woods, but how?
But was
Because
it
we see
6.5 hours? Yeah.
But we see that camera footage sort of cut off, and you can't see where he goes from then. So how do they know where he went in the woods? Did they say it all? They just said that they knew he did. You guys remember?
Come out at trial.
Yeah. So this is my Cassia. Nice to meet you. Can't wait for your take on today's proceedings. P.S. Don't look under Nate's desk. There's no calves to be found. Yeah, I have very
no
small
calves.
calves. Yeah. See, there you go.
Nissy, did you want to do this one?
EK tried to control the narrative. Yes, that's Erica Kirk. The mountain of evidence is why this is going to trial. Then Tyler unalives himself waiting for trial.
I think a lot of people thought that was coming, but let's hope not.
They can't. It would the conspiracy would
Oh,
blow
God.
up.
Yeah. Yeah, everybody would be done at that point if
Yeah.
Just like old Jeff in his prison cell.
You know what's terrifying is that for some people it's so easy. They're just like all over X, making polls. Should he get the penalty? Should he not? And there are so many. Yes, of course, immediately. It bothers me. I don't know. It bothers me so much. It's human life. If he did it, yes, he should be prosecuted. He should go to trial. He should be fairly judged, and so on. But for people to be just like cheering for someone to be unalived, I don't know. It bothers me. Which I am not for or against the death penalty. I'm not. I believe there are people who deserve it and who don't. But innocent until proven guilty, right? He didn't even go to trial yet.
Yeah. Yep. It's just who's this, Matt? Nacho Grandma?
Nacho Grandma is funny. I've been here all week. First chat. Great work. And Sycamore, let's see. Text also said camp out, huh? It's campsite in whatever.
NW?
I'm not sure
In the
NW is.
text.
Oh, okay. Well, he said both. Twigs actually said both. He said it was for hunting and for camping. That's the two things he talked about a lot. Mind your own biz. I like that name. That's awesome, actually. Mind your own biz. White text on top of green. Dead pixel line. Yep, that's what they're talking about for the cell phone pictures.
Hunter says, also agree that ballistics don't add up and could be from an actual shooter, but I'm more convinced it was more likely FMJ, not soft tip. If 30-06. If 30-06, it's more likely to be probably an FMJ round. Soft tip, again, regardless of what they want to tell you on X, I read the description off the box. It's designed to expand and literally create a massive, massive wound in the body. And no exit wound doesn't really work with that. Did a rotation in Poland for 6 months in Drost. What is this? Kasia?
Drawsko-Pomorskie.
There you go. Absolutely beautiful country and fantastic people.
Yep.
What is Marty Lamartina 7127? I want Bednarz to hold Neff down till he says uncle. Okay.
Well, Bednarz was going after Blake Neff pretty hard, and he just yelled it out. He's like, Brian Harpole did exactly this, and like
Yes.
triggered. I was like, what?
He was like Judas Harpo.
Yeah, that's how you get sued. You already know he's got a penchant for suing, so you got to be careful with that.
Yeah. Katrina Acuna, thanks for the super. WT Nurse Knows, thanks for the week's coverage. Please compare Lance in the hoodie versus Lance in testimony. They're not the same people. See jawline, the shape of the face. Found Baron from Ian, and you guys from Baron. Awesome. As far as the difference in looks, I have some other pictures. I'm probably gonna do a video tomorrow. There's pictures that are even drastically different from those that are supposedly Lance as well from his account. So yeah.
I think we did this one. It's been, oh yeah, we did this one. Thank you for
Next one, Lunatic. Thank you, Manfred.
That's Lance's female name, I guess.
Yes.
But apparently only for Tyler, it seems like. Which would make sense if he was like a honeypot.
We got Care Bear here.
Care
Thank
Bear,
you.
thanks for the
Who that's for?
Yeah.
Sorry, John said, Barron mentioned last night that the place TR supposedly was prone had a parapet wall that rises above the gravel level. How high of a wall could you shoot over if flat on your belly, on your knees then? No, not necessarily, because when you're in the prone, right, that you still have the rifle up off the ground. It's to your shoulder. Typically you have your elbows, right, that are holding the rifle. He probably, if I'm going to guess, if it was me, I would have used that backpack on the edge of the parapet to basically stabilize my rifle to take the shot, or the towel, right? That could be what he potentially used it for. If we're hypothetically saying he took a shot, well, obviously we haven't ever seen him even on the roof with a gun, but it would still be doable is my point, if it were to be a shot taken, which they still haven't shown me. So thank you, Stacy, for the super sticker.
Is that you, Fredo?
The green one? Yes.
No, this one.
Kaja
right
Rashada,
No.
thanks for the super.
That's not mine.
I think we did this one.
Yes, we did.
Kasia's already. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Baseball Mom says a lot of things suck in today's world, but being able to connect with you guys and watch the trial together is not one of them. Well, thank you. Ben says, how much do you guys think both legal teams are relying on AI to mine technical details from manuals and other documents? Great work all. Oh, I'm sure a ton of it to dig everything up and find it all when it comes to that. But who knows?
Manduk, thanks for the super. If dismissed, found, NG, what happens to the story if he's not guilty? That's a great question. There's a lot of
They
moving pieces.
blame the entire thing on Candace Owens and try to take away our First Amendment rights on social media because we're too dangerous, is what I think is going to happen.
Yes, they will blame her for letting the unaliver to go free. It's already, we see those talks already.
Mm-hmm. Didn't they say, oh, what was this? Thank you, Stacy. Didn't they say on day 2, the ex-sheriff friend that had Tyler turned himself in, that he was something to do with TPUSA? It was a quick talk. I don't remember anything about TPUSA. I know he was a former sheriff connected to the family, but I don't know if you guys remember him being connected to TPUSA at all.
No, not at all.
No, they said he was a Boy Scout.
Yeah, Boy
guy.
Scout troop leader or something of Tyler. Yeah.
Yeah.
We're cooked. EK requesting all evidence be shown publicly and being denied is 100% out for her trial. They will say she tried to end the conspiracies. Erica Kirk went on Fox News and said she's seen all the evidence in this open and shut case. So I don't know why she needs to see this evidence if she's already seen it all. Or maybe she was lying. I don't know what you guys think about that, but
Oh, she wants attention. You see her outfit? She looked like Wednesday Addams. The one yesterday.
with Louis Vuitton shoes on. I know people have noticed that.
Green-eyed nurse ninja. Per Barron, LT testimony after he takes the picture of the letter, says he puts it back down on the desk and never sees it again. No admission that he burned it. So if in fact he did not burn it, what is immunity for? I guess Tyler could have burned it technically, right?
Yeah. I remember Lance said he put it back down, took a picture of it and left it there, right? And then the FBI found it burned in a trash can. Yeah, that's a good point, Matt. I thought we were under the impression Lance destroyed it, but he didn't admit to that. So, Nate,
would he
my
admit to
government.
it?
No,
If he has
didn't.
immunity.
He
No,
didn't.
I'm saying, does he have to? If he told them he did, but he gets immunity, then he doesn't technically have to say it. They just have to know it, right? Is that how immunity works?
He could admit to it if they gave him immunity to talk about it. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's true. Yeah, he couldn't be prosecuted for that.
Not if they gave him specific immunity for tampering with evidence, then he could freely talk about burning it. Yeah. But he specifically said, I looked at it, took a picture of it, and put it back under the keyboard in his testimony.
I was having a debate with someone about this last night. If your partner tells you that they just murdered someone and they're on their way home, you're going to stay in the house? Like, you're not going to leave?
Oh, that's a good point.
You're not even remotely afraid of them after that point? Like, not even a little bit? He knew. He knew what was going to happen, and he was okay with it. That's my opinion.
Yeah, he said, what did he say when the first time? He's like, okay, stay safe.
Yeah, stay safe. We'll see.
I hope you're safe.
Mwah! My love.
Yeah.
Heart Luna. Like, he seemed pretty unbothered. Like,
Yeah.
obviously he was asking questions like, why, how long you been planning this, blah, blah, blah. But you didn't leave. You didn't say, don't come here. Like, don't come to the house.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Nate, my government would find me on the spot in a campground, my workplace, or a pop-up if I sat in a camp chair on top of tables under a tent. So would a camp ranger. What's up with that setup? Oh, what Charlie was? Because he was like on the chair on top of a little platform thing. I don't know. Maybe that's just with the way they do it. I don't know. I don't know if there's anything to that.
Unfiltered. Thank you for the super. Ripped my glitter pants to be here. Love you guys.
I think they're sequin, right? Isn't that what Erica wears?
Yes.
Love Baron's take. English guy. Some of text messages.
Mm-hmm.
Catherine Powers. I've enjoyed the commentary this week. All of you guys are awesome. Thank you from a boomer. We love boomers.
The good ones. Old Dirty
All
Litter
three of them.
says, we did this one already. Thank you. It's weird that the investigator took, did we do this one? Or did I just? No, I don't think we did this one. All of you doing a fantastic job. I'll never watch the news again. All they do is lie. You guys think that Lance was medicated. Everything about him was so strange and off. Based off of his character profile, I'm pretty sure he's on some heavy SSRIs. But I don't know. We'd need his medical records, I guess. It's weird that the investigator took pictures of Lance's phone for the messages. As a law enforcement officer, I've never done that, and I've always offered an email for a witness to send me the messages. Or you just rip the data off their phone.
Mm-hmm.
That did seem bizarre. Baron also talked about how weird that was, too.
Wambling
Willie.
FMJ or SP supposedly used 30-6 damage. Didn't add up.
Well, neither makes sense. Either one of those types of rounds is going to literally cut through Charlie like he's butter.
Mm-hmm.
So, Stacy, thank you for the super sticker.
Hi, all. Sometimes in small towns with big events, people are hired for crowd control security at small amounts of dollars, told to wear a certain color for identification. If he was there, could have been a way to get him there.
Who, Tyler?
To hire him to work at the event? No, then he would be at the, I don't know. Then he would be at the event. Not sure. It's interesting. I need to sleep on this one.
Yeah, can you make that?
Because we have maroon shirts.
Can you make that bigger in OBS? It's just pretty small on my screen, even if I zoom all the way in. Can you just like stretch that whole? Yeah, there we go. That's a lot better. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Tile. And then Feline here.
Feline Revolution. Love Candace, but at this point, question everything. And after watching her explain how she met George on Sean Ryan, I think her husband is her handler. I've heard that from a lot of people.
Candace's husband is her handler?
Mm-hmm. Because he came from TPUSA in UK or from Europe, right?
Wasn't
that the story?
No, I think
pretty quickly.
I don't know anything about their relationship, so I'm not the guy for that one.
That'd be Mr. Let Go. He's a relationship guy.
Yeah.
Katrina Acuna. And the text message here says he doesn't know if there's a serial number, and that a few texts down, he says there's a 4-digit serial number. Baron showed that yesterday. Yeah. More inconsistencies.
Oops.
Yeah.
Yep.
Just say, Julie, thank you. I asked Baron last night about the goal of the defense, ATI, with the ATF witness. I don't know. Is it a short for something? I don't know.
Attorney.
Defense attorney.
Attorney. Okay, defense attorney. Sorry. With the ATF witness, he said attorney should have stopped after confirming inconclusive.
Yeah, that's exactly what I said.
Why they. Yeah, I don't know why they. I don't know why they think today with the DNA. I really don't.
Yeah,
well.
that
it was unnecessary.
That attorney, it might be right message, wrong messenger, but because he just does not seem to be able to get to his point. You know what I mean? What you're really trying to do is get to a gotcha moment, and he just kind of never
Yeah.
gets there. So
I agree.
just made a bet on Kalshi for how many times Nate poops on stream today. Love you, Nate. Wow.
What?
Yeah.
Why do they keep coming for you? No ankles.
I don't know,
untouchable
Matt.
chin.
This
No
just started
calves.
this week. I don't know, Matt. When I was gone, like grabbing coffee or something, said something, and it's just been like we've been getting this nonstop ever since. So I don't know. Here we go. Cash 'em, cowboy. Is that Matt?
Erica,
That's not mine.
Erica wants it shown because right now Candace has the ear of the entire potential jury pool. They're about Lee Harvey 2.0.
Oh,
TR,
no.
Patchy Thighs.
No, you are completely wrong. Love Candace, giant show comparatively to mainstream media, Fox News. No, the broader audience, 90+% of them are getting the TPUSA slop narrative. You've got to understand that, right? We are niche in the independent creator space. As much as like our Candace channel is huge, it is tiny compared to the broader media apparatus that is shoving this narrative down everybody's throats. So
Yeah.
remember that it is not our side that is getting across to the jury. It is their side. So
That jury is probably going to be full of like boomers, like because those older people are going to be the ones watching Fox News, and they're not
100%.
going to be on Twitter. They're not going to be on YouTube watching people like us. That's going to be the
Correct.
jury pool that they're going to select.
Yep. Funny how they were furry lovers, but they had separate rooms. Nate is the shit. Well, thank you. Thank you. Numerous slow-mo videos of the shot show shirt move first.
Mm-hmm.
Can't show those anymore, but yep, that's a big problem. That's been a big problem since day one.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we haven't ever been able to, as like from the gunshot perspective. I mean, me and Gary Melton, what was that, day 3? He had the entire theory that it's impossible that it was a 30-06 and Charlie had to have had body armor on because there is no possible way that would have happened. Right. And then the way the shirt moved, I was the one that debunked that. So, yeah, that's been a big problem since day one. We've never been able to explain from a gunshot wound to the neck all of this bizarreness of the shirt. So very, very odd.
No,
The
but it
master-
happens. There is always a chance. You know, it happens that the battery goes dead. It happens that the shirt moves. It happens that there is no exit wound. It just happens. You know, you just need to accept it. Come on.
These
All
things
of it.
happen,
Difficult.
guys. You can't predict the way a shirt's going to move.
All of it, except all the slob. Is this for Matt or Cassia?
Looks like it's
That's
Tamika
not
just
mine.
told me to ask Cassia. So happy to see Cassia. Ask Cassia to correctly pronounce her beautiful Polish name. Go for it, Cassia.
Kasia.
No, your full
Guys,
name.
Okay, so first of all, to say Kasia, and I'm saying Kasia because everyone is calling me Kasia, in Polish is Kasia, which like you need to smile and say it. Okay. Yes, but Kasia is fine. I like Kasia a lot. And like I said, Katarzyna is like the full name. Thank you.
Oh, okay.
Kasia.
I loaded a video
Bravo.
on TT of EK at UVU. Okay. What's TT on TT? I'm not sure.
TikTok?
TikTok.
Oh, TikTok. Okay.
We have a boomer in the house. Yes.
Boomer with no calves.
What is TT?
Oh.
Yeah, I'm old. It's fine. Right here, Drew.
Say, Drew, if TR actually is a patsy, do you think they would put him on the stand? Would it be that crazy? They're not doing it for the prelims. Did they say they weren't doing it for trial or just for the prelims?
They're not going to do it in
Prelims,
general. I mean, there's almost
crazy.
zero murder cases ever where you're going to see the defendant go on trial, unless he specifically wants to, and his counsel is going to tell him, please don't do this, right? So
The only time it would make sense is like someone's being accused of murder and their argument is self-defense, and maybe they feel confident that they can make the case that they were in
Make a
fear
case
of their
for
life.
themselves. Yeah.
it's actually very good point, Cassia. We saw that in things like the Kyle Rittenhouse case, right? Where he did go up and testify and did that exact thing where he explains why he did what he did. So yeah, that's a great point with that. I feel like EK hired the same lawyer as Rob O'Neill. You guys probably don't get that joke, but it's a good military joke. That guy is definitely a $25 million jackass. Sorry. That's an internal one. One of my really good friends, Brent Tucker, is being sued by Rob O'Neill, who is the guy who says he killed Osama bin Laden, and there's a big feud and lawsuit going on about that. So, Shabbat Slop, I love this name.
Shabbat Slop, thanks for being a channel member. What do you guys think about Baron's comment about the diameter difference between the bullet from Charlie versus 30-6? We talked about that a little bit earlier. So, she did list a range, but a 30-6 sometimes will be outside of even the range she listed. So, kind of strange.
So yeah, Baron is correct on that. The 30-6 is actually beyond the range of the diameter that she describes in the ATF report, but it could be because of the fragments off the bullet, her having to peel layers of it back, that made it to where it falls into a range a little bit smaller than a 30-6. So it's a little bizarre, but that one's not like super crazy. Stacy, thank you. You got Morgan here.
Morgan Flanagan, been here all week. Thanks for the hard work, everyone. You make watching it bearable. Thank you.
If we ever going to even get out of here. They're coming in faster than we're reading them. Okay, thank you, guys. ZR says, if you have not seen the work of Juxtaposition on Rum/Subs, Rumble Substack, maybe, please check it out. As a vet with overseas experience, I find it relevant. Does not mean I am right. Gladio. Yeah, I don't use either. Well, I guess I do have Rumble. I don't watch it very often, though. Thank you.
Dear Jen, thank you for the
is that you? Go ahead.
It's my dear Jen. Yes. Been watching all week. Hi, Cassia. Okay.
Les says, I think that because it's a pretrial is the only reason we were trying to invalidate the report during trial. I think he sticks with inconclusive. That could be. Melissa here.
You want to do that one, Nissy?
Melissa Smith, 7095. Lance Twigs said Tyler Robinson knew his brother at start of interview. Also, I feel like something is up with the shoes. We can't see Tyler Robinson's shoes in Dairy Queen or police station. Okay.
So Jesse on Fire actually did prove that the shoes he's wearing, the prosecution says it's the same shoes. He did actually already prove that in the two different outfits you see, they actually are not the same shoes. It is a different pair of shoes. Jesse proved that
entirely
side
different
by side.
brands, or
I don't know if they're different brands necessarily, but the actual shoes themselves are a little bit different. Like they're like different versions of Converse or Vans. I'm not sure. If we had him on, he'd be able to explain it. But I did watch his video on it, and he showed them side by side, and they're not the exact same. Are Eastern European women more feminine than American women, or is it just different type of femininity? Well, let Cassia answer that one.
I don't know.
Okay.
Controversial.
What do you mean? Woman is a woman, okay? What is a woman?
What is a woman?
I'm not going to try to define that right now.
Wake up and wonder why. Does the engraving affect how the bullet flies? It can, yes, because it's aerodynamics.
It can, but keep in mind that he's engraving the shell casing, not the bullet itself. It's going to depend on how much damage that Dremel does. Does it actually break into the casing, the real casing of the round? So
He didn't appear to. Yeah.
Maybe.
What would be okay? I'm not like a ballistics expert, but from what I understand, like the one shot that was fired, the casing was still in the rifle.
Correct.
What's the point in engraving the bullets if they're not like the casings? If the only person who's going to see them is you,
It's symbolism.
what's the point of that?
Well, if you're
That's
going to
a
leave
good
them
one.
if you're going to leave them in the woods on accident for someone to find, then it becomes pretty important. But to your point, he purposefully does not eject the round to leave it on the roof, which means you would expect, like to your point, that he would have tried to escape and never leave any evidence behind. So I never thought about that, but great point.
Wait, yes, he left all these bullets, right? Like
He left him with a rifle.
Oh,
After he dumped it in the
Settled.
woods.
Tyler,
Yeah.
settled.
Let me leave all this evidence here on purpose. Please install Erica, Benjamin, you know who, and Alan Dershowitz on your panel. This will result in a sharp spike in viewership. Yeah, maybe. I'm going to pass on all those guests, though.
Alan.
You got Texier here.
Do you think the fragments could be burnt pieces of the road? No. They look very definitively to be like a copper jacket or something. I mean, I don't know how you would get that from a shape charge type of setup from what I've seen.
No.
Because it's more like a plasma. They can penetrate, but it doesn't actually leave behind lead and separate.
Nope.
They can be copper from what I've seen. But yeah, I don't think so.
Nope. I may have missed this somehow, but do we know what they did with Tyler's car, or was it secured and entered in physical evidence? I don't know. I haven't heard what happened to Tyler's car. I'm assuming it's in
They
evidence.
didn't. They impounded it, so maybe they. I don't know.
I'm sure they. Yeah, I'm sure they have it. But Mary here.
Mariska 607. Thank you for the super. Watch Yes and No game. Charlie Kirk and Michael Knowles. Minute 20. Charlie was anti-death penalty, but only in America because of our government. Oh, I need to watch that. I haven't seen it. He was anti. Was he? Or he was for?
No,
Well, it
I've
makes
heard
sense
him
if he was
say.
anti.
I'm pretty sure I've heard Charlie say that he actually wants
was
to bring
for.
back public executions. So I'm not sure about
Yeah.
that one.
Wasn't that
I'll
Josh
need to
Hammer?
check the video.
Yeah, maybe it was with him, but I do remember Charlie talking about. I think it was for PDFs. So in fairness, like I'm pretty sure if I remember right, like I agreed with Charlie at the time about it, but I think that's I might be misremembering though. Hop Whisper says it sounds like the Twitter idiots are mistaking soft point for frangible. They are. So the hilarious thing is they're on Twitter saying, I don't know what I'm talking about. A soft point is designed to break up. No, a frangible round is designed to break up. A soft point, as you see by the description of the box, specifically designed not to fragment. So just be careful with who you're listening to on Twitter that pretends to be firearms experts, guys.
Just read the box.
I keep getting proved right about all these things that they say I don't know what I'm talking about, so. Kaja here?
No.
Is that
Khadijah
Khadijah
Rashada?
Khadijah?
Yeah.
Khadijah.
Did they put previously retrieved fragments in CK's neck while in the car?
I don't know. That'd be tough to do, guys.
It seems unlikely, but yeah.
It'd be tough
maybe.
to jam fragments in there into the neck. I mean, you could, but I mean, I don't know. Who knows? I didn't see what happened in the car. Oh, here you go.
Oh, Chili gifted 10 Daily Fredo with Kasia memberships. Thank you so much. That's very generous. Thank you.
And then one for me. Thank you. Sometimes I wet my plants.
Which is never mind. All right. TR text, don't take any interviews. Does anyone born in the US speak like that? We say don't give or don't do any interviews. Can our Aussie friends weigh in on don't take any interviews?
Who doesn't take any interviews? What's that from? Oh, Tyler Robinson? Oh, don't take any interviews.
Yes,
Oh,
it's
that
from
was
a
in
text
Lance.
message from Tyler. Yes.
That is
Don't take
bizarre. Yeah.
any
It's
interviews.
not a normal American way to say that. Stephen, thank you. We got Whithill here.
Whithill 03. I'll read this one. What do y'all think has been the biggest evidence / non-evidence showing Tyler Robinson didn't do this from what we have seen this week alone? That's a really good question. And thanks for
It
this.
is a good question. You guys can go
What
first.
do you guys think? That he didn't. I'd have to think really hard, but the thing I already mentioned that really stood out to me was the officer's body cam conveniently turning off right when he finds the crime scene. And the fact that he zeroed in on that particular spot anyways, especially like he was under the impression that they already had a suspect because they had taken in Jordan. And that's what he said. He's like, they took Jordan. So I was like, okay, the premises is secure. Let me see if anyone needs help. I saw someone was having a seizure. I'm looking around. I see this pistol holder. And then it dawned on me. This must have been from a rifle. And then I went to the Losi Center. Like, all of that transpired with your adrenaline running, all the chaos, thousands of people running around, and all of that happened in the span of like 20 minutes. Like you zeroed in on the Losi Center, and then you're like, that to me is just too suspicious to like move past.
Look, in my opinion,
oh, sorry, go ahead, Cassie.
Prosecution and defense are in the same boat. That's my opinion, because as much as prosecution relies on a chain of events that happened, and they're showing that chain of events, and they're interpreting it a certain way. They're interpreting that this is Tyler Robinson. They are interpreting that this is his car. They are interpreting that he did the stuff with the bullets, with the gun, with the. the same thing. We take the same chain of events as defense, okay? And they can disprove it easily as well. You can't see that it's actually him. You can't prove that he fired the gun. You can't. So it's the chain of events. It's this. They basically, to me, on the shell, they are the same in the same position. So it's going to have to be the judge that decides, okay, which one was more convincing, the story, because it's all we have. We have a story right now. We don't have actual evidence.
So I actually, you kind of are in the same boat as me, Kasia. What I was going to say, kind of caveats with that. There is no evidence that suggests Tyler Robinson didn't do this. There also is no evidence that really suggests that he did do this. And the burden is on the state to prove that Tyler Robinson did this, which is why all you need is reasonable doubt that he did not do this to find him not guilty, right? So again, there's nothing conclusive that says for sure Tyler did not do this, but there's also, in my opinion, nothing that suggests he did do this. And again, the prosecution, the state, is they have to prove that he did it. That's the entire point, right? And I'm not seeing any real evidence that they're going to be able to do outside of Lance Twigs' testimony, I guess, you know. That's the best they got at the moment, which is pretty flimsy. Okay. Matt, you got anything on that before we go?
Yeah, will be me forever. Thank you for the for becoming a member.
Oh, here we go. It's Steph Green. Thank you. Care Bear.
I used to hate that show.
Kasia, you can see it. So if you can just let us know like right away if it's you or not, then we can.
It's not me. It's not me.
Okay. Care Bear Cat, thanks for the super. Why is the defense allowing the state and the witnesses to refer to the individual in the videos as Tyler Robinson? Yeah, we brought that up too. I feel like it's an injustice. It's training the jury. It's tainting the jury.
I think so. Barron explained this last night. He said the verbiage will be very, very different when you get to the actual trial. They're not going to be allowed to do that. Something with the pre-hearing makes them able to say stuff like this, I guess. But I'm not a legal expert. That's for Barron. How does Gary's stream not get taken down on YouTube when he has guns in the background behind him in his studio? I don't know, because Brent Tucker, my Delta Force buddy I was just talking about, had his live stream ripped down multiple times from having firearms in the background of his channel, as have I multiple times. Apparently it's different for him. Different rules for him than it is for us on the other side, I guess. But yeah, my viewers know we've had multiple live streams ripped down from firearms being in the content. So yeah. I don't know.
That's fine. Steph, thank you very much for becoming a member.
Theater Kids. Oh, also guys, you can, like, you see the little dashes. That's how you know these are mine. So for you guys, Theater Kids and a P placement kids love using proper English spelling like Calibrate and Gray. Okay. If they pull Oswald, we know the real answer. The only thing G about Twigs and Tyler is how fake and G, F and G, the Fed slop narrative. That's a funny joke. All right, Tim.
I finished my coffee and got Nate ready for day number 5. Thanks for the commentary. I couldn't watch this alone.
Thank you for the new membership, Cedar Harbor. Thank you.
Should be twice. Been here with y'all all week and enjoying it, even though VFT did a hit piece on my hero long ago. Who's your
I
hero?
get it, man. I get it, right? Like, I do not believe Mitch Snow. I'm sorry. That's the one time I've disagreed with Candace Owens in 10 months, you know, and it's okay. Okay. It's okay to disagree every once in a while, guys. Murray says everything in the trial is giving Karen Reed 2.0. If he walks, it will be Oswald. If he stays in jail, it will be J.E. Let's hope not. Oh, man.
I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go check. Yeah, hold on. I was gonna say I'm gonna check on the kids real quick, so I'll be right back. So Nissy, you can go ahead and read mine.
Okay. We're at M
right here. Yeah.
0225. Thank you all for podcasting. The commentary and camaraderie has made a boring process interesting. Thank you for searching fog through the truth. Okay. Fog through the truth? Okay. Charlie is smiling down on you. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Gear, TR can't get off. D will destroy its own case, like we've already been seeing. That's how they lose a winnable case. I think if the defense tries to take this angle, which I think they're going to, which concerns me, which is trying to discredit the science that is already accredited by nationwide by the courtrooms, that it'll never work, right? Like you can't. I get what he's trying to do with like discrediting the science of DNA, but it's like this is accredited and accepted in courtrooms across the nation.
Well, like, isn't what he's trying to do say, well, yeah, okay, Tyler Robinson's DNA is there, but also so are all these other people's DNA? Isn't that the angle?
Well, it should be the angle, Nissy, but it doesn't appear to be the angle that he's taking. The angle appears to be what he's taking is I need to discredit the analyst who did the testing and go after her personally and make sure she's not credible to discredit the report itself. And I don't think that that's going to work. See, he tried to do that with the ballistic forensics too. He's done it for everything now 3 different times. And it's like, I understand what you're doing, but I don't think that's going to sell to the jury. I think it's a much better angle of like, hey, why are there 5 different people's DNA on this rifle? Right? Hey, why can't you match the bullet to the rifle? Hey, how come in the ATF report, this bullet that's in Charlie could be 30 different types of firearms? Like those are really strong things that are going to affect the jury. To try to attack the science of ballistic forensic testing, I just don't think that's going to resonate with the jury personally.
I've heard a lot of like lawyers comment when they're just commenting on trials in general. Like what tends to get lost on juries if it's too technical, like they stop paying attention anyways.
Yes,
So
you have to dumb that down, right, a little bit to really get that like big hit point across. Which again, like, hey, why is Lance Twigs and 4 other people DNA on the trigger of this rifle? Like that's a big moment of like the jury's going to go, whoa, But he seems to just be, not seeing the forest through the trees. I think but we'll see, right? Like the trial, they could have something completely different planned for the trial. So, Broadleos music, showing my age, but I wasn't allowed to play D&D because the world was afraid that something like this would happen. I remember that back in the 80s. Yeah, the Dungeon Master is the real person who should be on trial. Great job this week. They did think that Dungeons and Dragons was leading to evil stuff. Thank you, Andrew. April says, I feel like this is the movie Shooter with Mark Wahlberg. It just feels like playing out in our face. Thank you guys all for this hard work this week. Cassia, so glad to see you. Christ is King. So have you guys seen that movie? Shooter with Mark Wahlberg?
No.
I watched it in high school. I don't even think that was appropriate for class.
The entire premise is the government pulls off a high-level assassination and actually frames Mark Wahlberg's character as the one who pulled it off. So it is actually sort of relevant in a juxtaposition between the two. Obviously a little bit different in the plot, but yeah. Happy Mama says, could they make the shot if CK intent wasn't on a platform?
Yeah.
Let me think real quick about the physics on it.
He would be
depend on the angle.
This
Yeah.
much.
So it would actually be an easier shot because him being on the platform with the tent there and the shot coming from above, the higher up he is towards that tent, the less of his body frame is going to be able to be visible by the shooter. So yeah, it would actually have been probably not easier, but he would have been still in the same amount of frame if he wasn't up on that, would be my guess. Oh, I got to guess.
We have a new podcast guest.
This is Mr. Brownie. He wanted to say hi. He keeps snooting my foot. Hey, everybody. All right.
How cute. Auto text was set up for TR to send in case he didn't make it. Lance's reply was after reading the note in the next room. TR made it and tried to delete the auto text. Yeah, I didn't even think about that until somebody explained that, or maybe it was Barron was explaining that was an auto text. And he just absolutely forgot to delete that. Buckeye here is, let's see, either from
Yeah, but he left a note too.
Just like, not only that, but like a bunch of the evidence that they found, like a bunch of the extra rounds and everything, he left on top of the safe at his house. So he's got a safe in his garage and he didn't put any of the evidence or anything in the safe. He put it on top of the safe before it's just like all these things where you're like, and left all this evidence at home and like texts a full confession to every possible thing that the prosecution would need. It's just, I mean, maybe, but Buckeye says, is TR safer in jail than prison? Yes, for sure. Steph just became a member on all 3 channels. Gonna send some love everywhere. God bless you. Well, thank you, Steph. And these might be Matt's.
Thank you, Steph. All 3. Well, I
Thank
wasn't here then,
you.
so thanks to you guys.
I don't know if guys, we're gonna have to probably move on to yellows only, guys. Love you guys, but we're at 8:16 a.m., which means there's 4, and we are moving at about.
We're moving slower
let's
than
see,
they're coming in. They're coming in faster than we can do them.
Yeah, so we're gonna, guys. We love you guys, but we're gonna have to probably switch these to yellows and above because you guys are literally leaving them faster than we can read them, and we will never leave. So, thank you so much. But let's do that. Let's switch to we'll move on and just do. Oh, also, real quick, Matt, can you check? Are we caught up to where you can just do this without this wonky?
Let me see. Let's see.
Wonky frame.
69.
Because it'd be a lot easier than trying to do it this way.
What's the timestamp on it? My timestamps start at 10 o'clock, 10 a.m.
Okay, so no.
Okay, so we have some time.
This
is in Polish, guys.
Above here.
From Nowy 69, he said, should I just read it in Polish? Świetną robotę robisz, Kasiu. Pozdrowienia dla Walhali od polskiej Formosa syjoniści. Niszczą USA i Europę, żeby przejąć pełną kontrolę. Ukraina jest częścią tej gry. Zabójstwo Kirka miało zabić wolne słowo. Okay, Valhalla, you have greetings.
And thank you.
The rest. Do you want me to translate? They just basically
sure.
The unaliving of Kirk was supposed to destroy free speech. That's the.
Trust me, it still could. This is my theory: is if Tyler gets found guilty, they are going to come hard at social media free speech.
I'm sorry,
hard.
it's already happening with the report on Candice that they are claiming that the threats on Erica were increasing every time she had an episode. And how people are not seeing that this is like the introduction to, okay, let's just control what people say on the internet. You cannot offend anybody. They were making fun of the left about that because that was the initial thing they were doing. So the right was like, oh my God, they're trying to silence us. They're trying to censor us. And now it's happening on the right and they can't see it. They can't see it. They really dislike Candace Owens and they don't see how silencing her has an effect on everyone else on the internet at this point. Not only on the internet.
They know, Cassia. They don't care because it's their side. They feel like as long as my side wins, I don't care. I don't like the party of don't tread on me.
Absolutely.
This is why I left the Republican Party like 3-4 years ago. Is it just became this hypocritical mess of whatever it's supposed to be now, and they know. They just don't care. It's like as long as we get our way, we're cool with getting rid of freedom of speech. You saw them attacking the Second Amendment when Alex Preddy got shot and killed. MAGA all of a sudden was like, nah, you can't have a gun at a protest. No. And you're like, wait, what? Aren't you guys?
But how do they not see? Yeah, how do they not see? For example, they are so disturbed by comments of Candace Owens about Erica Kirk, but they have freedom now to say whatever they want about Candace. You know, they just don't think so. They just don't think about it, how it will affect them as well. Anyway. There are probably, like you say, people that are rooting for it. There are people that don't see it. There are people that see it. There are people that want it because they will benefit off of it somehow. Yeah, it's scary.
Yep. Paleface says, Nate, you have compression socks on today. Show those bird leg calves. No, I'm not going to. I'm super tall, guys, so I don't have any calves. I'm a huge man with tiny calves. It's the way it goes. Sorry.
All we're going to get is his pelvis in the camera, and we don't want that.
You're super tall. That's just how it goes genetically. Tom, thank you. All right, Klaus here.
Just really quick, for anyone that's on the Trigger Tribe, if you can go over to Nissy's channel and show her some love over there.
Me too.
The link in
my
chat.
audience too. Go donate to the
Thank
girls.
you,
go.
Go over to Nissy and leave all your super chats for them, not for us. Me and Matt have been doing all this week. Support them too.
Klaus was eaten. Hey, yo, thanks for hosting. Off-topic questions for all. Is there a book you've read or listened to that shifted your perspective on life or changed the way you think? That's a good question. Shout out to Kasia, Christ is King. The Bible. Easy one.
Well, that's a good one.
Mhm.
Meditations by Marcus Aurelius. If you are a man that's into traditional masculinity and actual stoicism, unlike everything you're seeing out of MAGA right now, then that's a great book for you to read. Oops. Let's see. All right. I don't give a dom.
That's not me.
Yeah, that was on my side. Celebrate parses sms.db. Yep. And pending schedule message tables. It shows scheduling timestamps, original composition time, and delivery status. And messages show metadata, including queued in advance, not set live. Yeah. So what she's saying is that Celebrate information was queued before it actually was live. So the timing doesn't match. The database doesn't match what they're showing.
And didn't you guys say that they're owned by the certain country?
Yep. Other countries.
Mhm.
Yep.
Greatest ally.
But also
Our
very
greatest
commonly used,
ally.
I've heard. Like in a lot of cases and stuff, they use them to go through, do forensic stuff.
Chop says,
Use
great
it on
special
Thomas
guest.
Brooks.
Love Cassia. Keep up the great work, gents. Last day. Let's see what contradicting info gets exposed today. None. It turns out. Tara,
That's not me.
Matt, that's you.
Let's see. Tara, thanks for the super. 9 out of 10 rock me. Oh, 9, 10. Okay, never mind. 9, 10 rock me, and I haven't been the same since. Charlie has brought so many people together who wouldn't have met otherwise. That's very true. A whole community movement. I know he is rooting for all of you. Keep going. Justice for Charlie.
It's true. That's how I know everybody here and all the other content creators in the space. That's how I met everybody, was this.
That's me. Hi, Cassia. Hope you are doing well. I am doing very well. Thank you so much. I hope you're doing well, Amir Habibi. Thank you for the super.
All right. Matt. Oh, that was you. You
Yeah,
gifted them.
I did.
All right. Lorax says the bullet shown deformed completely flat tells me it is likely a pistol cartridge. A modern 30-06 would have maintained a longer cylindrical base and a boat tail after passing through the tissue. Actually, my buddy Brian, his competition shooter, said the exact same thing about this. And there is 30 caliber pistol rounds, just so you guys know. And the ATF showed what those are in their report yesterday. So it is possible.
Interesting.
Maybe a PCC.
Yeah, it could be that too, Matt. I don't know if PCC comes in 30 caliber rounds. I'm not sure. I'd have to look.
I've seen a 45.
I think you did this one already earlier today.
Yeah, I did. But thanks, Drelatina, for that super chat.
Silver says, Twigs said he believes the photos of Tyler are most likely him based on his hat, sunglasses, and shoes, not his jaw, shoulders, his physical features that a true lover know. You're right. He did say that. He said that looks like something Tyler would wear, I believe, is how he said that. If Tyler, oh, sorry, this is Stephanie. This is for one of you guys.
Nissy?
No, me.
Matt, then.
Nissy, you want that one?
I'll read it. Stephanie Harmon, S8F. If Tyler is proven innocent, I hope we all rally together to undo the damage the media, TPUSA, and government has done to ruin his life.
Well, they're not going to, by the way. They're not going to do that. And here's a comment that tells you why. I'm afraid Nate's right. The machine is never going to let Candace Owens be right. The amount of lawyers and influencers on X who've convicted him already on prelim speaks volumes. I think they're going to do everything they can to put him to death. And again, I mean, imagine a situation where he walks all these people. And here's another thing, guys. What I've noticed is what they really care about is proving Candace Owens wrong. Because if you watch their content, it's not about Tyler. It's not about the Charlie Kirk case. It's about what did Candace say today. So that side cares about proving Candace Owens wrong. Our side cares about, can we find the truth of what happened? I think that's really what you're saying. And that's the main thing they care about.
100%.
Cedar here.
Candace previously pointed out that law enforcement didn't confiscate Lance Twiggs' phone to verify the messages. Does anyone know why that wasn't addressed or investigated? I looked it up. I did some pretty deep diving into that last night. They don't have to. They can take pictures or they can seize the phone. It's up to them.
Twitter/X is literally unusable. 99% of my timeline is our greatest ally influencers lying about the trial, proclaiming TR as a guilty. It's ridiculous. That's why I don't use it. I'm one of the boomers who said no thank you to X. Right here.
Matt.
Mint Grove. Oh, is that yours? Go.
No, Matt. I said
It's not
Matt.
yours. Okay.
Sorry.
Mint Grove Freeman. Hey, Trigger. Let's see. Did you have an opportunity to look at the photos I emailed you? Did you see a wound in the one photo? I mean, it's so hard to tell what it is, but yeah, I mean, I see what you're pointing out. So there might be something there, but there's so many things like that, so many little anomalies. It's too hard to make a inference off of that.
Right here, David.
That's mine. Thank you, David. Thinking we need to remember the second shooter is just something they said. May not be true. Maybe said it to throw doubt on the explode. Nope, I'm not reading that out loud.
Yeah.
So I don't know, guys. But second shooter, who threw it? You mean that they found the
I think he means
bullet on a
the
different?
extra, the 223 round on a different building.
Yeah, I don't know why they would make it up though.
Well, I think what he's saying is that suggests that there was potentially a second shooter, which means he was shot, not the other theory.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Guys, there's me and Matt and John Bray did an entire deep dive on this with John's expertise and my expertise and Matt's expertise on this. And his theory, the exploding mic theory, is very compelling, but there's huge issues with it. Okay, understand that. Just as there's huge issues with the idea that Charlie got shot in the neck, right? There's big issues with all of these. So there is no definitive this happened and we can prove it when it comes to that yet. It's compelling, and I think it's the most compelling theory, but there's still some pretty big issues with it, so.
Agreed.
Brittany says, headed back to the courtroom. I will catch you on the flip side. Just wanted to say hi, Nate. Oh, yeah, that's right. You are there. Thank you, Brittany. Appreciate it. Here we go. Captain says, I'm just curious where the missing fragments went. We are all very curious where those extra fragments inside Charlie's body went. If you guys didn't hear that, they're missing like three or four of the bullet fragments. Yeah. Then the ATF agent didn't know either. Adam, thank you for the very generous super chat. Appreciate you. Been following all y'all for months and appreciate the live coverage and collaboration. Does the judge decide today, or did I understand that he will decide in September? September 1st, was it?
Yeah. September 1st as of right now.
Thank you, Adam. Free men die free.
Yep. Free men die free. Joe Kent was explicitly there. Was explicit there was foreign ties, and Cash Patel intervened to shut Joe down. The prosecution deliberately ignored such evidence, suggests he has compromised. Fabricated evidence is likely. Nate, didn't you say? I think he just left. I think a lot of people have said that Joe Kent didn't have the jurisdiction or power to necessarily do that, or like his department wasn't the right one to beat.
False. And let me explain why that is a complete lie. So no, the National Counterterrorism Center, which sits under the Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard. You have to understand, Tulsi Gabbard is the top echelon of all, 18 intel apparatuses that we have, CIA, NSA. Like John Ratcliffe reports to Tulsi Gabbard, right? He's the director of the CIA. So that means all intelligence funnels to the DNI, which means if Tulsi Gabbard says that Joe Kent, who works right beneath Tulsi in the same office, says, I want this investigated, Tulsi is the boss. And so Cash Patel shutting down Tulsi Gabbard, who is above him, because the FBI also funnels that up to the DNI. That's not how anything works. And that's why this is so bizarre of both the CIA and the DNI were shut down from looking into the state, which means, do you know where that came from? Do you know the only person who could shut that down? It's not Cash Patel. There's one person, and it is Donald Trump. He is the only person that could have actually shut that down. And we also know that he shut that down in his own case in Butler. So just something to think about when you hear those things. Jay Reed here.
No, not me, Matt.
Okay, it's my understanding if you are a live streaming court the whole time, that's what you get. That's why you get booted. Not sure if you have to interrupt periodically or how to do it without getting booted. Love y'all. Thanks for all you do. The commentary is really what makes a difference.
Yep.
If you literally just stream it and say nothing and do nothing the whole time, then yes, that's an issue.
Yep. Now we give commentary, so it falls under fair use.
Yep.
Renee, that's for Matt.
Renee Batima. Hi, Matt. Thanks for doing this. You're welcome. And thanks everyone for being here with me.
This is a funny one right here. No, Gary, I don't think Gary wants to do any content with me anymore. So, Mallory, Matt.
Matt.
This writing on cases first came about Texas immigration shooting. Remember, was it that long ago? Wow. So I guess it's been several cases.
Yeah, there has been a lot of high-profile ones. Engraving bullets. Karen says, have any of you reviewed the "we are not going to Mars" theory? 322, 3 patsies, 2 you-know-whats, 2 distractions. He believes the CK was, you-know-what, in the head and chest. I don't know anything about that theory personally, so I can't weigh in. I don't know if you guys have.
No, we need to check it out.
It's a very detailed 2 shots happen theory with all the John Bray style of like algorithmic, code and stuff that looked at everything. So it's pretty in depth. I haven't dug super deep into it, but he's supposed to do a big.
Me and John talked about that on the theory that like there is potential that had to be the situation for that to happen with both a rifle shot and then a fail safe with the microphone as a backup.
Mm-hmm.
So that's it's possible, right? That's the way they did it. Based Exennial. Who's this for? When I'm talking shit about me, but that's
okay. Let's see. I wrote off Nate Valhalla months ago after his attempts to discredit Mitch Snow. So I have to ask what his disposition to the potential Fort Huachuca incident is now. Is Nate still friendly with Gary as he stated back then?
No, Gary hates my guts. I just want to be clear. Regardless, you can have whatever opinion you want. I don't tell people what to think. But when we talk about this specific story, who do you think is the subject matter expert on a military story regarding a Green Beret? Ask yourselves that. Does Nate maybe have a good understanding of this story and what Fort Huachuca is and military bases and where potentially all this stuff happens and what happens at those bases? Right. And my personal opinion is that he is not a credible witness based on all my experience. You don't have to believe
May I interject
me,
as well?
Yeah.
So Candace herself never said that she believed Mitch. She said that the only thing she was able to confirm is that on that day that he said he was at Fort Huachuca, that he was there. And then she said, this is what he said he saw. I am not able to confirm it. I am not able to say that he's telling the truth because I wasn't there. He has no pictures of it. This is what he said. That's all. So again, if someone is mad at Nate because he doesn't believe, I mean, you can believe or not believe. It's you're believing the word or not believing the word of a person that we don't know. So that's it. I'm just saying that even the person that brought him on her podcast, Candace Owens, said she wasn't able to confirm if he actually saw them. Okay, so that's it.
I think the big thing for me too is just understanding. If you guys got to understand you got to understand the way the military is set up. If you were to tell me that this was, at somewhere near Quantico, Virginia, range 37. See, do you guys know what any of these things mean that I'm saying? Range 37, does that like any of that compute right out the gate? This is my point. Like range 37 is in North Carolina and it's where the CAG compound is. So this is like high level. It's where the like all the special operations, everything falls under like that sect. If you were to tell me like it was being planned in an area like this by the CIA, okay, now you've piqued my interest. But if you tell me it's being planned at a place where there's a bunch of intel nerds that have no access to anybody that would be pulling off an assassination attempt with a bunch of low-ranking field-grade officers, it doesn't make sense, right? So that's what I mean is like when you understand the military and the way everything's set up, the story is it just doesn't really make sense, right? So that's where I came from was the military lens. Now, is there possible? Do I think that there's possibility that our own government was involved in this? Actually, yes, I do. That is my theory. So I'm not saying I don't think that it's not possible that there's government involvement. I'm just saying I don't believe this specific witness. And if you actually watch my content, I never said a single negative word about Candace ever when I covered it. So,
yeah,
and if you go back through my content, I've literally always supported Candace Owens. So for those of you who are mad at me about this, it was just like, I don't know what to tell you, but I've been very, very supportive of her.
There's some people in chat that are asking if court is done. Yes, court is done for today. So if you're just coming in, court has run its course already, and next court will be September 1st.
Court here. Court foo.
I'm old and I don't know how to do clips, but you guys should clip out important actual trial moments of truth with your explanation so everyone going max has easy ways of sharing the real information. That's a great idea. Yep.
I've tried to do that a little bit with my recap videos. Oh, Ian
Yeah.
coming on. No, Ian didn't come on. I was just talking to Ian
Very
earlier, though.
guessing.
Miss Jendol, they'll start saying Ben the shrimp is Charlie's friend. Just watch. Hi, Kasia, you're awesome. Thank you. I look okay. I will give my take. Maybe it's not very popular one. Who cares who was whose friend? I mean, who cares? This infighting about like, oh no, I was his best friend. No, I was his best friend. I mean, who cares? I think they really tried this week to shift the focus, and it ended up there. I don't think it's that important of a subject. Who liked who? To be honest.
Right here, Eve.
New watcher here. I'm sure the judge is a very intelligent person, but he must have the patience of Job. Yep. I would like to see a judge like Judge Jean. Now that would be entertaining. Or Judge Judy. Is she still a judge?
I think so. Yeah. She's getting old though. Leanne?
Nope.
The judge should really take control instead of panning opinion over and over again. This is why it's going to go out till September. Christ is King. I think he's trying to stay out of it as much as he can so that everything falls onto the defense and prosecution. It kind of like washes his hands of the bad decisions and stuff. So, but in trial, he's not going to be able to do that as much.
In Focus says, Nate, go wash your mouth out with soap right now after saying Officer Tel Aviv Tatum is right about anything. It's diabolical work. Yeah, again, technically he was right. You cannot fit a 30-06 round inside of a Rode microphone. It's just that nobody ever suggested that that was a theory. So, you know. Casual says, I review watches on YouTube. I won't review ones intended for military without having on active duty service members or veteran to comment on the usability. People need to trust your bullet experience, Nate. Well, they don't have to trust me at all. I just give my opinions, and if you think my resume is good enough for you to maybe take it into consideration, that's all I hope. And then you can make whatever decision you want, you know. But
nope.
Missy?
Mimi Lois, hi everyone. I cannot thank you enough for all of you bringing the case live to us. Your points of view and truth seeking is so refreshing and needed. I love each of you and watch all of your channels. Keep going, Max. Christ is King. Thanks for the super chat, Mimi.
Wow. Thank you.
here, Beeb.
That's me. Believe you. I don't know. Thank you so much. Nobody is considering that if they can frame Robinson, they can also falsify the autopsy report to show CK died from a gunshot. Theoretically, they can do anything, right, behind the closed doors. Now, the point is what's going to happen in court. If they're going to be believable enough, if they're going to present good enough evidence, if the whole story, you know, somehow connects like puzzles and makes sense. I mean, if you go into, I heard something very interesting today, that we should be so happy that we still have innocent until proven guilty, and we have a chance of getting evidence presentations and so on, because with AI these days and what's going to happen later, in a couple of years, guys, you won't be able to understand what's real, what's not.
Yeah.
So we should actually be grateful that we still live in a time where we have that type of court system, and we're sitting and we're going through CCTV footage. Can it be altered? Can it be edited? Yes, but we're not yet, thankfully, at the time where it's totally fake. Look, behind the closed doors, they can do anything. And we're just observers, right? At the end of the day.
For sure.
I just want to read this comment here real quick from Spade Coffin.
Oh,
yep. They say I like Nate because he is transparent, which is why I like the whole panel, to be honest, truthful, and not hiding dirty laundry, upfront about stuff, whether you think it's favorable or not.
Yeah, I think
That-
I think
100%.
we all do that, you know. Like again, I don't have a, and that's why some people get upset with me sometimes when I don't necessarily agree straight down the line with everyone, right? It's like, well, I'm not going to. I'm going to give you my own personal feelings about it, you know, whether I'm right or wrong. But I don't think any of us here, it's just like, hey, you with the other side, a lot of them, you know, it's like you already know when something happens what their stance is going to be, right? Like immediately, you know what it's going to be. There's no, you know, with Charlie, with the Epstein files, all these things, it's like you already know what they're going to think, right? So at least with us, you got independent minds who, you know, are trying to. You don't have to worry about like us being with Salem Media Group, right, and getting our talking points that we all have to regurgitate together. So. Agnes here. It's for me, but I Cassie, if you could read that, because I can't.
Kasia, pozdrowienia z Krakowa. Weź ich naucz poprawnej wymowy swojego imienia. So I'm supposed to teach you how to correctly say my name, which I did already. So thank you.
I wish I could say it how you say it, but I have to probably just say Kasia because
It's perfectly fine.
I can't do the accent. So thank you. It's no coincidence that Ben came out with his nearly the same time of all the judges in Middle Tennessee recused themselves from the CO lawsuit, getting ahead of discovery of Brian's devices MIO.
Interesting.
I'm not.
In my opinion.
Can you guys explain what they're saying here?
It sounds like they're saying that the judges from, because Brian Harpole, are they talking about the Brian Harpole lawsuit against Candace Owen? They're saying the judges recused themselves?
Yes.
Or
the Tennessee judges in a certain group.
Oh, yeah. So no judge wants to be involved in the case of Brian Harpole versus Candace Owens in Tennessee. Like all of them literally signed that they will not take part.
Wow.
They say, I heard a rumor that it's because of her lawyer that he sued someone there, like the body of law. I don't know. Like he sued someone, like he caused some trouble. And apparently they don't want anything to do with him. But this is a rumor. It's not. I just saw it on X.
Okay. Lynn here.
Matt.
Lynn Dennis, 2485. It's so sad to hear the supposed conservatives who blah, blah, blah about following the Constitution, but say no on their podcast.
I think.
No one.
Say on their
Tyler
broadcast now, I think.
Yeah. So, on their broadcast now, Tyler Robinson is guilty. And by the way, boomers are not all bad.
They're not bad. We love.
We know. Well, I always say Fox News. I always make sure to say Fox News boomers if I'm going to talk negatively about boomers, right?
Yeah,
Not all
boomers are tough. Boomers are tough. They have no trigger warnings. You know, they survived.
But supposed conservatives is a fantastic way to say that because none of them are. Honey
That's
Badger?
me. Honey Badger, thank you. Tyler defense team needs to take a note from the Karen Reed defense team. YouTubers are your number one advocates. Have interns constantly watching all the content daily, then reporting to Tyler's team.
I do think they do because Kathy
Me
Nestor
too.
did have a moment in the trial where she kind of like started rattling off a bunch of the YouTube things. Like she started talking about
Yes.
like, are you aware that there is a lot more theories besides just a gunshot here and things like that? Where you're like, they are
Yes.
they are watching. Yeah.
They are.
And why would you not? If you're the defense, you want to try to take in everything you possibly can.
100% they watch Baron. Come on.
Yeah.
100%.
F-35.
Matt.
Okay, Nate has small calves. What? 6'3", 240 pounds. I'm a 5'9" jiu-jitsu trained 54-year-old. Was a doorman back in the day, but never looked at calves. Sorry, y'all. LOL. Really, BGE more creative. Sorry, Nate.
I've cut down a little bit. I was around 6'3", 260. I'm down to about 235 now. So yeah. But thank you. Waffle says, I don't know about anyone else, but if TR didn't hit the target, if he planned to and he tried, he should be locked away while the real ender is found. Yeah, if Tyler actually was on the roof, took the shot and missed, and there was something else involved, still, of course, he should still be put away. But I don't see any evidence of that yet. Jojo?
Not me.
Nissa, you want to do that one?
I'll read it. So Jojo, some other stuff. Paid characters, blackmailed characters, intimidated characters, characters politically driven, emotional exploitation characters. The only person I trust is the family friend who took Tyler Robinson in safely.
He's actually one of the people I trust the least.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Same.
Out of everybody.
Like, he brought him in.
Well, and also
No.
he just immediately recognized Tyler Robinson from those photos. No context to Tyler being in the area. He lives 3 hours away, and he just saw that on the news media and was like, "Oh yeah, that's Tyler. I used to be his Boy Scout troop leader 18 years ago."
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, and he's involved in the church, and he's ex-law enforcement, so he
And
might
he's a
have some
sheriff.
intelligence. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
kind of sketchy.
Yeah, so I don't know. He seems like one of the most sketchy. But thank you. The Big E files have all evidence and no trials accountability. True. Then TR should walk free based on that. Rights are rights if they can be taken away, or aren't rights if they can be taken away. They only are privileges. That's all we've ever had. Well, there's rules for thee, but not for me, right? And so the Epstein class doesn't have to worry about accountability. That's just for us peasants. Patricia, I think that's a super sticker. Thank you so much. Thanks to all the new members. Sorry, guys. Again, it's just you guys are too generous that we have to do it this way. Patty says, thank you for all your time this week. I have enjoyed the commentary. Go Max. Well, thank you, Patty. And here's another one for
Matt.
Thank you for all your time this week. New follower of yours. Follow through this stream. Yeah, I mean, all the new people that have come this week, it's amazing. Make sure you guys, even outside of the court stuff, make sure you check out the channels and come to the other lives, because we do a lot of other things as well that you may enjoy.
Yep. Trisha, even after watching every detailed theory of this case, I could still be an unbiased juror. Can't help that 1 + 1 = 33. The evidence provided doesn't mean I've been tainted. I actually agree with you, Trisha. I think I could go in there.
100%.
I think we could all go in there, sit down, and say, okay, prove your case. And if you prove the case, I think we would say, okay, he's guilty. So I think that's actually good. I didn't really think about that maybe the jury pool won't be as perjured as possible. But I think some of them will go in there with a preconceived notion of it doesn't matter what's shown. This is what's going to happen, though. William?
Matt, a 1.6 Mauser 98, no way. Trying to match to a 6-inch barrel under the chair. Means this was planned months in advance. Fail. So William is he likes the trap door under the chair theory. That's his go-to. But as far as 1.6 Mauser, I've never looked at what the twist rates were available, but I don't know. Do you know anything about that, Nate?
No,
the common
no.
30-6 twist rate.
No. I've never had Mausers, so that's outside my wheelhouse. Tater says another new. Oh, that's not me for me. Sorry.
That's me. In other news, Victor Marx won Republican primary
Really?
with Freedom IC poll saying he has 59.2% approval rating. What in the world, Colorado? This is coming from someone from PDX.
Portland, probably. That's weird. This guy is weird. I'm sorry. He's a
Weird is very
dude.
generous.
Yeah.
Weird is very generous. I'm sorry. What was with the message he sent to Erica saying, "Don't worry, you're safe. They just wanted Charlie."
Yeah, he's a weird dude.
Seems like a spook.
Yeah.
Yeah.
C. Melson says the defense attorneys use strategic obfuscation, but gets greedy. He wanted to get her agreement on not conclusive, but actually class character elimination of a 30-6. Very tough to pull off. Yeah, that's why I was complaining. Exactly that. I'm like, dude, you're never going. She already did the report. You're not going to get her to be like, just kidding. It's not a match. Like the report's the report, and the report is pretty good for you, which is why the prosecution doesn't want it in evidence, right? So like, Do we know? Are these? Is this a? I didn't actually never even looked at this. Is Tyler's team public defenders, or does he have his own legal team that?
I think
No, it's
they,
public.
They were
they're not?
provided
I
to
thought they
him.
were.
They're court appointed, right?
Yes.
I believe
Okay.
they are, yeah.
Well, that's always a little bit scarier than typically the way it works. And this is why in high profile cases, so often OJ's case, they get off, is because you got to understand the way it works. And my dad's an attorney. My dad actually explained this to me. When you have attorneys that are prosecutors for the state, they are trying to build a record and credibility so they can go work for a private partnership and make 3 times the money. So usually if you hire your own like famous defense counsel, you're paying 10x, but you're getting the best lawyers in the world who are going up against state prosecutors, where in this case, it's going to be a pretty even slate, right? It's all basically lawyers for the state. So
I wonder how that works if you know, because you said your dad's a lawyer. When you have a public defender, how do they do the billing for hours? Like, is there a cap on how many hours? Like, I know someone who went through family court
So
like,
yeah,
in
they're
Canada
just on
family-
salary for the government, like the district attorney and the sub attorneys below him. They're just on standard government salary. It's not billed for hours or anything like that typically.
So
Or
that
it might be billed for hours. I'd have to ask, but I'm pretty sure they're salary workers like other government employees are, if I recall. But I could be wrong. Barron could let us. Barron would be the person.
Yeah, Barron would know. It's like worst case scenario. It's like, are they? I mean, I don't think that Tyler Robinson's defense team is doing this, but if you're being paid a fixed salary, are you going to go work extra hours if you're not going to be compensated for it to put extra work into putting on the best case?
Well, in fairness, those court-appointed defense attorneys are also trying to build a track record of wins so that they can go be private criminal defense attorneys and get paid 4 or 5x. You know what I mean? So they aren't necessarily, you're not necessarily going to get lawyers that don't want to try, but you may not get the most talented lawyer ever, right? Because all the really talented workers or lawyers are working for, big law firms, Steven says, just wanted to say what's up and show some appreciation for what y'all doing. My wife and I watch VFT and JOF daily. Well, thank you. Thank you, Steven. Michael says they're going to try to bury him and will be the end of it. That will be the end of it. We all see the BS. The people will allow it keep happening. The amount of evidence out there pointing at our greatest ally is insane and won't even be looked at. Yeah, they're not. I don't think they're going to get into other possibilities, really. It's about showing Tyler didn't do it. I don't know. I'm not sure what to expect from the defense. I don't know about you guys, but we'll see.
Is there an alibi for Lance Twigs?
I don't know. Probably not.
If there isn't, I just blame it on him.
Well, he claims he was sleeping all day, guys.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, that's right.
All day. He was sleeping all day.
Always. That was.
That's right. That is what he said.
No one was there. Well, that could be an option.
Valentina?
The widow was already shown all the evidence and forgave TR. Why does she now demand to see everything? It doesn't make you look better, EK.
Yep. She did say she's seen it all.
That lawyer is interesting. I can't wait till he starts flipping out during the actual trial, if there is one.
Yes.
Right, Erica
That's
here?
you too, Matt.
Erica Ray, the attorneys can discuss the evidence with clients after the pretrial. Why does it have to be public? EK seems to want to be the victim to a point she is, but this is over the top. It's definitely trying to pull on the emotional side of things for whatever reason, and also to intimidate the judge, just like Donald Trump Jr. and everyone else is there. That's the whole point, is to make this, put all the pressure on the judge to push this to trial.
Sounds like she was doing that yesterday too. Danny?
Thank you for the super, Danny. Barron said Erica Kirk's attorney defended Jeff E.'s attorney Acosta for sweetheart deal in Florida over 30 alleged victims who weren't even notified on deal. Funny how he winds up being Erica's lawyer. Coincidence? No,
They
We
all
don't
run in the
believe in
same circle.
coincidences. Yes.
Tiffany Lee.
Matt.
Streaming is dynamic. Emily D. Baker.
All right, Joe. What's up, Joe? Says, not being a lawyer or judge, I answered the poll overwhelmed by evidence, but that isn't the truth of what's overwhelming, is this superficial back and forth with procedure. Just saying. There has been a lot of that. Yeah. Oh, it was almost the
As a
entire day
spectator.
on Wednesday.
Yeah. As a spectator, it's annoying, but I understand the need for it. But I felt like the defense is doing a little bit too much.
Yeah. Butterfly here.
Nissa, you want to do that one?
Butterfly BCCB. Here. Did Tyler Robinson plead the fifth? Why doesn't he come forward if he was set up? Do you think he will take the stand during the trial? You guys rock. Stay safe. Thanks for airing this. Christ is king. No, he's not going to take the stand.
And he shouldn't.
No.
Okay. Interpretation. Oh, no, it's not mine. Sorry.
That's Matt.
Interpretation of judge response to Kirk lawyer STFU. Yeah, basically.
Yeah. Thank you. A blue gold Irish win. Appreciate it. See Me Now says, do you think the defense is going to have a good defense in trial? I already feel like the trial is wild. Can't wait to see what's go on and see how it plays off. God bless. Keep up the good work. I have no idea what angle the defense is going to take. Like Barron said, is the defense is most likely going to keep as much to the chest as possible until the trial itself. So ask Barron. the legal questions are really up his alley.
Mm-hmm.
Sarah says, great job, guys. Thanks for your time and effort on covering the case. Thank you, Sarah. Appreciate you. Joe, congrats to you all. After 5 days of this, we can now all say we earned a YouTube law degree, but can only practice in Utah. Cedar here.
That's me. Cedar says, so if I'm understanding correctly, couldn't that simply mean Lance handled the rifle more recently, while Tyler having more DNA would be consistent with him owning or handling it more often? Well, this is what they said. They are not able to do a timeline. They don't know who touched it last,
that's right.
who
They did
touched
say
it
that.
first. They cannot they cannot prove it. So they can just see whose DNA is on there, how much of it was the probability that it belongs to that person, but they cannot say like, oh, this guy touched it last. Or
Have they tested the bullet casings for DNA?
They didn't say that I heard.
They didn't say.
They didn't say. Good question.
Yeah, I don't think they definitely didn't talk about that. Yeah. I think Candace will destroy the state's case. TPUSA saw her as a problem, but they did not anticipate y'all and other truth seekers and freedom defenders. That's why they pay Fed sloppers, which they most certainly do. Props to y'all. We're on the right side of history. Christ is king. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, we'll see. It's going to be interesting to see what the state's actual case is in trial. Because if this is what it is, ooh.
Yeah.
Bad boy for one of you guys.
Thanks for
comment?
the super.
Maybe me, I'm not sure.
Garth? Yeah, Matt, are we caught up for you? We're in the 1030s now. It'd be
All right, let me
easier than
see.
me trying to do this back and forth.
Don't tell me they're still not synced up. Hold on. You see Chop Rock Guitars 1022.
It should be. This was before, or this was after you came back, I'm pretty sure, wasn't it?
They are not synced after that.
They're still not?
They're still not synced.
All right, we'll keep going. We'll keep going. At some point, they should be. Chop Rock Guitar says, Nissy, you guys are getting all the ladies. Just kidding. In all seriousness, though, great panel, and thanks again for doing the Lord's work. Been lucky enough to hang in there with you guys, suffer through all the Fed slop. Yeah, it's fun. It's fun having some ladies on the stream. We get different perspectives, and we don't have, just a bunch of dudes screaming at each other. So, Texas here.
Matt.
Baron for defense. We cannot allow this. Justice for Charlie. How do you
names?
Yeah, how do you protect a patsy? That's a good question, because they have everyone surrounding them that doesn't want them to make it. So, it's a tough question.
SB Arizona here.
Matt.
Thank you for streaming all 5 days of the trial and for your thoughtful commentary. I really appreciate the time and effort you put into helping us follow and better understand the proceedings. You're very welcome. And like I said, we'll be back for the main trial, if there is one. And then we'll also be back September 1st, specifically for his ruling, if there will be a trial.
There will. Even Barron said it's like basically 100% chance because of the political pressure on the judge, essentially. I think he did say that Barron said it in his episode last night that if this were just like some random case in, downtown Chicago with 2 unknown people, that most likely like the grand jury would throw this case out. But because of the massive optics and political pressure on it, he almost doesn't have a choice. Because I'm sure they would just destroy his career if he was like, nope, no trial, he goes free. Yeah. So Kim says, thank you for all your time and insights off topic. But what do I do with the Charlie Kirk Freedom shirts I bought from TPUSA after the bang? I'm torn. Love Charlie. Can't stand anything. Look, it happens. I did an entire stream like the second day, and we donated all the proceeds to TPUSA's fund. It happens, right? So I'd say don't feel too bad about it. So
you could donate the shirts to like
you did it because you want. Oh yeah.
Place.
Do that. Donate it to St. Vincent de Paul or something like that. Do something nice with them. But because you bought them because of Charlie, you know what I mean? Not because of TPUSA. So Dingo ate your babies. Says Polymarket gives a 57% probability that Nate will have to baptize a baby Ruth by second recess. Wow, guys. So Nissy's here now.
Yeah, thank you for the gifting of the memberships, RPJM 1989.
And Nissy, if you're following along in the supers on the right side of the screen, you should be able to see yours now with the dash next to them.
Okay.
All right, Trev Bop.
Thank you for all your time this week, and thank you for the very generous super chat.
WT Nurse.
DNA from Ancestry revealed my dad who raised me wasn't my dad. That's happened a lot.
That's wild.
Yeah. Per this result, I am now Polish and Czech. Should I question the results, or can I rely on my love for pierogies? Hi, Nissy. Glad you joined. Pierogies.
Salty says defense getting the experts to testify as much as possible early and under oath is a very solid strategy. Thanks for being here. Really appreciate the coverage. America first. Yeah. They definitely have more expert witnesses they haven't called yet, right, Matt? Don't they have like 7 expert witnesses?
7 total, yeah.
Yeah.
And I think they've called 2, 3 so far. So,
all right, Nissy.
Thank you for that, ZenQN041 for the gifting of the 5 memberships. Thank you so much.
Bobby, what's up, Bobby? Inconclusive ballistic report, multiple DNA hits on material evidence, grainy video of the suspect. I can't believe they don't have video that would convict or exonerate this kid. There has to be with all the cameras UVU has. There's supposed to be, Bobby, but somehow we have the one shitty grainy video that we had from the very beginning. I don't know.
Guys, people were convicted on less. Don't forget that there is no videos of crimes usually, okay? There is no videos of people being somewhere. They convicted people on much, much less evidence. We're saying, oh, they have no evidence. They have no evidence. Yeah, it's speculatory. It's not super strong. We thought they had a video, like a clear one of him. Oh, everyone was waiting for that. They don't. That doesn't mean anything right now. People were convicted on much less.
That is very good.
And Nate, you see that comment right there?
What's that? Which one?
This one was from mine.
Here?
Yeah, great job, folks. One small suggestion to improve the stream. Can we get rid of Nate and Matt and the hearing?
Yeah, well, yes, tomorrow, actually. You can get that exact live stream that you're requesting.
Yeah.
The girls are doing that exact stream tomorrow, so tune into that. You'll have me and Matt here. Penna, what's up, brother? Says thank you for the very generous super chat. Penna's been around on the channel forever. Nate, best to you and the VFT crew. Crazy but busy, but wanted to stop by and show some support. Nothing but love for your brother. I love you too, brother. I appreciate you being such a big supporter of the channel for so long. let's see here. Killian says, can the DNA and bullet evidence actually be used to convict Tyler if they cannot determine the round found in Charlie was fired from the rifle? Apologies if this has been covered. Well, they won't be able to use the round found in Charlie technically, but they will be able to use the DNA on the rifle as a means to try to do that. But I mean, to Cassie's point, they got some stuff, right? And is that going to be enough? Depends on the jury. Depends on the panel of the jury, I think. Here we go from Debbie.
That one was mine. Debbie 4269. Love your videos. Much support. Can't wait to hear your opinion with this trial today. Thank you, Debbie. Thank you for the super chat.
Imprez.
That's me. Love your perspective. Did you see Candace's X leaks this morning? I see everything Candace is posting. I follow. It's been intense. I will say it's been intense. We're gonna discuss it with Nisi tomorrow. We're gonna go through it. We're gonna go through the tweets, all that. These are the girly stuff, yeah.
I have to get caught up. There was just so much. She's arguing with everyone.
So, yes, it's
Andrew
a
Colvett.
mess.
It's a lot.
Yeah.
I'm gonna basically what I'm planning to do for tomorrow. I'm planning to put it in a file, go one by one, and show you guys how it all evolved, basically, and where we are today. Where are we gonna be tomorrow? I mean, you never know what you're gonna wake up to with Candace. So yeah, there is still she's beefing with Andrew right now because apparently he compared Erica to Virgin Mary and Candace to Satan. Yes.
Like seriously?
Basically, what he should I read you this tweet? Can I read his tweet? Wait.
Yeah, for
because
sure.
it's
I don't have
crazy.
Twitter, so I'm out of the. As you guys saw
Okay.
earlier,
Andrew
people
is
were
live
like,
right
everybody's
now, by the
talking
way.
shit on you talking shit about you on X, and I'm like, I didn't even know this conversation was happening about me.
Nate, do you know how much you're missing by not being on X? Most of the stuff is on X. That's
I get
actually
it,
how
man.
things.
I can't do it. I can't. I stay out of X.
You know what?
man,
I
for my
didn't.
mental
I
health.
didn't use. I didn't use it until I started doing YouTube. I was never big on at
Same.
the time Twitter.
Yeah.
Just
No,
make a burner
I-
account.
so I'll use it to like look up information, and what's going on in the world, but like I don't have an account to where I'm like posting or following anyone or anything like that.
So make a burner
Yeah,
account.
so Andrew
I do have
wrote-
one. Well, I did make one. So when you guys remember when Dan Bongino left being with the FBI, so he was starting to like crash out and block everybody on Twitter. So I was like, I talk so much shit about the dude. I'm like, okay, I got to get blocked by Dan. So I actually did make a Twitter. I started one. And the only thing I would do was comment on his posts making fun of him to try to get blocked. And then I forgot which email I used for the account and I got locked out somehow. And so the account's gone now.
It's
But-
over.
so I did make one technically to try to get blocked by Dan, but it didn't work out.
Well, this is what Andrew said. I've often wondered. So he's sharing Candace's post where she goes like, there are so many devastating points on Tyler Robinson narrative, but chief among them is Lance Twigs testifying that Tyler wasn't political, didn't even speak to him about rainbow people issues or gender identity issues, and also alluding to the fact that he is not trans. So she's talking about that. So he's sharing this post and he goes, I've often wondered why Satan continues fighting against God when the Bible is clear that the devil who deceived them will be thrown into the lake of fire to be tormented forever. Then you realize Satan probably convinced himself the Bible is just a fed slop. And then he continues in the comment, he goes, and that Jesus didn't really rise from the dead, that was just a body double, and Mary was actually a homicidal psychopath who engaged in a grand conspiracy to have her own family member unalived.
Wow.
Guys, he compared Erica
what the
to
audacity
Mary.
of this guy. That's crazy.
So this is what's happening right now on X.
Oh
He's
my
making the
God.
he's making the wrong analogy. He's making the wrong
Yeah.
analogy. That's all I'm gonna say.
What?
Tucker Carlson said at the at the memorial.
Blasphemy.
Wow. Yeah, the Virgin Mary, huh?
wild.
That's Erica. Rafone.
Yes.
Okay, I'm not gonna say it. I'm not gonna say what I was gonna say. I'm not gonna be rude today.
We know it. You know what you were gonna say. You don't have to say it.
All right, Nate, we're caught up now.
We're good. Okay, cool. No, close that other one out.
You know what it is? The
Fantastic.
timestamps don't match, but it's the same ones.
Yeah. Okay, cool.
Yep.
Close that. All right, close my OBS too. Sorry. Getting back to where I'm supposed to be here.
That one was
Okay.
for me, Marcellus. Thank you, Marcellus.
Darren Easterday. Do you, the squad, wants the case kicked so they can get TR out in the open, or do you think they'd rather Epstein him while he waits for trial? A lot of people have talked about this, and they're saying that if they were going to do it, they would have done it by this point. So, kind of up in the air. Obviously, we hope nothing happens to him.
I think they want to, what they really want is to put him in front of a trial, convict him, and give him the death penalty and put him to death through the official channels and the official means to show that TPUSA and all of them were right. That's what I think their ultimate goal is.
And not to be messed with. Yeah.
Yeah. Unaliving him before that is just going to cause the conspiracies to go to the moon. So no, I think that's their goal. I think they want to put him in trial. They want to convict him. They want to put him to death. And that's their ultimate, doesn't matter if he's guilty. To me, for them, I don't think they care if he's guilty or not guilty. That's what they want to have happen, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Thank you for that huge super sticker, Chameleon. Very, very generous. Thank you. That's for one of you guys.
Oh, that's me. I think Charlie's necklace was bugged. They were probably listening in on his private conversations and overheard something that made them want to act fast. The reason I think Erica Kirk wanted the necklace. Yeah,
Hey,
there's a lot of interest with that necklace.
Body cameras are useless if you're going to allow the police officer themselves to turn it on and off until they pass a law that says cameras need to be recording at all times. They're useless. So they do have this in a lot of departments, right? In Oregon, you have to have your body camera on anytime you're interacting with anyone as a police officer. But maybe this is not the case. Utah is a very corrupt state when it comes to law enforcement. Sorry to my friends that are in Utah, but this is well known, is that Utah's not legal system, but their police departments are very, very corrupt. So, they got some weird laws out there.
Zen Queen, thanks for the Trigger Smart membership. So make sure you guys show her some love. I think she might have left. I think she went over to Barron, but she did drop some memberships on the way out.
Michael Freeman 256. Thank you, Michael. Mike has been a really long time supporter of my channel. Thank you, Michael.
That's me, Cowboy. Erica is only interested in something implying Tyler's guilt being said and shown because Candice has the ear of the entire potential jury pool. So when they leave Harvey Tyler in custody, he expires forever accused. Well, we spoke about it, right? It's not necessarily this way. I think there might be tainted jury. You know how Erica was saying all this time that she doesn't want tainted jury pool, so she wants all these conspiracy theories to stop. But actually, we are much more open-minded, like we said. Mm-hmm. We're not afraid to be proven wrong at all. It's the other side that seem to have a different agenda. So we'll see.
The defense lawyer is basically working for free. He got the DOJ to change USA law in regards to DNA under Obama. He is forefront of the DNA standards. He mentioned been adopted. So you're saying the specific lawyer who is doing the DNA type stuff, he's working for free on behalf of Tyler Robinson? But I don't know anything about it, so I'd have to check. But that'd be interesting if that's true.
When I was saying the DOJ he actually changed some DNA laws. So he's been doing this for a while, it sounds like.
Okay. Maybe he is a big enough name in the space to go against the science then. Maybe that's what his thing is.
Oh, that one's mine. Keep it up, y'all. Doing great work. Next up, let's really find out what Flake Snuff was doing on his little sleepover in Utah.
Why do they call him Snuff?
He doesn't know.
I must have missed the Twitter stuff because I keep seeing everybody calling them that now.
On X, he's Blake S. Neff is
Oh,
maybe a
okay.
middle name or something. So now it's Blake Sneff.
That's everybody's been calling him Blake Sneff, and I don't know if it was like a funny joke I missed or something, but that makes sense.
You see, you're missing out. Get on X.
Yeah, I am missing out over there. Did anyone notice that Lance and Tyler rode around with his coworkers all day, or said he rode around with his coworkers all day? Why wouldn't they ask the coworkers what he talked about? I'm sure that they'd know his point of view. Maybe they did. Maybe they did. I don't know. We haven't got that far in the trial yet.
There was that newspaper article that came out from like Washington Post. That was his friends. They interviewed like 4 different friends of his, and they were all talking all kinds of stuff about him. But so they've made the rounds.
That's me, Mrs. Mary Paris. What is that? Why are you laughing? What did I?
Because of the comment.
Okay.
Go ahead.
What are you guys' thoughts on Brandon Tatum? I feel like he's been a useful idiot, but I also think he betrayed Candace. I also wanted to see if you guys have looked into the Losey family. Okay,
Losey family.
Brandon. No, we haven't looked into the family. Maybe that's a good place to go next. Brandon, I mean, he's a good soldier. Yes, for them, he's like a good boy.
He's getting paid well.
Well, not
but
boy.
with G.
yeah, there you go. You nailed it. Go to my Instagram and you can see all the amazing memes that have gone viral I've made about Officer Tatum, and you can get my opinion there. I have some very viral memes of him that he's not happy about. Yeah, I talk shit about Tatum nonstop. So obviously you already guys know. I think he's the absolute worst personally. So I think he's also a fake tough guy, which I don't like, right? He gives the whole, you wouldn't say that to my face when he's out of shape and he can't fight. And it's just, I don't like fake tough guys is another thing. So there's just a lot I don't like about the guy.
That's a lot of boy stuff you just said.
Yeah, it's all boy stuff for sure. Erica wanted to watch the zoomed in video so she could make sure the who couldn't be identified. Yeah, that's funny. Oh, sorry. I got a little off there.
That's me. Sorry. No, that's
no,
not
this
me.
one's mine. Yeah, sorry.
Yes.
I was looking at the wrong one. You wear a black toe
Me too.
memorial when someone passes away. You wear white when someone didn't pass away. Am I right, Jesse? Well, I'm Nate, but Jesse's the other
white guy.
tattooed, unhinged white
Jesse
guy
and
on the
Stabby
show.
Stabs.
Y'all can pass this on my dude. Yeah, I do think it's funny. The first time she finally dressed like a widow was for the trial, for the performative.
Yes. So that's me. Cedar Harbor 95. I followed Charlie Kirk, so some things stood out right away. I'm a Christian and we do grieve with hope. Erica's response seemed very different from what I typically expect. I'm Catholic. I've seen grief. I've grieved. I haven't seen anything like that. And I think that's why it stood out to people. People who know grief, people who know how to human normally, they caught on to it immediately.
Denny MCM. Tyler's DNA should not have been degraded if it was fresh. No reason it would have degraded. They also said, though, that like UV and some environmental stuff can degrade it much faster. So, like
I don't
within
know.
days.
It was wrapped in a towel outside the elements. So it seems like it would have been pretty well preserved. And it was sunny outside. So I don't know.
True.
Isn't it?
Maybe he wiped it. Maybe he like.
Oh.
That's why
Try to
it
wipe his
transferred on
prints
the-
off?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, they would say it. Maybe. I believe they would mention it, that he would, wipe his print, try to.
That's actually,
conceal it.
I bet you he did that. I bet you that's what he did with the towel. Was figuring I could wipe my fingerprints off it and they'll never know who I am. I bet you you're right. Isn't it a coincidence that Lance's phone was cracked in perfect circle over where the time is? My phone has never cracked in a perfect circle. I didn't notice that, but I'm sure you're right.
People in chat, just real quick on my side, can you let me know how Nightbot's doing? I made it much less abusive to you guys. Yesterday it was kicking people out and stuff for saying pissed. So I had to adjust that. We have some potty mouths in here, so I have to open it up a little bit. Kyle, it is just who I am. Thanks for the super. I think my initial super chat was ousted by Trigger's browser, so we did read it. But David Lee Roth and Kermit Radio Voice, good morning, everybody. We're on the right side of history. You sweet, smart people. Let's get it done. Thanks again for that. WT Nurse Knows. Thanks for being a member and for the super. Please compare a photo of Lance in hoodie to Lance being interviewed side by side. They're not the same people at all. Love you all. Love Julie. Yeah, there's stuff all over X that says that. There's like 20 different pictures going around. They're comparing and say that none of them match. It looks like 10 different people that are all supposedly Lance Twigs.
John says, sorry, I'm behind the, not live, but security cameras vary greatly and your assumptions are incorrect. The DQ cam was in a well-lit indoor small area and close to the subject, not 200 plus away outside HMU. If you want info, I'm a camera installer. Yeah, well then why don't you explain to us why the camera that was 5 feet away from Tyler Robinson as why he walks up the stairs is also such low fidelity and a completely sunny day, completely lit.
Yeah, because we're not just talking about the one where he's walking across the roof. It's like every single one. And he, like you said, in some of those shots, he is pretty close to the camera and the quality's trash.
Mm-hmm. Not me.
Oh, wait. Maybe me. Yes, it's me. JB Gaslight. Thank you for the super. Did anyone notice that Lance said TR rode around with his co-workers all day? Why wouldn't they? Oh, so they sent me the same thing. Why wouldn't they ask the co-workers what he talked about? Surely they'd know his point of view on Charlie Kirk. Well, look, his boyfriend said that he never mentioned Charlie Kirk. I mean, if there was one person that he would mention his beliefs to, especially if he was a fairy, that would be him. So if he claims that he never had any interest in politics, I mean, there is a story as well that Megyn Kelly covered that he did send a message right after Trump was elected, that he didn't like the fact that he was elected, like that we were doomed or something. And they said that he became a little bit more political after that, but not to the point that they would worry about it or they would notice it much. Like everyone talks about politics sometimes. Everyone has an opinion, but it's different to be obsessed and to be a radical. And it's different to just know what's going on in your country and have an opinion about it. So.
This one's for me, Leslie N1J9S. That security guard of UVU, when he heard the shot, he said he ran outside toward the roof and he saw a sleeve to a gun on the ground and left it there. Strange. Love you guys. Thank you for helping. Yeah.
You know what's strange is holsters.
Not my job, Howard.
Holsters typically are attached to your belt a lot of the time. Most of them are. So how this holster ended up on the ground is with no gun in it is pretty weird. Not all of them. There are some that just go down, but
so later on, someone had testified. I can't remember if it was him or someone else had testified that there was a holster with a gun in it that was found.
Real? I thought he said an empty holster.
No, he did. But then later on, it was
there was another one.
Yeah.
I don't know if they were referring to the exact same one and it had a gun in it, or if there was another gun.
But didn't they say they found few guns?
They did say they found multiple guns. Yeah.
So it's like
so weird. Like who's just leaving their gun on the ground in an active shooting scenario? But yeah, that's bizarre.
Joe 2130. I am glad to see all of my favorite people together. Kasia, please read Gary's post from yesterday to Nate and how Ian is fighting for him. Thank you guys for your hard work. Nisi, I love you.
You don't got to worry about that. Gary Gary misrepresents things and uses his credibility as a Green Beret to gaslight you and trick you. Okay. As if he's trying to say as a ballistics expert that what I said is wrong when I read off the description of the box of the ammo, that should let you know how disingenuous he is. Don't worry about
it. But
him.
do I remember things wrong? Were you guys not on the same page right at the beginning? Wasn't it like Gary and Nate?
Yeah, because he was one of the biggest advocates that there's no way this was a 30-06. It's not possible. He was one of the biggest advocates in the space. Baron Coleman found out about all of this through Gary's coverage. And then there was just a point where all of a sudden he was doing content with TPUSA, and now all of a sudden we completely believe the 30-06 FBI narrative out of nowhere, right? So yeah, he was one of the like biggest conspiracy theorists about it. He had to have body armor. It's a reflection off the body armor. It's impossible it was a 30-06. That was Gary. So I don't know. I don't know what happened.
He switched also around the time with Mitch Snow, but he didn't just, say, I disagree. I don't believe this scenario. It doesn't sit right with me. Like you were able to like separate things. This one, no. But the rest, okay. No, he went full on like against Candice, against the narrative. Yeah.
So yeah, I don't know. He's been doing this. Like, here's the difference between me and Gary, and everybody in my channel knows, everybody knows. I don't talk shit about other Green Berets. He's from my unit. We're from the same unit, not just like from the same military or we're from the same unit, know the same people.
Oh.
So I've never had a negative thing to say about him. Even once he started doing total exposés, calling me a grifter and lying and all these different things, I've still always said, look, I don't agree with him.
Engaged.
Sad to see what he's doing, but I'm not going to trash, a fellow guy from my unit. But he's also trashing Joe Kent, right? Like, he trashes a lot of other Green Berets in the space, and that's just not what we do. So again,
is it unlike
that's
him?
kind of the
Like,
difference. That's the difference between me and him, right? Is he does things that I wouldn't do. So
okay. But did you find out about each other because of Charlie Kirk investigation, because of what happened, or did you know? Okay.
Well, he actually contacted me because I did a video debunking the body armor possibility, and so that's the first episode we did, was to actually discuss that with the body armor and things like that. And again, that was his theory. His theory was that he's got body armor because it had to be a deflection off the body armor because it's impossible it was a 30-06.
Yeah.
You can go back and watch the content. So again, my theories haven't changed. His has. So
yeah, big time.
Well, a lot of people in the space too, if they admit it, I think Gary from Paramount Tactical inspired them to get started researching all this stuff in the first place.
For sure.
So he was the OG that like lit the fire under all of this on this side that he's now arguing against and saying are grifters and all this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Didn't
So
he
it's kind
go
of
to
interesting.
the campus like as well and do a video? Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. And then it all changed somewhere.
Just real quick, I want to thank all the mods on all the different channels. Chat, show them some love, keeping the chats clean. Sticky Icky Liberty. Okay, the body cam died. So let's see the parking garage camera footage. Yeah, that's what Nate was saying earlier.
Wendy says, read that engraving bullets is dangerous. It is. Disassembling is recommended. And if they did disassemble, could hinder the performance of the bullet. Thoughts on that? I've really enjoyed watching. Yeah, I mean, the odds that you're going to like hinder the performance and it's going to have a little bit different, that's a little bit less likely than like you engrave into the casing of a round, and when you actually, the primer hits that round and there's a fracture in the casing itself, it's going to explode in your barrel. That's really, or possibly can. That's really what you're more worried about than like, oh, it flew a little bit different. But yes, it is definitely dangerous to Dremel engrave on live rounds. You don't want to do that.
Oh yeah, can't like hypothetically, can't a spark do something?
Well, think about that cartridge is full of black powder, explosive powder, right? And if I crack a little hole into that, and when that primer hits the explosive powder, typically in that cartridge, it sends all of that force forward and ejects the round out the barrel. But if there's a crack in the frame of the round, it's going to take the passive least resistance, the explosive powder, and potentially just go blow up inside your barrel rather than firing the round. So you got to be, you don't want to be drilling into the cartridge where there's, explosive powder in the round, obviously. Not black powder. Sorry, guys. Explosive powder.
This one's for me. Lindsay Ray. Thank you for the super chat. Much love from, is that Salt Lake City? I'm happy to see you all, each one of you do awesome work. What do you guys think of the John Bray theory now? Also, sad day for, is it Andrew Colbert? and his stupid Superman neck theory.
I mean, yeah, me and Matt had done entire episodes with John, and I think it's pretty compelling. I think he's got a lot of interesting parts to it. There's some issues, and you know, I talked to John about all those issues, and even John will say there's some things I can't really explain yet, but I think it's interesting. I think it's the most compelling outside of a gunshot theory that we have of all the niche theories, right? The drones and tunnels and all these different things. I think John's got the most interesting and compelling non-narrative story. I don't know about you, Matt, but
well, and to John's credit, there's a few things that I pointed out at one point. Most people with their theories, they're not open to any criticism of it. But when there's a few things I saw, and then I brought them up to him, and it was correct. And he's like, "Oh, that makes sense." And then it kind of helped him evolve it to the next step. So
yeah,
I thought that
he was
cool.
very receptive when me and him sat down to talk about it. So
This one is for me. Hope Bean 1. Wow, love seeing you all. It must be my birthday. Thank you. Christ is King. Thank you for the super chat.
Happy birthday.
Yeah.
Hellfire Agency. Did we settle whether the safety on the Mauser is the factory flag type? Yes. So it looks like it's not. It looks like it's the aftermarket, just like the stock and just like the barrel that's swapped out to 30-06. And did ATF Ballistics say that she fired it with scope? Yeah, so basically it looks like it is the type. It does have a setup that it is possible to be fired in that configuration with everything the way it is, including the scope. Fides et Veritas. Is that like a military thing or something, Nate?
Veritas is, yeah. I don't know what
Okay.
that specific phrase means, though.
LT text bubbles are blue and light blue versus standard blue and gray. Only way to have this coloring is to message yourself via Apple ID. This wouldn't alert TR. You cannot change text bubble color in iMessage. Yeah, because hold on a second. Because they come in green. They come in green if it's from Android.
Mm-hmm.
And they come in
blue if it's
blue.
another iPhone user.
iPhone, yeah.
So mine come in gray from my wife who has an iPhone as well. So what are you saying here? The bubbles are blue and light blue. So you're saying if you send it to yourself, it's light blue?
I need to see that.
I don't know. I've never tried.
Did they both have
I use Android.
iPhones?
I don't know.
If you want to mess with that in chat and that's actually pretty interesting because that could be kind of important.
Day 4, Exhibit 20 has no primer strike on the casing. If this is the so-called ouch round, where is it? Oh, yeah, but did we see? We saw the primer, but did we see if that was a fired round or not? I don't know. That is interesting, though. I'll look back at the pictures.
The Donna TV, if George is Candace's handler, he sure is doing a terrible job. What a silly theory, in my opinion. I don't believe that. I don't know. They have fifth kid on the way, guys. There's just so much a person that is just forcefully in love with someone can do, you know? Come on.
If he is a TPUSA handler, to your point, he is the worst handler
The
that's
worst
ever
one.
existed in the history
Exactly.
of handlers. For sure.
Yeah.
So all the panelists real quick. People are asking about links to your sites and stuff again. Let me put up these banners real quick. So we have Valhalla VFT. That's at Valhalla VFT. I am Trigger Smart at Trigger Smart and Trigger Smart HQ. And then we have Daily Fredo. That's at Daily Fredo. And then we have Nissi, not Nisi. It's Nissi.
Not Nissi.
Two S's. It's Nissi.social. Yeah. All right, where are we at here?
This one's for me. It's Asti. Did anyone notice that the throats and lips don't match Tyler Robinson in those stairwell photos? Also, those tears from Erica yesterday are because she's exposed. So those were real. Great team. I mean, Eric, if Erica's gonna do anything, she's gonna cry. I want to go home. I just want to go home.
She's the
throat's gonna
emotional
look.
asset.
Why so
She's an
sad?
emotional asset. Why so sad? As far as the throats, I have to go back and look. I know people were circulating the AI enhanced version.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And comparing that, and that was one that was put out by the FBI. For a long time, I thought someone like a civilian had did that. I didn't know the FBI had did that and put that out there, which is crazy.
Yeah.
Hard luck, Kong. Come to TrutherCon and meet others who question the narrative. No idea what that is, but TrutherCon, we'll check it. We'll see what it is. Thank you.
Coach says, hey all, thanks for your coverage. I'm a strength coach. Hell yeah. Used to analyzing physiques on a daily basis. The shoulder width of TR and the black shirt is completely different than the maroon. Not him. I remember, Matt, when I talked about this in detail, that's what I saw too. I don't know if it might have just been the camera angle, but yeah, I noticed that too. Why leave a note and then create an auto message to read the note? Why not just let the auto message be your confession? Yeah, it's very theatrical, is it not?
And again, how do they know it's an auto message?
Oh, good point. The Rouse or Riley says, what if Tyler went to TPUSA staff to warn them about Lance and he had no idea how deep it went? Makes sense. We're getting into movies now, and then from the start, everything that got worked around him, the Patsy to be unalived. I think he probably would have gone to the police if he was that concerned and not a random TPUSA representative. But I don't know. Who knows? I
have a question. Who do you think the woman was that was allegedly caught with him on the doorbell camera? Ring bell camera?
Woman. I didn't hear anything about a woman.
Yes, apparently. Okay, so that's one of my last episodes. So you know this Danae branch that was mentioned? This is the woman that said, Erica handed me a tissue and so on.
Oh,
so
yeah,
then Candice connected the name and she said, the Branches and Lymans, they own the street that where Tyler was filmed walking. And then she said that that one of the owners of the house that filmed it, that his camera filmed it, they said that Tyler was filmed with a woman, that he met with a woman. That's just what she says. We're waiting for Monday now. I cannot wait for Monday.
Weird. I haven't heard that.
Yes.
Met with a woman where?
There on the street.
In front of the house?
Oh, in front of the house.
Okay.
Allegedly, it's caught on camera.
Was that before or after the shooting?
Not sure. That's
sure
all I know. That's all that was mentioned.
Before, I bet.
So then Candice was like, I cannot wait to go back on air, she said. So
I haven't heard that. That'd be But we also have the fact, though, that another witness from a doorbell camera says that supposedly he was with 3 other men. You know what I mean?
So. And he's bald.
Oh, that's at night.
And he's bald.
Yes,
Or the driver's bald. Someone maybe old Sneffy was driving him around.
That's why they're saying, like, where were you?
I thought about George Zinn, but then I was like, oh yeah, but they had him in custody because he was he was interfering and stuff. But yeah, Blake Sneff.
What about the cell messages as evidence, and who asserted that they were definitely from Tyler's phone? Well, I'm assuming they went in and looked at the number that they were sent to, and that's what they were. I would hope the law enforcement at least did that much due diligence, would be my guess.
I just want to read. So this is another one, but it just came in, but it goes along with what we were just talking about. Dralatina, thanks for the super chat. Says, I do have a question about Candace's husband, George. Isn't he one of the founders of TPUSA, like USAK, like TPUK? Is he still involved with Turning Point UK? I think Turning Point UK, I don't know if it exists anymore, but I believe he was involved. Well, I'm not going to make it up. I'll just look it up.
Yeah, but so was Candace. So,
yeah.
You know what I mean? Like acting like
Candace's that's how husband. They met.
Right. Yeah. So like acting like that would be weird for him to be involved with TPUSA when literally Candace was with TPUSA for years. Like that wouldn't be weird. That would be totally normal. Yeah, if he was currently today, that would be weird.
So TPUK formed in 2019. It looks like it's still going. So
yeah, then I mean 7 years ago, and I don't think that would be that weird then.
This one's for me, Lori Wilder, D9K8Z. Love seeing you on here. Thank you for the super chat, Lori.
So you're telling me that a non-military trained 22-year-old beat a trained security team and got away? Yes. Well, I'm not telling you that. That's what the official narrative is telling you. Yeah. And all of law enforcement on top of that security.
Bella Blue says, yay, Kasia and Nisi are a breath of fresh air to the daily testosterone overload and discussions of Nate's bathroom habits.
Wow.
Love you, ladies.
Is that a
You're
real thing?
welcome.
How come people keep talking about your bathroom habits?
So
I don't know.
Ongoing
Nisi,
joke.
I don't know, because Monday I went to go grab some coffee and I came back from the stream, and all of a sudden it's just been about how I have IBS ever since. So I'm not sure.
Actually, no.
I think
It wasn't
Matt
like
probably was saying a bunch of
Well,
shit about me while I was gone.
No,
And that's how
no,
this-
it was the
so
chat.
I don't know. Your guess
Yeah,
is
it
as
was-
good as mine.
No, the chat was like,
Yeah.
"Oh man, he's definitely doing number 2 is because he keeps leaving the stream, like doing these little short breaks." And they're like, "Yeah, it's number 2. He's going poop. He's taking a crap." So I was like, "All right." And I just pulled up one of the comments and it read it, and then from
See,
then
there you
it's
go.
just stuck.
It was Matt. So now we know.
He was probably leaving to eat. I see.
Yeah.
I see you keep turning off your scripting.
Who's that one?
Not
So,
me.
not me. Whose is it?
Did-
Is it me?
Nisi? Mhm.
Is it me? I can't even. I got lost where we are.
I think it's probably Nisi.
No, that's not me.
Nisi, sorry.
Oh no, it is me. I'm wrong. It is me. Electronic bookworm. Are they pivoting away from Tyler alone to Tyler plus Lance, or Tyler, Lance, and a group of Salt Lake City queers?
Well, that's what
really-
Colvette said. That's
Yeah.
Oh,
what
I
he
know.
was
Like what their angle, what they're doing. I'm not sure. I'm not covering it that close yet.
I'm not sure. I don't. Well, because someone had mentioned that Andrew Colvett is now supposedly questioning the narrative. What is it that he's questioning?
Okay, so he went on TikTok and he was like, you know what? I haven't had a chance to actually express my questions about it because. And then Byron was laughing. Actually, he was like, "No, you actually speak to the microphone every day. You had no chance to speak about your questions, but okay." And then he goes that he says, "What if he didn't act alone? What if Lance is involved? What if it's all these people that were posting about Charlie's unaliving before it happened?" He's like, "I want to know the answers," and he speaks so. How to even describe it? He's trying to seem genuine. And he's asking questions that we've been asking for the past 10 months, and we've been called evil for it and diabolical, and now suddenly he has the same questions. He's right at the start where we were 10 months ago, and we were asking those questions, and we were investigating Lance's family. Where is he? Why is he granted immunity? Suddenly it's Andrew's questions too. So
I think the
Yeah.
biggest takeaway is he's just adding Lance to the equation. That's really what it is.
yeah.
I'm gonna say this
Oh,
probably for
wasn't
Nissy.
me.
Nissy.
Actually, they're talking about me. It wasn't mine, but I'll read it. So this is Nona's Fave 5 for Nissy. You have been doing great research. Christ is king. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much.
You have. We all know it. Okay, Hard Luck Kong. I think you were wising that a trap was being set for Candace Owens. The narrative push this week was intense. Also, come to TruthCon. Okay, we'll check the TruthCon. But yes, so my theory was that they were trying to trap her into saying more stuff, more on a defamatory side, and to prove that yes, the threats are increasing anytime Candace speaks or tweets. So they were, I think, kind of rage baiting her into tweeting more, into going bonkers on X. So then the defenders of Candace will go after, Erica or whoever is tweeting at her. So I think I said in my video, one of my last videos, I wish she stayed a little bit more conservative with tweeting. But then again, I'm like, who's gonna tell her what to do?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm gonna say what Candace is gonna. No, it's her ex. She knows what she's doing. She knew what she's been doing this far. So yeah, I'm just here to see what's going to happen.
I'm sure she's also got a serious legal team that makes
Mhm.
sure she does things the right way too. So,
Oh yeah.
you know,
She has to have one. She
And
keeps getting
George.
sued.
yeah, that's my
Mhm.
point, right? Billy says, this bothered me from day one. The number 2 guy in TPUSA is on the phone and walking behind the backdrop through the line of fire before CK hits the ground. Just dumb or new. Yeah, old Mikey McCoy.
He didn't even
0.87
duck.
seconds.
He didn't even
No,
like go like this.
And I've I've explained this on my show why that's. I know a lot of people know this is bizarre, but I can tell you as somebody who's been shot at, that is not how you react. Not how even I react. Not even.
I thought you were going to
Berets who
defend
are-
him for a second.
No. Not even Green Berets and Navy SEALs who are conditioned to being shot at. If all of a sudden gunshots ring out of nowhere when you are not ready or expecting it, there is no human being that goes with my phone and then just casually turns and just don't mind me as I just walk off. Like, no, that's not normal, typical human behavior. It's just not. I'm sorry. Might be crazy, but did we
my
read that
bad.
one already? Might be crazy, but TR's team want his DNA on the rifle. That way, when they drive home, the 30-06 issue, and it's proven it was not a 30-06, we used to show TR was not the shooter. Interesting theory. Interesting.
C-Card, thanks for the gifted Trigger Smart memberships. Make sure you show some love in chat for those memberships.
Okay. I think it was Tim Kennedy running across the roof with his bag of pineapples. That's probably not a joke you guys get. That's another military joke, but thank you.
Butterfly BCCB. Great content. Love you all. I think my previous super chat got lost. I'm sorry to hear that. Dumb question. Why doesn't TR speak up about being a patsy if he is one? Is he pleading the fifth? Would it be bad putting him on the stand? Again, love you all. Crisis King. He should not go on the stand. So that's one of the answers. He should not testify.
I don't know if that'd be a question for Barron. Like legally, what is the way you would approach that situation, right? Would you want to talk about it? Would you just want to disprove that you were the suspect? I don't know. I don't know what the defense would want to do with that.
I don't think it means anything because if you remember Ted Bundy, he claimed, and Nissi probably knows it because she's into crime stuff as well. He claimed he was innocent until the very end, literally very end. He was so convincing. There were campaigns for his innocence. So whether he will say something or not, I don't think it matters. I think it's all about evidence. It's all about proving it in court. He can campaign all he wants. Okay, he will get some support outside of court. So what?
Yeah,
doesn't
that's a
matter.
good point.
The thing about it too, so let's say you're a patsy, but you participated. So in order to acknowledge that you're a patsy, you have to acknowledge your involvement, right?
That's
Good
true.
point, yes.
That's a great point. Yeah, he would basically have to admit to being an accessory to a capital murder, which could put him away for 30 to 50 years anyway.
So it's still admission of guilt to a degree. Yes.
Good point. Love that you and Kasia and Nissi, as a girl who works in the office full of guys and listen all week to a group of men. I really appreciate that today you had these great gals on the show. Just wanted to say thank you. Well, thank Matt for that because I just met the girls for the first time, so it's been great. But
they made me pay them large sums of money to come on here.
Yes.
Duck, thanks for the super. The point of DNA is to show that it's subjective and far from exact. He is showing the inaccuracies of terminology isn't that clear. DNA matches can vary despite their conclusions. Super important. Yeah, we also just found out that he's like one of the main people who are
yeah, I
researching
didn't
this
know
and
that.
pushing laws and stuff. So
that kind of changes things a bit. Yeah. Not for me.
Then Bandana's Bonsai. Nick Sorter on X is saying the court showed privately clear video of Tyler Robinson taking that dispatched Charlie Kirk.
Oh, Nick Sorter is saying that? Yeah.
X is saying the court showed privately.
Yeah, I mean, he's a paid propagandist, so.
I wonder. I'll talk to Brandy because she was in court. So
then she would have seen it. The prosecution very specifically told the judge. You guys remember the judge specifically asked the prosecution. He said, "Wait, do you have video footage of the alleged shooting taking place?" And he said, "Judge, no, we do not. But what we have is testimony that he crawled up to the roof, XYZ. So if they do have it, the prosecution lied to the judge. So it'll be interesting. Will be interesting.
Matt, ask Brandy if she wants to jump on our live now and tell us what happened.
Yeah, let's get Brandy to tell us what.
Let's get Brandy on.
Yeah, let me see. I just all right, I'll keep going with supers, but you guys just read mine too, and I'll call it real quick.
Okay.
Brian says Valhalla. Hey guys, make sure to follow the baddies. Yeah, dude, duh. Also, Officer Tantrum was a cop. Think about all those falsely imprisoned by that FUD. He's a TikTok cop. I don't know how much actual law work he did. Law enforcement.
Look, Candice actually spoke about Tatum recently, and she was very respectful. She said they've been friends forever, and like her family loves him. You know, she loves him, and she said that they haven't had a chance, or maybe they just didn't decided not to yet have a one-on-one about their views and see if they can meet somewhere, like just to discuss it. So she said that's what she's going to do next. She's going to have this heart-to-heart with him. So we'll see.
I wouldn't even waste my time if I were her.
I wouldn't either.
Look, the thing is, I respect how she's approaching it because he is a long-term family friend, long-time family friend, sorry. And I don't respect how he's approaching it because he is indirectly, and we know who he's talking about when he's calling, you know, you're evil, you're the devil. If you talk like that about Erica, we know exactly who he means. So he's not being very respectful and very fair, and she is. And I think she's taking the high road, and it's great.
That's fair.
Yeah. Okay, that must be Matt's or yours, Nancy.
Not mine.
I'll read it. Miss Broadley 83. It wasn't until the prosecutor said today that they had overwhelming evidence that my entire household knew how I really feel.
Yep.
Yeah.
Not me.
Everything about this is so overwhelming. I'll read this one. YouTube certified commenter. If you turn on closed captioning during yesterday's hearing, when the word caliber is spoken, the caption is, caliber spelled differently. Interesting.
Really? Is it like a thing? You don't spell it like that, right? In the United States. Okay.
E-R.
So that's interesting.
It's spelled B-E-R in the US.
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
And then Michael Freeman. Oh, another one. Thank you. Love your channel, Lacey. Keep up the great work. Thank you so much.
Francis says, I don't think the shot is possible when you consider the angle down to the amphitheater, Charlie being on a raised platform, the canopy obstruction. I feel only the chest is viable, not head neck. Well, guess what? If you look back through my content, I'm actually the guy who did all of the math and all of the angles to disprove TPUSA's Fed Slop medical examiner report. So I actually did all of the math into that. So you could look back on my videos if you want to see that. It is possible that Charlie could have been hit from where he was shot from, but it is not possible to match, the injury that they said initially, which was that he was hit in the, I believe it was the, what is it, C2, and then tracked down to the T1.
Mm-hmm.
That would have hit him in the face here up underneath the nose. So that's how we knew the TPUSA medical examiner story was not possible, was we debunked that. But he could have been hit, but it would have been a different injury than they're claiming.
I've seen videos of people like they're nitpicking at like stills of the pictures and then videos or whatever of Charlie being put into the back of the SUV and saying, "Oh, look, he popped his head up. Charlie was still alive when he went into the vehicle." As someone who's more versed in these types of injuries, is that even possible? Like he looked like he was gone before he hit the ground.
No, so if you'll notice how little blood there is in the scene and on Charlie, and when they're carrying him away, let me be very clear. If an actual arterial wound, everybody in that area would be covered, like their hands all the way over their shirt. Brian Harpole would have been covered. All the people carrying him would have been covered. But we know that he was pretty much dead instantly, and it stopped his heart because blood stopped evacuating out of his body, which means his heart stopped pumping. So you see that initial burst that comes out, and then after that, you don't see any more blood at all. And it's most likely because he was killed on impact in his heart. If your heart stops pumping, right? You're not evacuating blood through your system, and it's not going to continue to pour out of your injury. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Hopefully that makes sense. So
Yeah.
yeah, the idea that he was alive and lifted his head up or was alive on the way to the hospital is just, it's not a thing based off what we saw. Now, if we were in the tinfoil hat land of he's still alive, right, then sure, they could that. But if they were talking about like that was a real injury, then no, he was gone on impact.
All right, so I talked to Brandy. She said they did show it. What they showed is not anything like what they're claiming. So
Of
basically, so basically, it's far away, it's zoomed in, it's blurry. You don't see a gun, you don't see a trigger get pulled, you don't hear a gunshot.
There
It's
you
just
go.
a figure. You can't tell who it is. None of that stuff.
Yeah,
That's
it's
what they
just a
showed.
black figure laying on the roof. Yeah,
Probably similar to what we've already seen, to be honest.
Yeah.
Mhm.
No way.
Just zoomed in.
Nick Sorter lied? No way. Crazy. Sorry.
Michael Freeman
These
again.
people.
Hypothetical for Nissi. Would you leave TP Canada if they created? No, I'm not touching that with a 10-foot pole. not after the stuff I've said.
You're in Canada?
In Canada, yeah.
Okay.
That's funny. Stephanie says 2 points I thought were odd. Lance didn't know about TR's job or school. No pictures of bullets near where the gun was found with a towel. Texts are too specific to evidence found. So, I had that question too. Like, why would he leave the bullets on the scene? Potentially left them in the gun, would be my guess. Or does a Mauser feed into the weapon, or does it take a magazine? Do you know, Matt?
I think there's off the top of my head, I don't know.
The one he supposedly had is this 1938 one.
No,
Chat,
but
do you guys know?
Yeah.
Some rifles feed rounds into the weapon itself. Some take a magazine that goes in. So yeah, I don't know. I can't really answer the question without seeing it.
Paranoid Rabbit, why isn't the destruction of the crime scene not a bigger deal to law enforcement? Very good question, and thank you for the super chat. I've asked that question a lot, and I asked the question on X as well. I said, anyone who believes the official narrative, please explain it to me. Why did they pave over? There is no sense in it. And I recently saw a short video of a woman. I forget her name. She was also covering the Egyptian plains back then. She's
Anna Escobar.
No, not Anna. It's like from 8 months ago when the Egyptian planes just started. Anyway, she's like an ex-pilot, military pilot, whatever. So she did a video about the paving over the crime scene, and she said there is just no way that it makes sense. There is no way there is anything logical about it, because they said they couldn't, let's say they couldn't get rid of the biological matter from there. Okay, let's say it was difficult. There are special acids, there are special gases, there are special powders that deal with it immediately. You clean it immediately. Why didn't they pave over around? They could get rid of the blood from around, but not from the grass. They could dig up quickly a piece of grass, replant something there, and that's it. There are so many ways to deal with that. He wasn't bleeding all over the place where they paved. It was just a tiny spot, right, where he fell, where he was at. It makes no sense. Nobody will explain it to me well enough that I will believe that it makes sense. There is no universe in which this makes sense, that they did that on a Sunday.
Yeah, I've never seen anybody be able to give a good reason for that either.
Yeah.
Theory: his security team put a spent fragmented round in him while working on in thoughts. Apologies if it's been talked about. Again, the reason why I keep saying I don't believe this is because Brian Harpole didn't have any blood on his hands, and neither did anybody else. And so I don't believe they put anything in his neck, because I don't believe they put their hands in his neck to stop the bleeding either. So, you know what I mean? Which is also it's not a good thing if we're going under the assumption that they didn't try to save his life, which it's hard for me to believe, as someone who high level trauma, right? I teach law enforcement departments trauma medicine. It's hard for me to believe that they tried to save his life. Maybe they did, but I mean, you're talking about an arterial wound to the neck, and I have gone frame by frame on both of Brian Harpole's hands after he gets up from treating Charlie, and there is no blood on him. So, and he told Sean Ryan he was the one inside Charlie Kirk's neck. So, I don't see it. You know.
I hope they introduce the back camera footage at trial, and I hope we get to see it.
That would be great. Yeah. Show me what they were doing, I think, is to your point.
Yeah.
Like, I want to see what the
Google glasses.
Yeah.
The Google glasses, guys.
Meta.
Because there was a lot of people
The
passing
Meta
stuff
glasses,
to each
yes.
other.
Not the Google.
Oh, where are we? Apologies if it's already been discussed, but it seems to me Erica and her team want defense to reveal evidence to get ahead of it as much as possible. Yeah, I think that's what the prosecution wants too, right? Because they want time before the trial to be able to explain those things away. At least that's what Barron was saying on a show last night.
Joey Bright, 1456. If Tyler Robinson is thrown in the pokey, I will personally help organize nationwide protests. Would the 3 Americans in here today go for that idea? Well, 2. It's 2.
I don't know.
What do you guys? Are
pokey
you guys
is.
going to start a protest?
I'm just saying, guys, because it can be, as Nissi said, he could still be implicated. He could have done something. Okay, we cannot go now free Tyler Robinson. This is also dumb, you know, because we don't know. We don't know what he did. We don't know what he didn't do. So we stay on the neutral side and we're waiting for the, prosecution and defense to make their cases. That's where I am at. And do I have my own suspicions? Do I believe certain things? Don't believe certain things? Yes, I have my opinions about it. But to go now and protest, not to keep Tyler from jail, from going to prison, I don't think that's wise either.
Nope, I agree with you. I'm not a free Tyler guy. I want to know. Again, for me, I don't care if it was him. I hope they put him away for life. If it wasn't, I hope he walks free. You know what I mean? Prove it to me. But I'm not about to start free Tyler Robinson. Now we're no better than the other side that's already 100% convinced that he's guilty and be put away for life before we see the trial, which I don't think we want to do on our side.
No.
Yeah. Lindsay Ray tried sending earlier, but do you guys know that Tyler Robinson is allowed video visits? Unfortunately, I know how to do it. Haven't tried with Tyler Robinson because I'm not a professional, but maybe Candace Owens could do it. Or to interview him. I'm
Probably
not sure.
Not before the trial.
I don't think he would have, his lawyers would allow any random person to speak to him right now. Probably it's just like family, maybe, or distant relatives. That's what I would, or like video calls with his lawyer. I don't know.
Yeah.
I can't imagine like press now interviewing him or like any like a YouTuber going, oh yeah, I just want to chat. You know?
The defense team would never allow that to happen.
Yeah. Never. No.
If they lost the chance of Xing Tyler before, what's to stop him from being, you know what? If the prosecution is failing during the trial, because I could listen to Missy all day. There you go. Look again. I just don't think that I think they want to put him away through the trial system. And then that way they can all clap their hands and say, look, see, we were right. I really do believe that's their goal at the moment.
Lacey Ann, when did the officer who turned TR in say his phone was confiscated? Didn't he say it was first thing taken? Why did that seem like that timeline didn't add up with LT interview? When he's on the footage, the CCTV footage at the Washington County, you can see his phone when he's like walking around in that room. He takes it and puts it in his pocket. So I don't know at what point they confiscated it, to be honest.
Short order cook. Andrew Colvett keeps shifting his conversational approach. He moved from interrogative deflection attack to reflective deflection, where questions mirror general concerns. Reset. It's a recognized tactic. Oh yeah, definitely. But this is like a coordinated PR campaign for them. So now Blake went on X ready to answer all the questions that he didn't answer, actually. Then Andrew, he's like, well, you know, I'm actually questioning the official narrative. We have questions as well. Well, we're not, you know, just like Tyler. No, we have questions. We are people. And then Erica, all the stories that were coming out. I don't know, Nate, because you're not on X, but all the stories that were in bulk coming out on X for the past 2 days, how angelic Erica is and what wonderful things she did for her friends.
Yeah.
And so on. So it's guys, if it was organic, cool, but it doesn't look organic at all.
Yeah. Yep. Mechanical Animal says, if this is what the state of Utah is going to show or argue in the actual trial, they're going to convict this dude on all circumstantial BS from what I've seen. They don't really have a case. Yeah, but they can do that. I mean, that was I forgot who made that point earlier, is they've got plenty. Even though we don't think it's much, like depending on the jury, they could be
don't
like,
know.
hey,
They probably won't. They won't know what we know.
Lance said he did it, so guilty, right? Like,
well, prosecution in court today said it was a slam dunk case.
Yeah,
so they're very confident. AR Bushmaster, let's see. AR Bushmaster, NATO Ground, thanks for the super chat. Thanks for being a gracious host, Matt. It's very much appreciated. You're very welcome. And thanks to the panel for being here as well. It's been fun. It's been a long week.
Yeah.
Harla Khan, can we get an Andrew? Charlie was far more effective in having civil discord than Wilson. Oh, Wilson. Don't get me started
Andrew
on
Wilson.
Oh boy.
Everybody always like, would you debate Andrew Wilson? I'm like, on what?
Like, for what? Yeah.
Ballistics? Why? He's got no experience on anything. On being a man? Like, this dude couldn't protect his own family physically. Like, what are we talking about? Debating him on what?
Oh, this reminded me what happened on X, in X Spaces with Blake. Myron was there. Have you heard about it? What happened?
Well, I heard about Myron there, but I didn't hear too much about it.
Myron went crazy at some point. He told people, he's like, oh, you need to ask better questions. You're asking stupid questions. How about you guys just tell Blake your theory, and then he will tell you what's wrong with it. And so then Diligent was like, why would we put ourselves in risk of defamation lawsuit? You know, why would we speak like that? So then he started shouting. Then Elizabeth Lane asked a question. He started then shouting she should go back to the kitchen. All these BITCHs should go back to the kitchen. Wow. Oh my God, it went insane until he was kicked out. So
I told my group chat this because we had friends in there, and I told them, you need to just basically keep your mouth shut and not respond to the things he's saying. You got to keep in mind Myron's background. All right. Myron was a federal agent. Not only that, in the job he did, he is well-versed in interrogation tactics, much like I am. And so you have to understand that he is trying to manipulate and coerce you into saying things. This is a very sort of interrogation tactic, right? To get you to emotionally, right? That's why he tries to draw the women up and get them emotional to say things that's going to potentially incriminate them, defame other people, right? So he's not the only person doing it, but he knows what he's doing. And you got to be paying attention if you're going to sit down with someone like that. And you need to be very, very careful to the things that you're saying, right? Because the end state of psychological operations and interrogation and manipulation tactics is, for me, this is, I'm sad to say, this is what we do to foreign nations as Green Berets, because we are trying to get you to go do something for us, right? Is that the ultimate goal is for me to convince you to do or say something that meets my strategic intent, but make you think it was your idea to do it. All right. So you got to be very, very careful with these people when they get you in spaces like this publicly to try to do that, or even privately. Privately is another one you have to watch out for. So when you guys are doing these big group things with people that have a background or resume like me, be very, very careful with that. You know.
Definitely. Well, I wasn't a speaker in the group, so I was just a listener. But that's why it reminded me of Andrew Wilson, because this is what I observed he was doing. He was trying to rage bait everyone who's debating him, and everyone ignored him. Literally ignored him. And then it was a swarm of bots commenting on other people's posts. Like, someone came onto my post and went like, oh, you're talking a big talk, but you will not debate Andrew Wilson. I'm like, what? Why?
My question is, why did he become the standard of who everyone should debate?
Yeah, I don't get
no
it.
matter what's going on anywhere, no matter what anyone says, all of them are all saying you should debate Andrew Wilson.
Yeah, and
Right,
he
like,
even
who
said
gives
he
a-
will speak on behalf of TPUSA. He's like, I'm going to answer all your questions. Like, who
Didn't they
are
hire
you? Where
him or
did you come
something?
from?
I saw
For a
a tweet that they hired him.
they did to
In the
teach
pa- in
them
the
how
pa-
to debate.
In the past, he's trashed Charlie. He's trashed Erica.
Yes. Oh, yeah, he called her a moron. He
Said she's a bad leader.
called her
I mean,
R word. Yes.
yeah.
Thank you, Buff.
Oh, wait,
very,
wait.
very generous,
Sorry.
brother.
Sorry. Well, we'll get back to that. We missed this one.
Not mine.
Not mine.
Is it Unicy?
Probably as
No.
look
I'll
for
read it.
blue one.
No,
Reverse
no
the
I'm
claim
looking
path
at
of-
it. What is
Reverse the claimed path of projectile, doing this as a path from his torso through chest to the thoracic and then to the cervical before almost exiting the neck.
Let me look at this. Doing this path from his torso, chest to the thoracic, then the cervical, exiting the neck. Well, now we're suggesting depends on the angle. There's a lot of problems with this angle wise. Okay, this would have, well, if it came from a down angle, maybe because it's got to track up his chest through the thoracic. The problem is that it then has to come back out. And what bullets don't do is deflect back the other way. Physics, there's no rubber band, even though Nick Fuentes believes the rubber band neck theory. Bullets, physics does not allow a bullet to go this way and then turn around and go that way. It can deflect this or deflect this, but it doesn't bounce off of things and head back the other way. So that would be a big problem with that because it'd have to track up and then back down. Thank you, Buff. I appreciate you, brother. It's very, very generous of you, homie.
And again, Buff like Jesus.
Man. That's one of my moderators.
20 Trigger Smart memberships.
God, dude.
Make sure you show some love.
Super generous. Thank
This
you,
is our
Buff.
last one. Oscar
Not for me.
Williams. Tambu Tatum proves you don't need to have a high IQ to be a police officer. And we'll do one more quick one. We just had come in.
TR is like the modern day Jason Bourne. On a live, someone in broad daylight dupes local law and federal law enforcement and gets caught because he let himself get caught. To show everybody you're not wrong. All right, we did it. Oh my gosh.
Wow.
We made it. Thank you all so much.
Make sure you guys hit like. Make sure you subscribe to all the channels. We appreciate everyone being here. It's been a long, I think, successful week. We'll see what happens. We'll be back on September 1st for the decision of whether they go to trial or not. And then once the trials start, we'll be doing that as well. And like I said, if you guys have interest in these live streams and enjoy our personalities and talking and stuff, consider watching other live streams and videos from our channels. And of course, panel, thank you for being here. It's been awesome. It was also short notice for Cassia and for Nissy. So awesome that you came on. And make
We
sure you
have
check
no
them out
lives.
tomorrow.
It's okay. That was.
I saw the email 2:00 in the morning.
Yep.
All right, real quick for me, guys. Remember, I will be back live in an hour and a half. So make sure you guys come back and hang out then. And then make sure you also check out the girls' stream tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll be live tomorrow.
All right, awesome.
Missy.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.